Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. There are more podcasts on YouTube than there are stars in the night sky. Everyone has been convinced that they're a unique, special little butterfly and that their insight is invaluable. And now that there's so much easy access to recording equipment, everyone gets this insidious little idea planted deep in their noodle that it's time to start a podcast. And my God, I tell you, it's a plague. It's a disease, a virus that's infecting the mind of the most insecure and insufferable people of all time. For some reason, once that AT 2020 touches their hand, they just scream their insecurity from the mountaintop with authority, proudly. And it blows my mind, but I've never seen insecurity projected quite like what I'm about to show you today. So I am still shocked that he hasn't scrubbed this podcast episode from the entire cyberspace, just wiped it from the internet. Like, if this was a clip of mine, I would have paid every penny I have to my name in order to ensure this never sees the light of day again, that this clip stays buried, like the fucking Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! It is that embarrassing. Like, you couldn't lock me up in Guantanamo Bay and torture this clip out of me, and yet he still has it on his channel. So the podcast is like a bootleg Fresh and Fit, where they just get a bunch of women together and ask them stupid questions and then rate each other's beauty. And then he gets really offended, like visibly upset, and I really thought he was going to start bawling his eyes out, crying in the fetal position. And I've watched a couple of their episodes now because I was curious if this was like an isolated thing. But no, this is pretty common. This is like a staple in their show from what I can tell, where they just have this section where they ask the women that they bring on to rate their beauty, the rate the podcast host's beauty.
Listen, ladies, we're rating just off physical appearance, just off beauty, okay? Same standards. Trust me, we're not going to get hurt, okay?
That's the biggest lie ever told since the time Kellogg's tried to convince the world that sugar doesn't make you fat. So, the segment is Rate Our Appearance, basically, which is some actual middle school, literal baby brain man-child behavior shit. That is insecurity at its finest, to have the women you bring on as guests rate your appearance. That's so stupid. I'm surprised they don't also play Spin the Bottle and Truth or Dare. And maybe they do, I've only watched a couple of their episodes, but he says that they're not going to get offended with the ratings. Well, do I have news for you?
All right, cool.
Stop being delusional.
What the fuck?
All right, so now what I want you to do is, ladies, real quick, don't fucking waste my time. Rate the guys. Do me a favor, Josh. Stand up real quick, man. Everybody look at him once, man. He's not going to stand up again, all right? So I want you to rate me, my co-host, and then our fucking producer. Go, from 1 to 10. Just off beauty. Go.
When he does these sections, it really seems like he's some kind of basketball coach who's really upset at the team. Like, he gets very aggressive with all of it. Like, don't waste my fucking time. Listen, we're going to do the drill right now. We're going to do it right. So stand the fuck up, Josh. Look at him. Now spin around, Josh. Okay, good. Drop your pants, Josh. Good. Now rate everything you just saw. Now, don't waste my time. Like, I don't know why he gets, like, so upset even before they hear ratings. Like, he immediately goes into these sections combative. I watched the whole episode up until this point. Like, he's pretty blunt and like very much so most of the time. But when it gets to this one in particular, he's like angry. Like, even before anything happens, he's already angry.
Speak into the fucking mic.
I would rate you.
First, you're rating me, and then him, and then him. Go.
I'll rate you a 7.
All right. What is he?
I'll rate you an 8,
All right.
and I'll rate Josh an 8 also.
Okay. What about you? Go.
I would rate you a 8.
Okay.
9.
Okay. Come on, he just fucking stood up, bro. Like, come on.
I don't even know what he's getting upset with here. She only took like an extra 2 seconds to take another look at the guy. It's like he just lost a gold split in a speed run to this extra 2-second time loss. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know why he's so on edge. It seems like he just really hates the guests that they bring on. Because when he's talking to his boys, he's like much more jovial and joking and smiley. But the second the conversation shifts to the rest of the class here, like the group of women over there, he turns into like a drill sergeant and starts getting extremely serious and loud. So I don't know why they even bring on women to this podcast when they don't even really want them there. And I also don't know why women keep agreeing to go on shows like these, because half the time it's them just like saying you're not good looking and shit like that. Like right after this rating section of rating the podcast hosts go through and rate all the women. And they literally give them 2s, 3s, and 4s. And make sure that they know that the hosts don't find them attractive. So I don't really get why women keep signing up for this shit just to get insulted by podcast hosts, and they don't say anything or do anything. Like, the women will insult each other sometimes. Like, they don't ever push back against the hosts at all, so then they just walk away looking silly from all of it. Like, all of it is just a net loss for the women that go on these shows. I don't know why they keep doing it.
I would say 9.
All right. What about you over there? Go.
2.
Okay.
I would give him a 9.
Okay. What is she over there?
I would give him a 10 because
Okay.
he invited me.
All right. So again, you sound like a stupid ass bitch. I'm trying
Thank
to figure
you.
out why you rated me a 2 because we're not going off our interactions. We're going off beauty.
I don't
Right.
like
I don't give a fuck. He's light skinned just like me, and you just gave him a 9. You gave me a 2. You only gave me a 2 because of the whole interaction that we've been having, right? So do me a favor, get the fuck up and get the fuck out.
Thank you.
Yeah, get out.
Spoken like a man whose feelings weren't hurt at all and wasn't offended by the 2 rating. So he tries to justify it with, you only rated me a 2 because we had a disagreement earlier, which I guess they did, but even still, this is an extreme overreaction to getting rated a 2. The insecurity is palpable. You can fucking taste the salt here.
So what the fuck?
Stupid ass bitch. Make sure she gets her bag and phone too. Make sure she doesn't take the wrong fucking phone, dummy. All right, cool. So now, again,
You can actually hear that lump in his throat start to form from all the emotion building up inside of him. Get out of here, stupid bitch. Hey, make sure she grabs the right phone and not someone else's phone, because she's so dumb she probably won't know which one's her phone. Dumb idiot. She's real stupid. You're stupid. I'm a 2. No, you're a 2. Unsurprisingly, this turned their own community against them for the episode. A lot of the chat messages pop up on screen, so you're just seeing things popping up saying like, damn, just because she gave you a 2, what the fuck? Or something like this where it's like, thought you wanted your show to last. Like come on, man. It's because it's ridiculous. It's very clear temper tantrum over getting a 2. If you were someone that was actually getting pussy, if you were really slamming ham and glazing donuts, you wouldn't care if one girl didn't find you attractive or rejected you. You wouldn't care. You would laugh it off like a normal person. So one girl gives you a 2 and it shatters your whole ego and you publicly melt down about it? That's such a bad and embarrassing look. And he tries to justify it, like I said, by saying, she only gave me that 2 because of our negative interaction from moments ago. Just pure huffing of copium.
we're just going off physical beauty, okay? Not what we've been talking about, not my fucking arguments, not on none of that, okay? I want you to rate me, him, and then him. Go.
Can you stand up for a second?
You didn't see me before the show?
Yeah, but I just forgot.
I mean,
Just stand. It's not that hard. Okay. You're an 8.
God damn it, bro. Go ahead, rate him.
Podcast is now turned into like a hostage situation here. All the women seem on edge, and I actually just can't believe they didn't leave after that. Like, again, I don't understand why women keep signing up for this shit. Like, no one seems to be having any fun there. The hosts especially don't seem to be having any fun. This guy's co-host seems miserable, but he does liven up a little bit when he gets to rate the other women and gives them like 3s, 4s, and 5s and all that. But it's just so awkward and weird. The only explanation that I can come up with, the only rational way of explaining this, is that the reason women are signing up for this show or shows like it is because they're being paid for their time. So it's like an hourly wage just to go there and be insulted or bouncing stupid questions off of. That's the only thing that almost makes sense. Like, so they just come on here to play a game of grade my friend's appearance for 2.5 hours or whatever. I mean, really, someone summed up the situation really nicely in the comments. They said, podcast is called Unfiltered, yet kicks a girl out for her opinion. And that is just such a nice, concise way of breaking it down and the silliness of all of it. Again, I watched a couple episodes just to try and get like an understanding of the content. It just, there's nothing there. Everyone seems miserable most of the time, or they bounce the dumbest questions around, and they always just do a grade our appearance thing, which, who wants to listen or watch that? Like, I as a viewer, let's say that I was a huge fan of this podcast, why would I want to keep seeing what women say about my podcast hosts? Like, why would I care? There's nothing there. There's no entertainment there, especially when one of them's super insecure about all of it, who's going to freak out if he doesn't get a 9. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. There's been a lot of horrible stuff happening over the last week or so in particular. Even if you're not someone that's like jacked into the mainframe, hyper-focused on cyberspace news updates or anything like that, you've probably still seen a lot of the stinky stuff that's been going on because it's been really bad. So I wanted this video to try and just be uplifting, some positive news here. Spray a little bit of Febreze, put some deodorant on to mask the odor for a bit, and just give you something to smile about. And that mission failed almost instantly. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but I couldn't take that first step. I went looking for positive news stories, and all I found was more agony and despair, doom and gloom and death. It's like smiling is illegal right now. Every single day there's something fucking horrible happening. It's baffling how common the worst things imaginable are happening on a daily basis. But I was able to unearth 2 very good, wholesome stories, and it was like finding the Infinity Stones. This was difficult. I felt like Indiana Jones having to go exploring and finding these treasures, but there are 2 very wholesome stories that have me grinning from ear to ear that I'd like to share with you today. The first story is very interesting because it involves someone that I've talked about before on the channel. In fact, the 2 of us used to have some beef. Beef so raw that you wouldn't see him eating it during one of his mukbangs. I'm talking about Nikocado Avocado. Over a year ago, the 2 of us were feuding, going back and forth on the playground, having a bit of a tiff. And now I've recently learned that Nikocado Avocado has been actively losing weight. He posted a new video kind of briefly going over how much weight he's lost, which he claims is roughly around 89 pounds, and I think that is incredible. The weight announcement does come during a pizza mukbang, but 89 pounds down and there's a noticeable difference, he's fucking earned the right to splurge like that. I think that is fantastic. The whole genesis of our controversy stemmed from me finding it sad that he was literally eating himself to death and even making jokes about, like, very morbid stuff revolving around the way he was eating for content. And I've always maintained that it would be amazing to see him start losing the weight. And now to see him actually start taking steps down that path, I think that's fantastic. And I have nothing but amazing things to say about that, and a huge round of applause because there's a lot of hard work that goes into this, especially for the way he's been eating for so long. And to see him lose that much weight in a pretty short period of time, that's nothing shy of incredible work. So I think this is a very moving story. I hope he continues to do this. His community is encouraging him. His community has done a real 180 because when I first made that video on him and like the whole Nikocado Avocado rabbit hole, his community used to encourage him to continue to eat more. They wanted to see him really like balloon up as quickly as possible, as if it was like a fucking speed run. And now, fast forward, a year and some change later, they seem to really be cheering him on for a healthier lifestyle and wanting to see him happier. And he really does seem happier in this video where he talks about his weight loss, as well as just generally joking and more bubbly than I remembered him being last year. So it just really seems like an all-around positive thing, and I'm wishing him nothing but the best of luck going forward. And now the next happy story I'd like to share with you all teaches us the same lessons that anime has about never giving up. Perseverance in the face of overwhelming odds and adversity. It involves a streamer named H2P Juicio, I'm sorry if I fucked your name up. And this brave warrior did what no mortal should do. He took the Ogdo Bogdo challenge, which is a challenge more detrimental to your health than the Tide Pod challenge, and it's one that I myself am a survivor of as well. If you recognize the name Ogdo Bogdo, it probably just sent a chill down your spine. You probably immediately tried to hide under your desk from that boogeyman. It is a character in the game Jedi Fallen Order. Ogdo Bogdo was a bit of a meme boss, but pretty difficult. And in Jedi Survivor, the newest game that just came out in the series, Ogdo Bogdo is back. And he comes in 2 different flavors, and you get to the center of that Tootsie Pop 2 different fights. So one of them is against Spawn of Ogdo, which is clearly a reference to Ogdo Bogdo, and it's an optional boss fight that I got so fucking tilted at, I eventually made an entire video dedicated to the hardest bosses I've ever fought, and I posted it on my second channel, Moist Charlie Clips, where I went over every single boss I've fought through all of the Souls games and then including Ogdo to compare them. And it turns out I died more to Spawn of Ogdo than any Souls boss across any of the Souls games. By a wide margin too. I died over 120 times to Spawn of Ogdo and it took me 2.5 hours to finally pull it off, but I did it. And then there is another optional fight involving Ogdo Bogdo in this game, and this time it's a gangbang. So this time it's a little spit roast between Spawn of Ogdo and Ogdo Bogdo himself, the OG. And this is the fight that locked the streamer in a purgatory, a limbo, for 29 hours, over 1,200 deaths. He spent banging his head against that Ogdo wall. I'm pretty sure he's playing on the highest difficulty. I also played on the highest difficulty, so I absolutely share his pain with this fight. And his struggle became so big that it went viral as an actual news story. So it actually got picked up by mainstream outlets and the frog became a meme. Samsung even used the frog in one of their Twitter advertisements. That's also a really disturbing picture they used for the frog on the TV there. It looks like those really awful animated like porn games where it's like you won't last 5 seconds in this game. I don't know, that shit's just weird. They could have just used like Crazy Frog or something really. But Ogdo, the frog, became a meme. His channel was blowing up to 60,000 viewers just watching him fight Ogdos here. It was incredible. I, of course, was watching as well once I became aware of the story earlier this afternoon. And he had some very close calls. He was flirting with that W, but sometimes it just wasn't meant to be. It wasn't the destiny, the hand he was dealt. What an absolute heartbreaker. The boss had a single pixel of health left, actually less than 1 HP. Just a single tiny little pube on a bumblebee's bush worth of health there, and just unable to squeak out the dubski. That one almost made me cry because I had the exact same thing happen to me during one of my runs. What should have happened is he should have had a finisher that goes off when the health was a little more than where it left off. You usually have that finisher come up when there's like 2% health left or something, but for some reason it didn't for him, and it didn't for me in one of my runs too, and my reaction is almost identical to his. Where was my finisher? What?
No luck, BD.
Hey, that's alright. Run it back. But even after such tragedy and with his chat spamming, encouraging him just to let it go, you don't have to prove anything, who cares, you know, it's a stupid boss anyway, fuck it, it's no big deal. Even with all of that mumbo jumbo, he buckled down and his spirit was more willing than ever.
W końcu! W końcu i nareszcie! Póki nie wyskoczy trzecia. Póki nie wyskoczy trzecia.
You love to see that. 29 hours well spent. 1,200 deaths of data collection later, and he pulls it off easily. I'd say damn near first try, honestly. Incredible work. This was a really fun thing to watch. I, of course, didn't watch all of it. I really only caught the tail end of all of it. But man, it must have been such a relief for him to finally be done with that challenge. So huge congratulations to him and his whole community for sticking by his side through thick and thin and eventually getting that big W. So yeah, I just wanted to share some uplifting news, and this is what I found for the last week or so. So that's really just about it. Oh, also, I did beat Ogdo and Spawn of Ogdo as well, by the way. I just want to make that clear, so I'll just show the clip of me finishing them off as a nice little positive place to end the video. There it is. Alright, that time we got the finisher. Fucking huge. Not bad.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Jedi Survivor. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines about how awful the game is due to performance problems. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to factor that into our advanced scientific calculations when rating this game because it would be ridiculous to overlook a $70 game shipping in the state that this one has. It's poorly optimized across all platforms, but most notably, it's horrendous on PC. Like 99% of people's computers can't run this game consistently at 60 frames, which is just an unforgivable sin. $70 for a game that doesn't even meet the baseline standard of AAA quality that you'd expect is laughable. Which is an absolute shame because the game itself is good, but I absolutely have to mention how awful the performance is because most people aren't even going to be able to enjoy the game. You're watching a slideshow sometimes, it's got so many problems, and I don't want to hear any of that mumbo jumbo about how, well, Charles, don't you know they're planning on fixing the game and patching it right now? Old St. Nicholas at EA's got all his little elves, all his little helpers working on it tirelessly to fix the game for the gamers out there because they care. I say that's a goddamn load of dirty barnacles. This trend of push it out now, fix it later is garbage. I fucking hate it. And anyone who has that take of like, oh, it's so entitled to expect a game to work when you pay $70 for it, I'd say that take isn't worth a doggone set of donuts. Like, it's a bunch of baloney. The game, when you buy it, should work. It should be functional. It should be in a good state. That shouldn't be a hot take. So yes, the worst part of Jedi Survivor is the performance. Everything you've read is accurate for the majority of people who are going to be playing the game. I got lucky enough where my problems on PC were pretty minor. They were not game-breaking, but I recognize I got lucky. That's not going to be every player's experience, at least not until patches roll out. So I would say definitely wait on the game no matter what. But let me get into the game itself, because like I said, it's good. Now, Jedi Fallen Order, I liked a lot. I was blown away by how much I enjoyed the combat in particular, but it had flaws. It had a lot of jankiness to it. It was a bit wonky at times. Unfortunately, with Jedi Survivor, I feel like they didn't really polish that jankiness to it. Like, there's some hitboxes that still just go Insano style. Like, they just have a mind of their fucking own. There's a ghost in the machine, and that ghost wants to fuck you in the ass, because sometimes these hitboxes make no sense. It was a problem that existed in Fallen Order, and it's still here in Jedi Survivor. There's also a huge emphasis on just fighting a lot of local wildlife, which are the biggest culprits of the worst hitboxes in the game, so sometimes it begins to become a bit of a headache, but the gameplay itself is still really fun. It's not like a drastic improvement over Jedi Fallen Order, but I do recognize some quality of life improvements, and I really did enjoy it a lot. There's a lot of stances to go between. You have your standard single saber, you've got your double-ended saber, you've got dual wielding. I don't want to spoil too many other ones because I don't know how much has been revealed in trailers and stuff, but there's also two other wacky ones that are really fun. One of them, I will say one of them, I don't know if this is a minor spoiler, but be warned, there's a blaster stance where you get to use a lightsaber and a blaster, and that's the one that I kind of just mained for the entire game, and it never stopped being fun. There's a lot of versatility to the combat. The skill trees are pretty expansive, but unfortunately a lot of the skills I found to be really worthless. Like, they don't do a whole lot. I played this on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty, so maybe that's it because everything's pretty spongy, but a lot of the abilities in the skill tree, the Force ones, they just weren't super useful. The animations are really long, so they lock you down for a while, so you just end up getting punished when you try and use them against a boss fight, or God forbid if you take a fucking stupid pill and try and use them in a horde of enemies, you just get blasted. It's just a lot of the Force abilities didn't have a huge purpose for my playthrough, so I didn't find myself using them a lot. And I'm talking about Force abilities for the saber stances. The other Force abilities like Force Push, Force Pull, lift, slam, all of those were always useful and a lot of fun to toy around and experiment with. You could cheese a lot of things with a Force Pull if you upgraded it. But overall, I don't have any major complaints about the combat other than, of course, some jankiness and the feeling that they didn't really take a huge step forward with their combat from Jedi Fallen Order. Though I guess they didn't need to because it was just so much fun in the last one too. So I enjoyed it, but don't expect anything crazy from it if you played Jedi Fallen Order. You're getting a lot of what you're used to, which for a lot of people like me is fine. Now, luckily this game is a long game, so you're going to have plenty of time to have fun with the combat and toy around with finding some optimal strategies that suit your playstyle. It took me a long time going through it. I did a lot of the side content. I killed pretty much every legendary boss, and that's like a minor complaint I have. There's only 2 legendary bosses that aren't just recolors of normal enemies with a name. And that's Ogdo and the Rancor. Everything else is literally just the normal enemies that you encounter, but this time they have a name like Ugmog or something, but it's the exact same moveset, the exact same everything, they just have a name now. And their health bar isn't even that much bigger. So the legendary enemies, while a cool concept, was pretty underwhelming past Ogdo and the Rancor. And fuck Ogdo and fuck Spawn of Ogdo. I killed both of them. I even did the double Ogdo fight where you fight Spawn and Ogdo together. I fucking triumphed on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty, probably the only one in the world that did it, so I'm a real champion out there. Point is though, there's a lot of time to play around with the combat, though I do think the legendary bosses had a lot more potential than was realized here. And outside of that, the game's just massive. There's a whole lot to explore. I did a lot of exploring. There's challenges that you can do, like parkour challenges for skill points, as well as just upgrades. It's just a huge game. I was blown away by like the size of the worlds, like, and how much there was to do in there. There wasn't a ton of worlds to visit, which I think for a lot of people might be disappointing, but the worlds that you do get to visit are massive, with a lot to them. A lot of puzzles, a lot of parkour. The parkour is fun. The puzzles are fun, although the puzzles aren't exactly brain busters. The parkour always makes it enjoyable, and it's super smooth. There's also a lot of wacky, zany characters in this game that even offer fun little mini-games. Like, there's a whole Hollow Tactics mini-game, which is a little strategy game within the game where you fight units against other NPCs, and the units that you can use for your squad are units that you scanned in the main game. So you'll kill a Rancor, for example, you'll scan it, and then you can use it in the game. Although I don't think you can use the Rancor, so bad example. But you kill enemies, you scan them, then you get their card to use in that minigame, which is cool. There's also a gardening minigame, which is cool. There's just a lot to do. I was really surprised by just how much depth there was. There's a lot of meat on the bones of this game. Now let's get to the narrative. I've been putting that off because I have such mixed feelings on it. I really like Jedi Fallen Order's story. I had a great time with the narrative. I thought they built up something special. In Jedi Survivor, I felt the same way. I actually thought they did a great job with the story. I was drawn in immediately. I really think a lot of the characters they introduce here, as well as like the big bad, was very cool and compelling. And I don't know if this is a spoiler, so just in case, another minor spoiler warning. It deals with the High Republic, and I always think that's such a cool setting to explore and a cool time period to explore for Star Wars, so the High Republic plays a crucial role in the narrative. However, this is where my feelings get mixed. The game really loses its footing in the final act, and not even the final act, really like the final 10%. It's really just right towards the end. They had great narrative beats throughout. I really thought they were fucking hitting a great stride. I was a little underwhelmed that the Empire was kind of absent for a lot of it. You were mainly dealing with raiders, but that's not a huge complaint. I thought overall they were doing a great job with the story right up until the end. It seemed like they had a great idea, and the idea itself for what happens at the end is great, but the motivation behind it and exactly why things are happening the way they are gets very silly, and you have to suspend disbelief and just accept, wow, this is happening because the characters are fucking stupid. Like, that's the narrative point. They're blinded by stupidity, and that's why what's happening right now is happening. Which just isn't very satisfying as a plot point, like, so it's because everyone's fucking dumb all of a sudden. Everyone's just a buffoon now. Got it. So that's why this final act is happening like this. So that was really disappointing because I don't think they stuck the landing, but I do like where the game leaves off, and I'm really excited to see them explore more in the future because I'm pretty sure they plan this as a trilogy, so I'm really excited to see where everything picks up. But overall, there were so many great moments from the story. I can't be like mad about it. I do still think I walk away from this game with a very positive impression of the story, minus that very last bit towards the end of the game. And now just a little nitpick. Throughout my game, I put on a poncho after defeating Spawn of Ogdo, and that fucking thing would not stop glitching out. But not only that, so many times there was a ton of visual bugs and noise from like the characters. So like I'll be fighting two enemies and all of a sudden their cloaks will just start spiraling out of control and taking up my entire screen, fucking blinding me. Like all kinds of like wildness. So there, even outside of performance problems, there are just some like bugs that happen pretty often throughout the game, but not the biggest deal in the world to me. It's not something I get super upset about, but just something to make note of. And like the final boss fight, there was moments where I was just getting teleported around and like attacked in the void, which was clearly not supposed to happen. So there are just some bugs to be aware of. Overall though, one other thing I want to mention, the soundtrack fucking slaps. Absolutely fucking slaps. Star Wars soundtrack always goes hard though, but I just always like to make a special mention when it just pops off the way this game does. I just love the soundtrack. Now, plugging Jedi Survivor into the moist meter, I'm unfortunately going to have to give it a 70%, and that's mainly because of the performance problems. In fact, 70 is even kind of high. I really can't stress enough how strongly I feel about how bad the business practice is of just shipping a game out knowing it's in a bad state where a lot of players won't be able to enjoy it. That shit makes me so upset. The performance issues hinder this game greatly. Without that, I'd probably give it like an 85%, pretty much exactly what I gave Fallen Order, because I really think both games are really good. I don't think this game was a massive step forward over Jedi Fallen Order, but it was still extremely enjoyable, and I had a great time with it, and it's just, once again, a shame that it shipped the way that it did. I'm confident they are going to fix those problems going forward, so I would say definitely hold off on buying this for a while until those patches are in place. And that's about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Hey, welcome back to the Good News Show, where we're bringing you wholesome stories to put a smile on your little faces out there. I'm joined, of course, by the ever-bubbly Matthew Phillips.
Great to be here, Chuck.
And we've got some very heartwarming stories. We'll just kick off one off-rip, because this is the biggest story at the moment. Twitch is having a moment of self-implosion, which means it's good news for every other platform that has streaming capabilities.
Not where I thought we were going with this, but that is somehow good news for other platforms.
Yeah, just not good news for Twitch.
Keep the positivity flowing. I'd like to apologize. Last week, I killed a story about some church organ pipes being stolen because it did not seem positive, and now Chuck is here to tell you why it is a positive story.
I thought it was a good story because even though they were the victim of some thieves, they remained in high spirits that they would get their organs returned safely if only they maintained good faith.
It's true.
And it turns out their faith was rewarded. The Lord blessed them with the safe return of their organ pipes.
Hallelujah.
Calvary Episcopal Church in Memphis loaded up Penske trucks with nearly 200 organ pipes to send them off to be restored, but the truck was stolen en route.
It's ridiculous.
But then a few days later, the police found the stolen truck, which had many of the pipes still in it.
Right, and did they find the rest of them?
They did, thanks to a Crime Stoppers tip, which led them to a van which had the rest.
That's really cool, and that was so well read for the first time we've gone through this story. Great work. Well, and I'm glad to hear they have the pipes back. I'd love to hear them play one day.
Just goes to show you the power of prayer and a good attitude.
Amen. So while I may have killed the organ story last week, we did give you the story about Dr. Deep Sea. And great news, Dr. Deep Sea's out of the sea. He's now just Doctor. So he resurfaced after 93 days underwater, and there were shocking results that scientists have been uncovering. They took a look at his telomeres, which I'll let Chuck explain in a second, but basically they use it to age somebody or see how long left your cell has to live, and they are now 20% longer, which is a good thing. It means he's going to live longer, or some good health stuff. And then he also has 10 times more stem cells than when he went underwater back in March. So these are great findings that could mean cool things for the future of the human race going underwater. And I'll let Chuck explain telomeres.
Yep. Back underwater sounds cool. That's where we came from. Telomeres, what about those wacky things? Yep, you know, the telomeres, the pheromeres, the boromeres. I mean, what more can really be said?
Yeah, lots of. Are those actually real?
No, those are 2 Lord of the Rings characters.
Cool. Well, according to other people, telomeres are the DNA sequences at the end of chromosomes, which are commonly used to determine the remaining life of a cell. So it's good when they're longer, and his were 20% longer. Mm-hmm. And they say size doesn't matter.
It's those fools.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
They've never been underwater for 100 days, basically.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to land, Dr. Deep Sea. It's great to have you.
Welcome home, champion.
Wow, did I just get some of the best news of all time. If you go to moistglobal.com right now, you can get the brand new MoistCore 2.0 line. Go to moistglobal.com to get it now.
Yeah, that is some great news. A heartwarming story. This is the story of a rare albino panda being spotted for potentially the first and last time ever. An albino panda was spotted on a nature reserve in southwest China, and we have video footage of that little cutie pie coming out of the woods right now.
Oh.
That's adorable. It's like Paddington.
Wow.
Oh, they must be friends.
Yeah. Are we sure it's not just a polar bear?
Also, those videos like 2.5 minutes. You can just like skip around a little if you want.
Yeah, where'd the albino one
Yeah,
go?
where is the albino?
Oh, he's in the trees.
He's camouflaged. Jesus.
Wow.
He's got cloaking tech.
Look at it. He's actually adorable.
I mean, all those bears are really cute. I'd be one of those fucking idiots that'd get mauled by a bear because I go to like pet it.
I don't think you would. I don't think you
No,
would.
I actually find them adorable. But you're right, I probably wouldn't pet it.
I was going to say, there's certain things you won't do that baffle me. I don't think you'd walk up to a bear.
It depends if it's like a small enough bear where
Yeah.
I'd feel comfortable, but even they can like rip your arm off.
Let me wash my hands first. All right, this is adorable.
Yeah, it's a very cute bear. We're glad to see that he exists.
And we're glad that it's not going to be the last time we see him.
But it is, in the notes it does say that this is the only one of its kind. So
Yeah.
it really could be the last time you ever see him. But it won't, hopefully won't be.
Hopefully not. That would be good news. So last episode we covered a cool medical discovery with the brain spine bridge digital connection, and this week we have an update on some research that's being done in Israel on cancer treatment. At Hadassah University Medical Center in Jerusalem, they had an unprecedented achievement in the treatment of multiple myeloma. It is the second most common hematological disease, and it accounts for 10% of all blood cancers. So it's a treatment that's based on something called CAR-T, which is chimeric antigen receptor T cell therapy, which in essence, it boosts your own immune system to destroy the cancer cells. So they had 74 patients that they tested this on with a 90% success rate, which is incredible, and as I said, unprecedented. And they 90% went into complete remission. It's still experimental due to the complexity, but it's hopeful and awesome news.
That is incredible stuff. The medical advancements we're making are nothing shy of amazing.
I agree.
Solar power is the fastest growing form of renewable energy, and there's still a lot of obstacles to overcome, but they're constantly working towards making it a more viable energy method. And one of the things that kind of inhibits the mass adoption of solar power energy is the intermittency. So when the sun's not out, the inability to collect the solar energy and turn it into power. So they've been working on ways of solving this problem, and one of the ways that they've come up with is using satellites to orbit Earth to collect solar power 24 hours a day from space. So that way when the sun's not out here, we can still get it from space. And they've recently had a breakthrough at the Space Solar Power Project at Caltech. They've completed the first successful wireless power transfer using microwaves in low orbit, which effectively proves the concept can work, which is taking the solar power from space elsewhere in the cosmos.
This was the most baffling story to me here, because my little pea brain can't wrap around the fact that we're collecting energy in space and shooting it back to Earth. I know it says we used, well, not we, I didn't do shit, that they used microwaves to send it back, but I don't get it. I can't fathom it.
Yeah, it's always very impressive stuff. I like that kind of futuristic technology thing. It just sucks solar power has such like a bad rep because there's all those scam callers that talk about like coming over and installing solar panels on your house all the time.
Like 3 days, and there's Elon Musk who's doing solar. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Well, with his solar.
Yeah, I was just talking about like the scam callers.
Hey, I mean, Tesla does solar panels.
Yeah,
don't they?
I don't think solar panels are a scam. It's
No,
just, they just keep calling and it's shady. It's just like, leave me alone, collect it from space.
They come to my door at least twice a week, 2 to 3 times a week. Scary stuff.
In other great news, a special little butterfly had a chicken come back to roost recently. Matthew Phillips had one of his beloved cats unfortunately go missing for the last 20 days, but Bubby came home.
She did. So yeah, she went missing. She's done it before for 3 or 4 days at a time. She's indoor, outdoor, and we thought she was gone. She left May 18th, and we haven't seen her since. And then, 2 days ago, she showed up on our porch, had some injuries. She was skinny, but she's good to go. So here's a cute little picture of Bubby for you.
I would say don't let her out of your sight again. Ever.
All right.
She can't be trusted anymore.
She's out of my sight currently.
Get a nanny cam.
I need to go now.
To stay vigilant.
So yeah, thanks for coming home, Bubby. So some other news that hits close to home is our esports player for Smash Melee, Zane, won
one of our esports players.
One of our many beautiful, wonderful esports players, Zane, won the recent major, Tipped Off. And even though you might think it's hard to trump that, he did something even cooler this past week. Tell him about it.
So some of the boys came down from the Moist Esports squad, and we went to a little bar arcade thing. And Zane was challenged by returning air hockey champion Jeff, a local Tampa legend.
Jeff is crazy.
Yeah, and Zane's not only stood his ground and went toe-to-toe with Jeff, but beat Jeff. And we have a little bit of footage from the event as well as a police sketch of what Jeff looked like. Here you can really see Zane demonstrating impeccable technique against one of air hockey's most fearsome gladiators, Jeff. He's been terrorizing the tables for years until he met Zane, the raid boss of air hockey. And here's a artist's rendition of Jeff, in case you couldn't see him that well. So congratulations again to Zane for the triumphant victory.
Yeah, great job, Zane. So in just a couple short episodes, we've had so many important birthdays on this show. Myself, Mike Myers, Roman Reigns, all the good ones. But we got a special one this week. It's Peyton. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
That's some good news.
Do you want to say that? What is it, like 43? Peyton turned 43. Great news.
Now, your standard stereotypical news broadcast is usually giving you last week's Powerball numbers so you know what the winners are, but those broadcasts are run by evil reptilians, and we don't want to play by their rules.
Well, and what good does that do us? It's already done.
It's already over. So we're going to give you next week Powerball numbers, so that way you can win a lot of money.
Yeah.
So next week's Powerball numbers, the winners are 7, 14, 23, 29, 46, and the Powerball number 13. So enjoy your millions upon millions of dollars, and don't forget who sent you. The Good News Boys.
Yeah, good work.
Woo!
Oh! The Chick-fil-A goes hard.
Oh, yeah.
Chocolate, no, chocolate.
That's very good. Hey, we're trying a bunch of goofy shit, and today we're joined by the Moist Esports Apex squad. They're from Australia, so we're going to be trying their silly little snacks here and introducing them to some fine, red-blooded, God-fearing American cuisine.
Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Yeah, go down the
for
line
us.
and introduce yourselves.
I'm MT.
I'm Bouncy.
I'm Pricey.
I'm Droga.
So I think we should start with an Australian one. Which is your favorite? I think we just get to the best one immediately.
It's got to be Tim Tams.
Yeah.
Tim Tams? Which one's? It's this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's show them off real quick.
Rich cream, crunchy biscuit, and luscious Tim Tam chocolate.
All right. What would be our equivalent here? I guess we have to try it first. But.
It's gonna be a quick, like, if you go from that to Vegemite, it's gonna be real bad.
Like
so
a big drop
let's
off?
save that, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not expecting to like Vegemite, but these look good.
These look incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, really good.
Good?
That is
Here, you
good.
guys want some?
No, I mean, we've had heaps.
I don't think we have anything up here that's like that, but those are really good.
It kind of reminds me of like a Nutter Butter.
The best thing to do with them as well is you like bite each end off and you like drink milk through it. Turns into like chocolate milk.
Oh my god, they got like the life hacks for it.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ. What did you say? A Nutty Buddy's kind of the equivalent?
Yeah, give them a Nutty Buddy.
Alright, try a Nutty Buddy. This is from our own little Bevy, God rest her soul.
I haven't had those in a while, but I remember liking
I
them.
used to really
Are
like
we
these.
cheersing? Are we cheersing?
You got to.
Alright.
Take yours.
Oh, we have these. No, we don't have like these, but we have similar. Is it chops that are like this? Sort of like a chop. Yeah,
Like
if
a
we had,
chop.
if we had a
This
chop.
one's like peanut butter. This is more nutty.
Yeah,
though.
you guys love peanut butter.
Everything's
Peanut
peanut
butter's so
butter.
good.
Yeah. Peanut butter infiltrates pretty much everything in the American diet in some way.
Your pretzels, the Reese's.
You guys doing like a 1 to 10? So like, what would the Tim Tams be?
Oh yeah, we can tier list it.
Yeah, well.
I'll give the Tim Tams like an actual comfortable A.
Well, they said we got to use numbers on this.
Oh yeah, they're on like the metric scale.
Right. They
or
don't.
something.
They don't use the letters.
They don't
we
use
use,
freedom
so.
units.
Yeah. All right. So
I'd give it like an 8.
I was gonna say 7 kilometers.
Yeah, I'd say about an 8.
I mean, if I'm not eating any more of this, but I'd give it like a 3.
3.
Yeah.
That's so brutal.
I'd say it's like a 6 or a 7.
Okay.
Trash can behind you guys, so you can.
I'd give this an 8.
Put it in.
I like
Oh.
this.
Wow.
Okay, there we go. See?
Alright,
Hey, do you really like it?
Thank you.
Okay, finally someone can appreciate the American culture.
Okay.
So what do you? Let's get into the cheekies. Can you remind me the backstory of the cheekies?
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, he does not.
I don't think that's channel friendly coming out.
Jelly Babies meets Chocolies. Flavor deliciousness of Allen Cheekies. Delightfully chocolatey, squishable, and yummy.
Wow.
Everything is E.
Yeah,
everything is E.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about these.
It's like a chocolate gummy.
We just trust the stuff that we eat, I guess.
Do you guys like these? He's definitely naked.
Yeah, he's
for
naked.
starters. It smells bad.
It smells bad?
It smells like fake chocolate.
Ooh.
No?
no.
Think if I'm honest, I feel like they taste better when you have like a couple of them.
No,
Just grab a full handful and shovel
like-
it.
I would actually puke. That is revolting.
Oh, damn, you don't like it that much?
No, I hate it.
I don't. I think it tastes like a wax candle that's made to smell like chocolate.
No.
What?
But you scooped it and eaten it.
You know what I think it is? They probably use real ingredients. In America, we don't deal with that.
Well, I will say, I think that's why I like Tim Tams so much, because you can tell it's like a real chocolate, as opposed to like Hershey's chocolate down here tastes like puke.
You said it.
Almost anybody I know that comes
Hershey's is
from
feral.
overseas, they say it tastes like throw up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give them a 1.
This is absolutely a comfortable one. Wow, that was
You said I was harsh.
that was dog shit though. That was fucking horrible. Just give him the pork rinds because I love the pork rinds is about as American as it gets.
Oh, damn, I was struggling to get one of there.
It smells like a dog food.
Oh,
It smells
bro,
like dog
why do
food.
they smell like that?
It's pork.
It's literally pork.
Dude. I'm not gonna lie, your food makes me nervous to eat.
Did you see what we just ate?
We ate a cheeky.
No, it's
Kind
like
of just
dog
tastes
food.
like nothing. Ours is better.
It's like solid dog
Ours
food.
is for sure better.
I honestly believe you, because like you said,
Dog food before I ate that again.
Yeah,
I
like,
will say that pork rind was the only one available at the store.
Oh, okay.
Usually they come in a couple different kinds. That's the only one I saw.
okay.
Can we try this?
Yeah, these are fine. These are just normal pork rinds.
I'm not even gonna eat it. No, that's our food.
One to 10.
Yeah.
We'll start with you, Carl.
Yeah, solid 1.
Probably like a 4.
We're trading back.
4.
Yeah, like, I'll be honest, I'd give it a 1 too.
Yeah, I'll give it 1 as well.
Hey, you did not make these. You can shit all over them.
This is kind of similar, right? These
Ooh,
are
yeah.
these are
Burger
burger rings.
Right. So after burger rings, we'll go into Funyun rings.
Yeah. We'll trade rings back and forth.
Well, I was excited
I really
to try
hope you
these.
like these because I love
That smells very good.
Ooh.
That smells delightful.
90 grams net flavored snacks. Okay.
Now we're cooking. Those are good.
Mmm.
Yeah?
Mm.
Okay.
Yes.
It's like if you took a Funyun and you added everything else of a burger.
Well, it tastes nothing like a
I don't know what
burger.
that means, but yes.
Crazy how that works.
It's very Funyun-y.
It is very much
taste.
like a Funyun. It's like a barbecue Funyun. That's it. That's a 10 so far.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
I
easy.
really like these two. I like crunchy things, so I'm
Yeah?
gonna go
Yeah.
9. Ooh.
Okay.
So wait, the Tim Tams were an 8. Those are a 10.
Yeah.
These even. These look like the pork what rinds?
Yeah, everything kind of looks like a pork rind in America.
I mean that doesn't smell as bad as.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, good.
Very similar.
It's like a chicken version. Is that like chicken?
Yeah, it's nice.
It's just an onion.
It's
Yeah.
onion flavored.
Why's it?
They're a nice little treat on a hot afternoon.
I don't think I like the name, but Funyun sounds like fungus.
Yeah, fuck it, I don't know.
I'd give it like a 7.
Yeah, I'd give it a 7 as well.
Yeah.
8.5.
Where's your Teddy Grahams at? Here they are.
Tiny Teddy.
Tiny Teddies.
Arnott's new Tiny Teddy biscuits are so full of flavor, they're ready to pop.
What'd you call them? Teddy Grahams?
Teddy
Yeah,
Grahams.
we have them here. They're called Teddy Grahams.
I don't think we brought
We
any.
didn't get any.
We
yet.
didn't.
These look like they're going to be identical.
They are. I can already tell. Their mascot even.
FaZe?
Yeah, they're exactly the same.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, I mean same.
Cheeky cleverly clutched a paintbrush and painted chalk chip spots all over herself.
Man, what I don't like is you guys don't use nearly enough artificial sweetener. That's like really bland.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude.
There's like a chocolate one and a honey one as well.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I really like those. You don't like them?
They're just kind of bland compared to Teddy Grahams.
They taste more like our animal crackers than Teddy Grahams.
Smell the chocolate.
I would give these a 5
I'd give
or
it like
6.
I'd give it like a 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're good.
That's not bad.
Yeah, they're fine.
That's not bad.
Let's do the Twinkies.
Save one for Charlie.
Well, I've seen, especially how you described them before about the like the
Cream-filled stuff?
apocalypse.
Yeah.
That's just made me like not want to touch them.
No, that's good
I
for
don't
you.
know, I'm gonna be honest with you, that I've ever had a Twinkie in my entire
I
life.
haven't either. That's what I was saying.
I've had the ho-hos,
Yeah.
but never a Twinkie.
This is
Yeah, I got
this
mine.
is actually concerning how hard it is to get this off.
It's not look good.
Oh,
So,
Lord. We're
MT,
gonna
I'm so
have
sorry. This is so embarrassing. Did you just
I
try
think
it?
my stomach
Is it good?
gonna like not be able to process this. That's what I'm worried.
Oh yeah,
about.
you guys are gonna be shitting so
Yeah,
bad
like,
tonight.
I'm
It's gonna be
worried-
Crazy.
That's not good. Oh,
Not
go,
good?
go ahead, go ahead.
No, sorry, what? Sorry, what was that?
I didn't spoil it.
Oh, it smells like.
It's like the worst cake you ever eat in your
It's
life.
like-
It smells like just.
It's like a cupcake out of an easy bake.
Oh, it's like a Lamington.
Yeah, no.
But
Yeah,
like way,
sort of.
no, not Lamington.
Oh, it tastes like a 2.
Can you open that?
It's so sweet.
Just way sweeter.
It's way too sweet.
It's just way sweeter than what we have at home.
Yeah, I think that's kind of across the board what you'll find.
The world's your oyster. How are we opening this Milo?
Usually just use a spoon.
Oh, you
It has
guys
to
are
go
doing
in milk,
dry
right?
Milo?
Oh yeah, we'll do dry.
You might not like
I'll
it
be
dry.
honest. No. In Australia, we like put like 6-7 scoops in, and then like milk.
Yeah, you
then
like,
usually we
you like
just
eat it
shovel
whilst
the
you drink
Milo.
it.
Ah, okay.
You can like
What the
mix it and
fuck?
like make it into like a
We
chocolate.
gotta wait for a screwdriver. You put your Milo in the same thing we put paint in.
Oh.
This is concerning.
You just gotta keep it safe because it's so you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, it's like gold.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't protect any of our food like that. They're good, right?
Yeah.
I know. I'm under the table consuming burger rings. So. I'm with you.
Wait, why are you eating
Oh,
it?
wait.
Wait, Matt, no, you're supposed to put the powder in
It's Ovaltine,
something.
guys. It's Ovaltine.
What's
But
Ovaltine?
Milo, what they have, but it's just like
Crushed up version.
Way better.
Good stuff.
Ovaltine is the powder. too.
What? I don't know what.
I didn't.
Okay,
I
it's
thought
just-
it was already
We have-
mixed.
We
Your
have.
spit will.
We have it.
We'll do it.
Yeah, but
Spit.
We have the same Ovaltine as them, but we have those little like.
circles.
They were just kind of turning chocolate. It's yummy stuff. That's really good.
Yeah, if that was in like a chocolate milk and you eat it at the bottom, it's like the best part. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I really like that.
Don't really mix it up as much then?
No, you do, but like you also try to leave.
You
some
want
at
like
the
a
bottom.
lumpy on, I like it lumpy on the top.
Yeah,
Just
or you can
like
eat it off the
you
top.
kind of eat it as you drink it.
Well, that was surprisingly good.
Yeah, I'll take a little
What
more.
would you give it?
I'd give that like a comfortable 7.
I'm thinking the same. I think that's better Nesquik, honestly. Once again, it's not overly sweet like Nesquik is.
Oh, Rice Krispies, you guys haven't had that, right? Those are iconic.
I may have tried one the other day.
Sour gummies, eh? Thanks, man.
I love these. I mean, they look like what we have, but again, I think it's just going to be so much sweeter.
Yeah, pretty good.
Definitely.
He doesn't look
You look so
upset.
unimpressed.
What would you give it? What would
I'd
you
give
give
it like a 7 or an 8.
I'm starting to think I'm real patriotic for Australia, and I'm starting to think like ours is just better than yours. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Well, it's all right to be wrong.
Yeah, I'd say an 8.
8. I mean, I'll give it like a 6. It's like not bad.
That's fine.
That's alright.
What else here is like really worth trying?
Let's go.
Chicken crimpy shapes.
Mm.
They are like unbelievably good.
Chicken crimpy?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means nothing.
It
literally
literally
means
says
nothing.
flavor you can see.
On its barbecue shapes. Flavor you can see.
But it's just plain.
It's
They
actually
like
just a
they
cracker.
changed the flavoring like on these like a couple of years ago. And there was like a global outcry about it.
Yeah, they had
a whole of Australia complained.
We literally.
Thank you.
Australia forced them to change it back.
Looks like a Ritz cracker.
It does look like a
It
Ritz
actually
cracker.
just looks like a
They're so
little
good.
Ritz. What flavor can you see here, though?
It's the chicken crimpy.
Man, that chicken crimpy is fucking... Okay, that's cooking right there.
That's-
That's pretty good.
That's almost like you took a Ritz cracker and took a ramen chicken flavor packet
Yeah,
and dumped
stirred
the
them
powder on
together.
there.
That's good.
I'm starting to see the flavor. They're really good.
Those are really
What the
good.
hell do we have like that?
Nothing. That's a 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
and those are shapes. So then, like, you got like the pizza ones and stuff as well, and the barbecue. So it's like,
Woo!
They made bagged pizza.
Wait, Shapes is going so hard. Easy 10 on those, though.
damn.
Wow.
Try the Cheetos. Those are kind of our crowning jewel.
This would be a 5. I can guarantee.
Wait, where do you see that? Because I'm looking at the Vegemite right now.
Right here.
Oh, that one's definitely like a 10.
Yeah, but where?
I think only Shapes does it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they're good.
You like those?
Yeah, I'd give those like a 7 or an 8.
I'd give them like a 5.
Yeah.
Alright.
5. That's a 7.
I'd say 5 as well.
I actually like those. They're actually pretty good.
We're torn.
Australia's snacks are kind of like actually packing, though.
Twisties cheese.
Yeah, this sounds really good.
I feel like
These will be kind of similar.
I was gonna say they seem similar.
Yeah.
Wait, I like reading the slogans.
Those are soft though.
Life's pretty straight without twisties. Okay. you guys might be doing well on the food. Your marketing department needs a huge help.
Yeah, you definitely need some help.
So far, you've had like 4 foods with controversies that had to change something because of it.
Yeah.
Ours are just human rights
This
violations.
this is actually just a copy and paste of Cheetos. They even copied the look, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgraceful. Have some shame.
Are you sure it's not the same company?
Oh, I actually don't like these. The more you eat, the more they're kicking in. I don't like those. I'm gonna give it a 3.
I'd give it like a 6. It's still fine.
Give them one that's gonna startle them. What do you think? Like either the honey buns or the sweethearts, maybe.
Wait, do the honey buns, yeah.
Yeah, something that's gonna make them sick.
These ones?
Yeah, do these. I think that's Little Debbie again, so she's back for revenge.
Wait, what?
Anything
Yeah,
that can give you a heart attack is made by Little Debbie.
Yeah.
What little?
That's frightening.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there she is again.
Do we have to?
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Oh. Like, do I don't want to explain what that looks like, but it's just like,
It
you know
looks
what I
like
mean?
shit. You're absolutely right. For a couple
Oh,
seconds,
that
one
smells like.
It smells like the straight
Rice
sugar.
Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like way
Like
sweeter.
way more processed.
Yeah.
Wow, I forgot just how
They're like
aggressive they are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Nope.
Nah.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Straight to the
I'm good on
trash.
that one. I'm good on that one. I've never bitten into something and being like more disappointed.
I like it. I don't mind it. Nah, that is way too
That's
sweet.
definitely like 4 servings, but it's not bad.
That's what's gonna pop out at night. Little Debbie.
Little Debbie's been waging war on the hearts of Americans for like 60 years.
I love shapes.
She knows what she does.
What was that calling on your fucking ceiling?
Well, pop that open. We'll go out of order here. You gotta try that.
Those are like every elementary school kid, like grades.
Yep.
You turn 8 and you start eating those for the rest of your life.
I don't even know where they. I never even knew where they came from.
they
They
are
just
so
be at
thick.
elementary school cafeterias. They just be there.
You're sending your kids to school with these?
Wait.
Oh, do you know what it smells like? It's like a mud cake from like Woolworths.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that.
It smells exactly like it.
I heard
Mud cake.
But you guys have mud cake, right?
No.
You don't have a mud cake?
Well, we have. There's a dessert called a mud cake. But
Mud pie, but it's definitely not what they're talking about.
Definitely not what you're talking about.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the fakest dessert you can possibly have.
Nah.
It's like a 3D printed idea of a dessert.
What are these? Show
These
me.
are the caramello koala.
Oh, you should like these.
Milk chocolate with smooth, flowing caramel.
Those look like what we get for Easter. Like the little like single.
Well, this is Cadbury.
Or Santa Claus chocolates. Yeah.
Look at that face.
He's so happy.
It's adorable.
This is legitimately the thing we have for Easter.
Mhm.
Yeah, little Cadbury eggs and shit like that.
Nope.
That's very good.
Good stuff.
Hey, thanks, Caramello Koala. Alright, crush that moon pie. Tell me what you think.
I'm hoping it's like a wagon wheel because I like wagon wheels, but if it's not.
It has actually been probably close to 15 years since I've tried a moon pie. Wow, that's fucking revolting.
Oh,
that's right, I remember.
That is so bad. That's the worst thing yet.
It smells. I almost passed out. I'm not even gonna lie. That actually caught me off guard so bad.
Yeah, that is so fucking bad. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, wow. Do we have any shapes left?
Wait, I have to try it now because I don't remember it being that bad.
No, it's very. That was.
No, you have to have a bite. You
Right,
have
that
to have,
was-
no, you have to have a bite.
Take
You have to. Come on.
This is a punishment.
Did they
what did we do wrong to deserve this?
Wait, did you take first at the last land?
Oh, okay.
Chelsea, have they always tasted like that?
That's a 1.
Yeah, I agree
That's
that's bad.
That's
a
a
0
one.
is
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah.
But you
That
like
is
it?
zero. That's a firm.
Oh my god.
No shot.
Except you're single-handedly keeping them alive. Just know that.
I love them.
All right, they just did their worst. It's your turn.
Oh, that's fine, yeah.
Oh yes.
It tastes better if you have like heaps. In one go.
Like a whole like.
Yeah,
the straw.
Okay, yeah.
You doing the straw again?
Yeah, we'll do this straw.
Is
We
the
don't
straw-
have any
is the
other
straw-
option.
Is it strong enough to actually get some?
Yeah, you actually might not be able to.
Oh,
You might
God.
just finger it. You might just like.
Oh.
Yeah, finger it.
Finger it.
Finger it is crazy.
That's not as viscous as
It's
Marmite
not. This is a
was.
lot more solid.
This is like chocolate.
Yeah, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. It's chocolate.
Oh my god, that smells so bad.
So,
And what do you like? What's your favorite meal with Vegemite?
I don't eat it. He doesn't eat it.
Oh, you don't
Yeah,
eat
because
it.
I hate it. We have like we have Vegemite shapes.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
no.
Ew.
No, I wouldn't even go that
Vegemite,
They
don't
were mid
ruin
though.
them.
Maybe
Yeah,
you
they're
should
not
put
great.
Vegemite on the shape to help it later.
Well, I'm gonna
Do it raw
Yeah, I'll do it
first,
raw
yeah.
first. It's like a lollipop. It's like.
I will say this is not as bad as the Marmite.
Yeah, this
was.
is a little bit better than
This
the
is
Marmite.
toned down.
I think it's because it's not as oily. Ooh.
It's so strong.
I bit into that one.
What is the sodium in this?
It's like a salt lick, like that horses use.
I know I've told this story, at least to Danny. I don't know if I've ever told you. At Home Depot, behind the cash registers, they used to have salt licks for cows, big cubes of salt for cows to lick. And whenever my mom would check out at Home Depot till I was like 10, while she was paying, I'd go up and I'd just lick it.
That's so fun.
all the time.
That's
all
so
the fucking time. Alright, I'm done with
I would take that to the grave. I wouldn't tell anybody that.
What?
Oh, you having that whole thing? Go crazy.
Oh, wait, is that like a
That's
lot?
that's
good,
good. Did you not just taste it?
Well, I don't know what's it.
It's
what
meant to be
How much
consumed
do you
raw.
spread on toast? Because there's no way that makes it across the whole toast.
Oh no,
right?
yeah, like it
I
depends.
know it varies.
Yeah,
Like,
some people
I
like
put
a
it on
little
pretty
bit.
thick.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Wow. Ooh. Ooh.
What did you? What? Can you bring the camera over here and
Yeah.
look at his little pile?
This is the classic Charlie experience.
We have 2 trash cans, and he's just dropping his nibbly bits on the floor.
nibbly bits.
That sounds like an Australian snack.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm in their heads.
Oh my god, that's so bad. What the fuck? Okay, I can't finish.
Yeah, wait, I've learned some over the years. I would say these shapes are fair dinkum tasty.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, that's all
not
I
bad.
know.
Have you heard like Bloody Oath?
What's that?
Bloody Oath?
Mm-mm.
So if you said fair dinkum tasty, I'd say Bloody Oath.
Like you agree?
Yeah. Same.
Wow.
It's like a code language.
I'm so cultured. Oh yeah. Damn,
Do
we
the
give you a lot more.
Yeah, do the sweet tart one.
See, they don't. No, but they don't seem that bad.
Oh, these are like the kind of thing you get like at the deli.
No, I'm so cool.
deli.
It's
That's
like,
how you
no,
call it, like a deli.
no, like they have the same. They have the
But they
same.
have the sweet
it's
stuff,
gonna
like
be
thicker
different.
mix.
Yeah, like what we call like a milk bar.
Actually, I'm on these.
These are
I don't like it.
You're just weird.
I don't like cherry, so.
I hate cherry as well. I'm
Yeah.
with you there.
Feel better.
9.
Oh, wow.
I'd go 7.
7.
I got 6. It's like not bad.
I feel like a 2.
What's your
It's
hate?
better than some of the other things.
Yeah, that went straight down. Are these,
Cheezels.
are these not the same thing as the twisties?
No, that was
These ones you gotta put in your fingers whilst you eat them.
Oh, there you go. There's a
Oh yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, you like put them all on your fingers and you just like eat them all.
Can you please do all 5 fingers? And
Oh,
then-
they're like what are the ones?
Bugles.
Bugles. I like
Bugles.
bugles.
Bugle
Should have had
fingers.
it. Wait, what if your fingers are too big?
Wait, actually, here.
What?
Put them on your finger.
Put it on your little finger. Oh, there you go. Please be good. Please be good.
Those are good.
This is much more like Cheeto Puffs.
Yeah, this is very Cheeto Puffs.
They're good. I like those.
I give that like a solid 9. I'd say actually.
They're way less orange though.
Yeah.
I was gonna go 7.
We got the cream pies. We
What are
got
the
chips.
Airheads?
We've got airheads.
What are they?
Oh, you guys don't have Airheads?
Yeah, do
Oh,
it.
those were also iconic in elementary school.
Are they sour?
No, no.
Not really.
Warheads.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'd like to go back and change this to an 8. They get better every one you eat.
What's the best flavor?
The white, yeah, the white one's
cherry?
very good.
White is mystery, so everybody loves
I
that.
used to like the
I wanna try the
blue
mystery
ones.
Blue
It's
is
mystery.
Watermelon.
Hey, throw me
I want a
one real
mystery
quick.
one as
I'll
well.
show you.
What does that even mean?
I'll show you that. Yeah, the secrets of warheads when you were
You
a
gotta
kid.
slap 'em.
Yeah, you take it like this, and if you do this for long enough, your
It'll
knuckles will
shrink.
really hurt, but it'll squish up into a little ball.
Yeah, it'll like keep shrinking. Yeah,
You
just
guys
keep doing
eat
it.
them, and I'll keep going.
No,
I see what you mean by
They
your
hurt.
knuckles will start hurting.
Yeah.
Oh, you took a red
that.
Yeah, sort of like a red
Jesus Christ,
They're
man.
a different
I like
thing.
Through it.
Oh yeah. Let me
Yeah,
see
you're
it.
really
Give me an
cooking
update. Let me see a length update.
Yep.
Nice. All right, keep going. You guys can eat. Yeah, eat them
Yeah,
whenever.
you guys, don't you worry about me.
I feel like that's a bad flavor.
Well, we don't know what. Did you eat mystery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't know what you got.
What?
Wait, so
Could've
this
been
is
anything.
Is mystery
Also,
content
it's any
the
one of
flavors
these.
out of here?
It has its own flavor,
The
but
rumor used to be all the leftovers from the other flavors would get like jammed together, and that was your
I
mystery.
believe it.
It kind of tastes
Yeah.
like
I was gonna say, I
watermelon.
have no
Yeah,
idea
this
what
just
that
tastes like watermelon.
Just depends on what batch you got, you know.
Yeah. This is incredibly like fake looking.
Yeah, that's
Hard
about
to
right.
game.
That's that red dye 40 for you. Enjoy the carcinogens. Makes sense.
Oh, it tastes like a Starburst,
These kind of taste like Zappos.
but like worse. Oh,
That's what they taste like.
They do taste like that.
It's like, oh, it tastes like this, but like actual dog shit.
No, the grape one tastes exactly like a Zappo.
No, you're doing
It does. Try
I'm
one.
trying to grab one.
Bro, I'm saving a couple cherries for later. Come on, me.
all right.
Sour cream and onion lays.
No.
That's next.
They like don't sound bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Just like a normal chip. Oh,
Yeah.
it's good.
They're like the sour cream and chives.
What?
Smiths.
Yeah, no, those are like.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, good. Like 8. Give them an 8.
Like a 9.
Hey, have you guys tried a cherry rocket?
A cherry rocket?
No, they're
Cherry
right.
ride.
Yeah, I like that flavor.
Show it to me, Charlie.
Cherry ride?
Oh, also by Cadbury.
Oh, interesting.
All right.
It's probably filled with cherry.
Oh, ew, oh, wow. Ew, 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 ew. Oh, wow.
Coconut?
Oh, no, that's like just actual.
It's like cherry flavored coconut. I think.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's confusing.
Oh, it's not. It's
I think
just
they get
bad.
like better the more you have them.
Oh, that's actual dog shit.
You have the whole thing.
I don't want the whole
Damn
thing.
it.
That's up there with Vegemite.
Really?
Yeah.
Those are good.
That's
No,
crazy.
that's a bunch of poop.
Luscious cherries and coconut and old gold rich dark chocolate. I wasn't prepared for what I was biting into. Now that I know, I don't hate it.
What is that?
It looked like a raw, like it was
Now
very.
that I have the knowledge of what this is supposed to be.
It's like if you take a sip of water and it's actually Sprite and your brain didn't know and you're like, what the fuck is this? Doesn't mean you hate Sprite. You were just shocked.
No, I wasn't confused.
It looks like raw meat.
That was just bad. I'd
Oh,
rather lick the toilet seats clean.
Oh my god, that's insulting.
Sorry.
It's a 6 from me.
That's a 0. Well, what did I give Vegemite?
Just like gummy one?
Whatever I gave Vegemite, a little less.
the oatmeal cream pies, I think,
What?
is a good one to end on.
Oh,
That's a good
The
one
what?
to end
The
on.
what?
oh my god, Bryce.
That's crazy. And yes.
That's a crazy
Yeah, don't really want that.
That is a crazy name, though. I will not.
Little Debbie's back.
Oh, is it actually Little Debbie?
It's Little Debbie.
Fuck.
Oh, that doesn't These look so bad.
Bro. It's like,
Yeah, love.
It's
hope,
shiny.
diabetes.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
gross.
going. That's straight adipose right there, baby.
That's filthy.
I don't want to take a bite.
How many fingers?
No, it tastes kind of like a Twinkie. It's bad.
oh.
It's a bit better, but it tastes
I
kind
was
of
gonna
like
say, I
it.
remember them being better than Twinkies. But I
They're
love
just
them.
less, they taste less sugary.
Yeah,
with
just
oatmeal.
less aggressive.
What does it taste like? You reckon it tastes a little?
He said it's bad. It must be real bad.
That's a good, healthy breakfast in America.
Wait, you have these for breakfast? Oh, I was gonna say.
I would believe it. Dude.
I did believe
But
it.
not that bad.
I've
Well,
seen some of your cereals are just straight up like you may as well put sugar in a
That's
bowl.
that is all of our cereals
Yeah,
actually.
the first time I came to America, I had like Lucky Charms, and I was just hooked on them.
Yeah, just
They
actual,
were so good.
actual sugar.
You guys should have brought a bunch up.
Yeah, you have Raisin brand over there called Sultana brand. And
Yeah.
I hear it's great. What's happening? What's happening?
That's fair.
They're all trying their best not to like spit it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love shapes though, let me tell ya. These are really good.
I'm good on that.
Yeah, I feel like that's we got a worse trade-off. I feel like you won.
You guys had the much better food on the whole, I'd actually say. But we also just tried to give you like the most
American?
Well, not only
Just
most
say,
like
like, the common ones,
Yeah, like
yeah.
common ones, and even like comparable ones to what you had. So like there are better snacks out there. These are just like the most known ones, I'd say.
I feel like I'm not a fan of your like
I'm gonna need this.
Your
like
way of
sweets.
life, yeah.
No, I like your sweets and stuff, but like some of your like I don't know, like your fast food's like kind of crazy.
Good
I don't
crazy
mind,
or bad
yeah, like
crazy?
good, like
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A
good.
goes hard.
Oh yeah.
Can't beat Chick-fil-A.
No, yeah.
Well, this was fun.
This was fun. Thanks for the snacks. Hope you
thanks,
guys.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not gonna say thank you for yours, but
Yeah, I know you didn't like Little Debbie that much, but she appreciated she appreciated you trying it anyway. I'm sure.
Thanks for the shapes, really. That is good.
Little Debbie is actually like gonna be like my nightmare from
It's like
now
my
on.
sleep paralysis.
Yeah,
even
I
now.
love
Yeah,
It's not even a good picture too. Like if I showed like my kid that, I'd expect him to be scared.
Well, most people are when they see Little Debbie. That's like a that is like actually heart attack stuff.
That's like my sleep paralysis demon for the next like.
All right, Charlie, wrap it up for us.
That's about it. There's a fascinating controversy brewing right now around whether or not a sun bear in a zoo in China is actually a real creature or a man in a bear costume. I'll go ahead and let you form your own opinion here, because that's the beauty of being an individual with your own thoughts. Let your eyes tell you the story before I give you the real story and hit you with the cold water of the truth. So, you can see that the creature is a bit odd. It looks like something out of Spore. By far the weirdest part about it is the bear's ass. It looks like a Krabby Patty. It actually looks like Homer Simpson's lips. So this is the video that popped off. You can see him standing up, kind of sizing up the crowd, looking at everybody like he's about to go shake them down for their lunch money here. He's looking kind of menacing. He's got his mouth open, but he also just looks super sweet. Even gives like a little wave with its flippers, because it doesn't even really look like it has paws. It has like these tiny little fucking flipper things. It's adorable. Like, seeing the video, I think, makes it a little more clear that it's probably not a man in a bear costume. It's just a really weird bear. So when I first saw this story, I actually thought this was an older case, because I do remember something like this happening about a year ago, but it turns out that was just for a comedy sketch. That wasn't a real thing. This is pretty new from what I can tell, where people really thought that it was a man in a bear costume, myself included. Those pictures really do look like something that you'd find at like a furry convention, like some kind of costume somebody made. It doesn't look like a real animal. It's got more loose skin than like my elbow. Like it is a wild creature. Apparently sun bears are just the smallest bear species, so when it's standing up, it looks like just like a person. It's not, you know, some kind of hulking bear that you're used to seeing. Like this looks like some shit out of the Berenstain Bears, right? Like it doesn't seem like a real bear. So when I saw this, I was like, it's a cut and dry case of a man in a bear costume. This must have been a joke. But it turns out, no, this is like actually what sun bears look like and how they act. So I'm going to go ahead and play the stream clips where I tackled this case head on, and I learned a lot about sun bears. You hear about the Chinese zoo denying the claim that one of their bears is a man in a bear costume? That's not a new story. I remember that from like a year ago. Because I've definitely seen this before. And I think it's pretty obvious that this is a man in a bear costume. Like, this is like Hank Hill level ass. Shit looks like a pack of hot dogs. No bear has a tuchus like this. That's definitely a man in a bear costume. Apparently sun bears look like that. What the fuck is a sun bear? Sounds like some kind of mythical creature out of Dark Souls. Maybe a sun bear costume. Well, okay. Because it looks like they do pack the same ass. Shit's out here looking like grill marks. It's just the same guy. There's no such thing as a sun bear. It's just a couple of guys that have a costume, and it fooled the zoologists into thinking it was a real animal. They got weird tongues. Weird, well, really weird everything. But I don't know, even still, this face doesn't look natural. I mean, we just looked at its tongue, and the tongue, like, was, like, hanging way out to here, basically. I don't know. I'm not convinced. This is convincing. This angle. Why would they lie? I don't know. Just to see if they could... Just see if they could, I guess. Sun bears, the smallest bear species in the world, are generally the size of a large dog. Oh, wow. The folds help protect the bears from predators as the looseness allows the bear to turn around in their skin and fight back if a large animal like a tiger were to get a hold of them. You're telling me there's an evolutionary purpose to all these fucking ass folds? That's wild. And it's got like sea lion flippers. Like it's like the most incomprehensibly smart thing ever, but at the same time super fucking stupid with the solutions that it finds. How are we gonna protect us? Just give it a lot of ass skins, so that way if something bites our ass we can move around a little bit. What about horseshoe crabs? There's so many fucking creatures out there that have just been condemned, forsaken by evolution. Like the, what's the actual name of the blobfish? It's a really embarrassing species. But the reason it looks so gross and looks like a goofy face when you bring it up to the surface is because it literally implodes. So, like, as you take it out from its, like, high-pressure environment, it just implodes. But that one's pretty embarrassing. Evolution did it dirty. A lot of sea creatures are like that. There's one that's called the pinnacle of evolution, the perfect species, because it hasn't evolved for, like, actually 20 million years or something crazy. It's the, what is it? The something worm? Hagfish. Hagfish, not a worm. Hagfish, yeah. This thing. And not because it's, like, perfect, like, you're not about to see handsome Squidward or anything. The reason it hasn't evolved is because it just literally doesn't need to. It found the perfect solution for its environment. So this is the hagfish. And what it does is it's just this gross-looking little worm thing that when it's either threatened or anything like that, it just excretes really, really thick slime. Super slimes. It just Nickelodeon slime times whatever's after it. And it clogs up its mouth and it kills whatever attacked it. The slime gets clogged up like in their gills and everything and they die. It's not worth killing, and it's such a fucking hassle, and it's actually really adept at surviving. All because it can super slime. Got a little sidetracked with hagfish once again, as is known to happen. Hagfish are a remarkable species of bewilderment. But back on the topic of sun bears. So, it is a real sun bear from everything I can tell. You know, of course, you know, I'm not a fucking zoologist here. I can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's a sun bear for sure and not a man in a bear costume. But based on everything that I read and everything I researched, it's most likely a real sun bear. But I really love to suspend disbelief for a moment here and play with the idea that it's actually a man in a bear costume. What would be the goal? Let's start looking at this in a philosophical way and start speculating. If it is a man in a bear costume, or if it was a man in a bear costume, what could they possibly gain from that? Well, I've been racking my brain on it. So let's picture a dystopia where most animals are extinct, right? We're losing tons of animals all the time. There's a lot of species that are on the brink of the extinction. So let's just toy with the idea that all of them go extinct. Like that famous streamer clip, you know. The government's lying to us, the aliens aren't talking to us, the animals are leaving. All the animals leave, right? So now we've got nothing left. That's very bad for business at zoos. So, what if they spent a lot of resources and a lot of time developing very convincing costumes that look realistic enough to fool us into thinking we're looking at the legitimate species. So when there's no animals left, they can still fill zoo exhibits with, you know, people in costumes that'll work part-time when the zoo's open and then, you know, go home. They'll clock in, clock out in their costume, right? So it's species you're used to seeing in zoos, bears, giraffes, and all of that, and the costumes are really convincing, and maybe there's animatronic components to it, and this was their first attempt at trying to slip it in there to see if they were at a point where they could fool us with the costume. I don't think that's the case, but what if? What if it was? This was their first foray into like a alpha test, you know, seeing if the prototype's good enough to get people speculating on if it's a real bear or not, or if it's convincing enough that everyone assumes it's just a real sun bear. You know, it's just an interesting thought experiment. What could be the goal if it is a man in a bear costume? And that's the only conclusion I can come up with. Of course, it is not a man in a bear costume. It is most likely a very real sun bear. But who knows? You can't trust anyone. Not even bears. So, yeah, I just thought this was a fun little topic to go over briefly. That's really about it. See ya. Today I experienced what it must have felt like for early human scholars like Aristotle when they'd sit and ponder the deep complex issues plaguing society as well as taking notice of things going on around them and trying to make sense of all of it. And today, my philosophical thought experiment was, why is every single new movie that's coming out flopping? With the exception of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, most new movies that are coming out over the last few months are setting new records for how dog shit they're performing in the box office. These bad boys are flopping harder than LeBron James against the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs. It's getting rough. And I just read this headline here about a movie I didn't even know existed being DreamWorks' lowest opening for anything they've ever made, called Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken. It brought in just $5.2 million so far on opening weekend. And this is a $70 million budget, and that doesn't account for any of the marketing costs. So this is looking like a historic bomb here. And this isn't alone. Elemental is still in theaters and is not performing well. It was Pixar's second lowest opening ever, I believe. Like, what's going on here? It was a question that I wanted an answer to, so I got deep into exploring the inner machinations of my mind in order to get an answer. I was nearly ready to draw a bath and really get after it, really exercise my noodle. And following this thought line to its natural conclusion, you reach two questions. Are movies just getting worse, which is why people don't really care to go see them? Or do people just not really have an interest in going to a movie theater anymore? Pretty much everything we do in our day-to-day lives has become extremely convenient, whether it's ordering food or just general entertainment. You can watch pretty much every show and movie from the comfort of your own home. And you don't have to pay individually for each movie you want to see because eventually they hit streaming platforms that you have a subscription to. So, going to a movie theater is inconvenient. You have to drive to the theater. It's also expensive because the ticket prices just keep increasing exponentially. And God have mercy on your soul if you get a little appetite or a little thirsty and decide to buy something from the concession stand, because then you're out another $50 buster, because that shit is outrageously priced. It is downright criminal how expensive things are at a movie theater. I went to see a movie today. I saw the new Indiana Jones. I'll get to that in a moment, but it's what put this discussion top of mind for me. And I bought a water bottle. And not only did they have the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to sell me a Dasani water bottle, but they charged me $8 for the Dasani water bottle. That is sewage. Dasani is literally sewage in a bottle, and I paid $8 for the sludge. I really would have rather paid $8 for each employee there to spit into a cup and I'd drink that. Not only would it taste better than Dasani, but I'd feel less scammed. Point is, it's expensive going to a movie theater, and it's inconvenient. So, is that the reason why a lot of people are choosing not to go, leading to so many box office disasters recently? It's a lot of questions that I've been looking at answers for the last few hours since coming back from the movie. And I wanted to just kind of talk about it because I find it so interesting. So let's dive into the first question. Are movies just getting worse? And is that the reason why people aren't bothering to go, because it's not worth their time to see it? I think the answer to that is probably no. But I do think movies are getting less original. Because the budgets for films have gone up so much, like most films are like $70 million plus budgets. Most of the time even going north of 100 mil, 200 mil, and in the case of like Indiana Jones, 300 mil. These are, and it's an outrageous amount of clams in order to produce a modern blockbuster. So when you're gambling with that amount of money on a movie, most of the higher-ups like to make sure that it's the safest possible investment they can make with it. So they choose to either make sequels or reboots or remakes, something that they know has a built-in core audience. So that's why you see most of what hits theaters these days is kind of derivative of other properties or just straight up a sequel. And I think that leads to a lot of people feeling like they've just kind of already been through this song and dance before. You're not getting a ton of unique experiences from huge blockbusters anymore. And I think that does play a role in it, but I don't think that necessarily means the movies themselves are worse. They're just so much safer. They just play everything super safe and by the book. Now, that's of course not talking about every movie that hits theaters. There's still a lot of companies that are doing lower budget productions that are far more creative and original. Of course, things like A24 and production houses like that. But on the whole, most of the big blockbusters are very generic, and it's food that you've had before. You're basically just getting junk food that you know isn't exactly like the best thing there is, but it's still good enough for a lot of people, and it has been that way for a long time. But I feel like at this point, people are just losing that sweet tooth. They don't really care to just keep seeing the same shit over and over again. Like superhero movies. Superhero movies, even the worst ones, used to still turn a massive profit. It was an infinite money glitch for a while, but now it's been patched. Superhero films aren't guaranteed to make you money. Case in point, The Flash. The Flash came out, and it had a crazy marketing campaign behind it. They had all kinds of celebrities singing its praises, celebrities that you would think would hate it. Like Stephen King was going crazy about it, talking about how good it was. Tom Cruise really loved it, saying, you know, this is a certified semen siphoner. It's gonna make you nut, trust me. Kojima just posted a tweet talking about how great it was. Just so many celebrities talking about it being great, which I still believe was some kind of like paid marketing campaign that they haven't disclosed. I still find it so hard to believe after seeing the movie that all of these celebrities lost their fucking mind over it. Like, it's a fine film, but nothing that I think really changed the whole landscape. But they were talking about it like it reinvented the whole superhero genre. And it still bombed in the box office. Now, of course, there are other factors at play, like Ezra Miller and the crime spree Ezra Miller went on that went completely unpunished. There are certain things like that at play with The Flash, but I still think even if that wasn't the case, the movie probably wouldn't have been a glowing success then either. I think there is legitimately superhero fatigue because most people are assuming that they've already seen all of this kind of shit before, so probably aren't going to bother going through the inconvenience and the extreme cost of driving to a theater, paying for the tickets, when instead they could just wait for it to conveniently drop on their favorite streaming platform and watch it from home without spending a fucking dime really, aside from the subscription cost. And to extend this a bit deeper for today's experience, like I mentioned, I saw Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. It's the 5th entry into the Indiana Jones franchise. I actually saw it with my parents. This is the first movie we've seen together since the Avengers movie, the first one, back in like 2012. So we decided to go to the theater and see it together because we all really like Indiana Jones. And it turns out the film is really struggling a bit with a $60 million debut. Now this isn't exactly like a hard turbo flop or anything, but it's opening to less than what Kingdom of the Crystal Skull opened to back in 2008. And for a lot of people, that movie is considered a legitimate abomination in the Indiana Jones franchise, so I think there is a chance that people just wrote off the franchise after that one and maybe didn't even bother giving this a chance. I'm really not sure. But yeah, the movie is not performing nearly as well as they expected it to, despite the film's budget being like $300 million, which doesn't even account for the marketing costs, at least according to the numbers I'm seeing online. So this is a movie that needed to generate huge buzz, tons of doubloons, in order to turn any semblance of a profit, and it's not looking likely at the moment. So after watching the film, I'll give you like a little pseudo moist meter here. It's a fine movie. I don't think it's very good, but I don't think it's bad either. Like, I wouldn't say that this is an example of a movie that's so shitty that people probably just wouldn't bother going to a theater to see it. It's one of those movies where it doesn't really try to do anything interesting. It plays it very, very safe. You go there, you'll be entertained for the runtime, but it's not something that you'll really remember on the drive home. It's something that's easily forgotten. There's nothing wrong with it. I think there's a lot of goofy moments in it that don't make a whole lot of sense, as well as a couple of plot holes, but I'm not here to do a spoiler review for this. I'll just say overall, it's probably the second worst Indiana Jones movie. I still think it's probably a little bit better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but not by much. It doesn't even come close to the original trilogy. But again, I don't think it's like, an affront to God or anything. It's not horrible. So this wouldn't really be something that I would think would be an example of movies are just getting worse and that's why no one's going to see them. But I do think this is an example of this is a very safe, generic movie that most people probably wouldn't bother to see. In movie theaters, that is. This would be something you'd flip on when you're, just perusing your streaming platform of choice. And you'd throw it on for, some background noise. Or if you need something to kill fucking like 3 hours. This movie is way too long. I'm not just going to give a whole Indiana Jones review here, but point is, I don't think this is a movie that's so bad that it's scaring people away from going to see it. It's just, I do think it's not a movie that would get people excited to go. They tried to revive a beloved franchise again, and that bet is no longer working these days. Most people have seen through shameless cash grabs that just try and like piggyback off the goodwill of a great franchise that they knew and loved. And I think that's one of the big things that people are now just being kind of more conscientious of. Like, I know it's probably not going to be as good as the originals, so I'm not going to go out of my way to pay a ton of money for the tickets. And I'm certainly not going to pay a ton of money for the drinks and food. Because I swear to God, with the prices the way they are, you'd have to choose between paying for a bottle of Dasani or paying for a handful of rare earth minerals. Like, there's going to be like the same cost of a diamond at some point for a fucking bottle of Dasani at a movie theater. But yeah, I don't think that the main deterrent for people going to a theater is movies getting shittier, but I do think them refusing to take big, like, blockbuster risks on new IP or, like, more bold creative projects is definitely something that is not doing them any favors. But I think by far the biggest contributing factor is it's pricing people out. And it's just not convenient anymore, whereas everything else in the world is just getting more and more convenient. Whereas going to a movie theater is going the opposite direction. It's getting less and less convenient and more expensive. So it's just one of those things where I think that's the biggest thing at play here for a lot of these flops that have been happening. Not necessarily that the projects are shittier. Like Ruby Gilman could be an absolute masterpiece. I have no fucking idea. But I don't feel like going to a theater to see it because it just doesn't really capture me as like worth the inconvenience of going there for it. Same with Elemental. Elemental just seems like a really kind of generic film. And that's not enough to get me like, in the car, and putting my ass in the seat in order to watch it just to see if it is generic or if it's like great. I don't really feel like bothering with that. And I feel like that's the way a lot of people feel because it's expensive and it's inconvenient. So that's kind of my guess for the flops. Just something I was thinking about today watching Indiana Jones and learning that it was not doing super hot in the box office, and I thought for sure Indiana Jones was going to be a shoo-in for profit, but clearly not. I think the age of being able to just kind of phone it in for movies and blockbusters and being able to make, you know, tons of money off of very lazy writing or very generic storytelling and productions, I think that age is kind of behind us now. I think in order to stand out in the box office, it's being proven recently that you need a very strong, good movie. Like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. That film is absolutely exploding. Another good example is Puss in Boots 2. Like, I think now we're entering an age where people are only going to go to a theater if it really seems like something special that will be worth their time and they'll get a great experience out of it. As opposed to how it used to be where people just kind of go to a theater to see anything, even if it looked kind of generic, because, you know, they were in malls and everyone was out and about, like in malls and shit. So, you know, I'll check out the newest superhero film just because it's there, and it'll probably just be, you know, some mindless entertainment for a little while. And it wasn't that expensive back then compared to now. So I just think times are changing in the movie industry, and the top level execs aren't really realizing that. So they're just pouring more money into generic films, safe films, things they perceive as safe, and they're not getting the returns that they're expecting anymore, which I think is an overall good thing. I'd love more creative projects. I think everyone would. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. It really takes a lot to surprise me with stupidity in this day and age, because we have easy, unlimited access to the loony bin called Twitter 24 hours a day. It's like a zoo, like a little SCP containment facility for all of the dumbest and weirdest creatures that evolution and inbreeding has ever produced. And yet today, I watched a video that left me stunned by an evil imbecile. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this because it went viral earlier this week, so I'm definitely tardy to the party, but I'm just seeing it now. It's a drunk driver from Illinois. She killed 2 people and couldn't stop giggling about it and couldn't register that she wasn't going to be able to go to school the following day or get her car back. So there's body cam footage that has now just come out, even though this incident took place last year. She received 14 years for this, which I think is just not enough. I've been very vocal about my disdain for drunk drivers. I hate drunk drivers more than Garfield hates Mondays. It is a purely unforgivable act. It is selfish, dangerous, and there's no excuse for it ever. Especially in today's society where there's Uber, Lyft, a taxi, calling a friend, you can easily find transportation to get home that doesn't involve putting everyone's life at risk on the road. And this lady killed 2 people while drunk driving. Just normal, innocent people that did nothing wrong, and not only did she kill them, she couldn't stop laughing about it, just having a giggle fit like she was in a tickle fight. The body cam footage released, and it is disgusting.
That's right. Okay. That's right. I told you it's hard. I'd rather do the walking.
Okay, go up. Keep your head straight. Just look up with your eyes.
She's reacting to a fatal accident like a child reacts to a clown at a birthday party. And she was informed that 2 people involved here died. And she truly just couldn't give less of a fuck about any of that.
Oh, hey, you never answered me about my car. I have school tomorrow, so how do I get my car for tomorrow?
Well, your car is totaled.
It's what?
Your car is totaled.
Totaled?
Totaled, wrecked.
So they conducted field sobriety tests, all of which she failed because obviously she is completely hammered. They then get to this point in the video where the officer and her are in the room, and she doesn't like the silence, so she says that she's going to start singing. So she starts flexing the golden pipes with some of the worst fucking singing you'll ever hear. It's not really singing, it's more like some kind of Gregorian chant if it was being farted out of a walkie-talkie, and she starts dancing like she's in some kind of trance. But regardless, she starts boogieing down and singing. She's treating this whole situation like she's at fucking Mardi Gras. Like it's like she's celebrating that she had just killed 2 people as if it was some kind of fucking sacrifice, and she's happy about the whole situation. It's not even that she's not registering it. She actively doesn't care, which is completely different. Yes, she is beyond drunk, clearly, but she is aware of what has happened. He has told her multiple times. She understands why she's there and just actually doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, so how do I get it here?
You don't.
So, I don't go to school tomorrow, is what you're telling me?
You brain dead fucking worm. Obviously you're not going to school tomorrow. You just killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident. This isn't GTA where you can just reset and undo what happened here. You took 2 people's lives away because you're a fucking ridiculously stupid idiot. Like, holy shit. And the only thing that she can even process is that this might be an inconvenience to her because she has school tomorrow and she doesn't want to miss class.
No, man. You want me to be honest with you? You're going to jail, you don't have a bond, you killed 2 people tonight. I don't think you understand that. You do not have a bond, you are not getting out of jail. Your car is property of East Peoria Police Department because it's a crime scene. It killed 2 people tonight. You are clueless with that, clearly. I've already explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to school tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of impound.
Okay, the Tuesday, my night class.
How this officer didn't just stand up and flip a chair over out of frustration is beyond me. Just watching this had me want to flip a table like I had just lost a game of chess and got upset about it. He just laid down all of the brass tacks here, explained the situation for the fucking 50th time already, and once again, she still only cares about her standing, about being able to go to class. So then she says, well, what about Tuesday? You know, like, as if she thought she'd only spend like 24 hours in jail or something after killing 2 people. Like, okay, you know, I'll do the time for the crime. Okay, I get it. Punishment is necessary. So 24 hours, right? Tuesday I can get my car? We can just go ahead and magically put my car back together even after it's been totaled after my drunk driving accident that took away 2 people's lives? Do we have a Magneto on board who can fix my car up so that I can get to class on Tuesday?
Did you just hear what I just told you?
You said I'm not going tomorrow. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Did you hear when I said
You
that
said I'm going to jail tomorrow.
You're going to jail when we're done here?
Yes.
Did you understand what I told that you killed 2 people tonight?
Yes. I'm just wondering when I can go to school.
Okay, we're done.
Once again, she is hearing him loud and clear. She is acknowledging that she is hearing that she is responsible for the death of 2 people. She just doesn't care. They could have brought the corpses in, and she probably would have let out a hearty belly laugh like Santa Claus. She doesn't fucking care. She didn't know them personally, thus their life is meaningless to her. The only thing that matters is now it might be somewhat of an inconvenience because she thinks she might not be able to go to school tomorrow or even on Tuesday now. So now she's starting to get a little panicked because, oh, she's going to miss her fucking Tuesday night class. Not because she just killed 2 people, it's just she's going to miss her Tuesday night class.
You're all on body camera being completely careless about killing 2 people tonight. You could care less. That's sad and pathetic and horrible all at the same time.
Can you say that as a cop?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, so can I ask when I can go back to school?
I'm not the officer on the scene here, but I can answer the question for you. 14 years, and you can go back to school. And hopefully, if you do go back to school in 14 years, everyone bullies the shit out of you and never lets you forget this moment, and never lets you forget what you did. I don't think you should be able to go back to school in 14 years. I think that is way too lenient of a punishment for what you've done. I think the sentence should have been much longer here, for sure. But I wasn't the judge on the case, so it's clearly not up to me here. I think she is irredeemably stupid, and I do think stupidity can reach a level where it is dangerous, like in a case like this, where you become a danger to everyone around you because you are such an absolute bumbling fucking moron. Now, she was singing a bit of a different tune here, talking about how remorseful she was, saying she's sorry for everything and she'd never commit anything like that again, hasn't drank since that day and doesn't plan on drinking ever again. However, the judge was implored to just impose the maximum 28-year penalty, which I do completely agree with, but unfortunately, she only received 14 years. I also find it very hard to believe that now she's starting to feel remorseful, only now that she realizes she's not only going to miss school for those couple of days, she's going to miss school for 14 years. I still don't believe she has any level of remorse for the victims here. I truly don't. I understand she was drunk, but I used to get drunk a lot, and if you told me I so much as pushed somebody and hurt them, I would have been inconsolably upset that I was responsible for something like that, even while fucking inebriated. Like, it's not like when you're drunk, all of a sudden you become a callous statue that can't process emotion or process any level of information. Because she acknowledged multiple times that she understood 2 people died from what happened. She just still didn't care. She kept singing and dancing and just talking about school and how it might be an inconvenience to her. So I really do think that even while sober, she just doesn't fucking value anyone's life that she doesn't personally know. I know this is me getting very like armchair psychologist about all of it, but it's just the impression I get from the body cam footage as well as reading the rest of the story. I think she is irredeemably stupid and evil and dangerous. So, just wanted to talk about this story a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Well, yes, I actually did just finish playing pickup basketball on this sacred Thursday night. Thank you for asking. How did I play? Well, terribly, actually. I played horribly. I almost immediately pulled my shoulder, which at my age is very painful. And then my old man brittle bones started creaking a lot and a fly flew in my mouth. But that didn't stop me from putting on an absolute shooting nightmare. I went like 4 for 12 and 0 for 2 from the 3. It was bad. And also, the fly in my mouth paranoid me because I'm a hypochondriac. I couldn't stop imagining Ozzy and Drix inside of my body fighting against this fly in there. It wasn't my best showing. But can you stop talking about basketball so much, please? That's not what we're here for. Goodness gracious, you're a real chatty Cathy. What the fuck? What we're here to discuss is a really weird criminal I learned about on stream last night, and I've been thinking about him ever since. There's a case going around about a criminal in Essex who has done nothing but steal pacifiers from literal babies. Wait, what? Man, 23, charged with snatching dummies from babies in Essex. Dummies? You guys call pacifiers dummies? It just sounds like you're insulting your kid. Why not just call him a pacifier? A man will appear in court charged with snatching dummies out of the mouths of babies. What a cartoonishly evil plan. Does he at least sell them or something? Like, what's the motivation besides just making a baby cry? Josh Gilder was arrested on Monday on suspicion of theft from a person, robbery, and using threatening behavior to cause alarm and distress. This happened on 4 occasions, apparently. The serial pacifier robber, burglar. What does he do with them? Does he just take them out and run away, or does he take them out and put them back? Like, what does he do? Oh, here we go. We got some more information. All right. The story just took a really interesting twist. So according to this, well, according to her, he uses the dummy to soothe himself. So what he's doing, and this is a revolting thought, he is taking the pacifiers out of babies' mouths and then sucking on them himself. That is fucking gross. Holy shit. He said he would take the dummy and then go sit in a tent and use the dummy, describing the thefts as purely acquisition, so acquisitive. Goulder also admitted causing harassment, alarm, and distress to a police officer the day he was arrested. He told the officer, "If my stuff gets broken, I swear I'll kill you." He denied 3 charges of assault relating to 3 of the 5 children who he took dummies from. Still shouldn't be stealing them from babies. Bit of a hot take there from me, but, you know, I'll say it with my chest. Stealing from a baby is... well, that's pretty low. You know, I'm just gonna say, he's a jerk. He's a bit of a jerk. When police were initially looking for this guy, they released this photo hoping that someone recognized him, when it's just a photo of someone's back with a hoodie on. But I mean, I guess it worked out in the end because they did apprehend him. He was taking candy from literal babies, pretty much, and they eventually did arrest him for it. But I really like the idea that someone sees this and they're like, "Oh my god, that hoodie! Wait a minute, that frame! I know exactly who that is! That's my buddy Josh!" And who knows, maybe that's exactly how it happened. But yeah, they did apprehend him, and the whole story is very baffling. That's a odd crime, for sure. But I want to give you a little bonus crime that I learned about on stream last night. Actually, you know what? I'll give you 2, because we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole with weird crimes. So this next one is about a serial mannequin pisser who's still on the loose, so beware of any mannequins. They might be marked with urine somewhere out there. So just sleep with one eye open. I work at Target, and one day we found that somebody had peed on a mannequin. Turns out he'd been hitting other Targets in Minnesota and peeing on mannequins. The guy has not yet been caught. Don't worry, I'm on the case. I just looked up urinating on mannequins, and the first thing that came up was a Wikipedia page called Mannequin Piss. Is this him? Does he have his own Wikipedia page? And here's a urinating mannequin, which is an art piece. I think I found the culprit for your phantom pisser that keeps coming in and urinating on the mannequins. I think it's this guy. Got him. And this next criminal is not some unknown menace. This is actually a very well-known criminal. Burger King. And the crime, horrible food. But this time around, what they were guilty of is a promotional marketing campaign that led to the death of a few children, infants, during their Pokemon promotion of 1999. I don't know how many of you knew this, but I was completely unaware that this ever happened, so I learned about it on stream last night, and I thought this was a really weird thing that happened back then that I haven't really heard too many people talk about. Have you heard about the Pokemon ball toy that killed a bunch of kids? What? Reflecting on the Burger King Pokemon disaster of 1999. What? I've never heard of this. Some of the most iconic toys of the 90s showed up on greasy trays across the country, but perhaps the biggest frenzy arrived with a series of Pokemon collectibles from Burger King at the turn of the millennium. Pokemania hit a fever pitch in 1999, and the frenzy had a body count. Time magazine helped introduce the Japanese imported phenomenon known as Pokemon to the mainstream. Okay. At the very center of their page, a space normally occupied by heads of state, religious leaders, and business magnates, Poliwhirl leaped out at the reader. I actually vaguely remember this cover. While parents, journalists, and psychologists were mulling the attitudinal impacts of the fad, a far more banal Pokedanger was emerging. On December 11th, 1999, 13-month-old Kira suffocated to death in Northern California. A Pokemon toy from Burger King Kids Meal was believed to be the cause. The company had begun a massive Pokemon promotion in connection with the Pokemon the First movie, which debuted on November 10th. The 56-day promotion, one of the largest in history, was intended to run from early November to end of December. The Kids Meal prize during that 2-month period was one of 57 different Pokemon toys. Making the promotion all the more exciting was the fact that the toys were encapsulated within the immediately familiar red and white orb of a Pokeball. Burger King had plans to distribute over 25 million toys in this clever format for free with any Kids Meal purchased.
Enjoy.
She's even in body armor. They knew this was dangerous. That's a huge promo. Did they have all 151? How? Damn, Burger King used to go hard. As far as Kira's death was concerned, the toy itself, as it turned out, wasn't the problem. She died after one half of the plastic Pokeball, measuring just under 3 inches in diameter, became attached to her face. She had somehow gotten it stuck over her nose and mouth, forming an airtight seal. Holy shit. Her mother took a shower for about 20 minutes, and when she emerged, her daughter was dead. Spokesperson for Equity Marketing, the toy maker that had partnered with Burger King, would later state that the toy meets or exceeds all federal safety guidelines. And Charles Nicholas, a spokesperson for Burger King, argued it was not concluded that the ball was the cause. I mean, it seems like a completely freak incident, but I mean, the ball was literally the cause. But it's not the design's fault, I don't think, right? Like that's truly a freak thing. From the sound of it. 10 days later, on December 23rd, it happened again. An 18-month-old girl in Kansas almost suffocated. By the time her father pried the half of a Pokeball from her face, the girl's lips had turned blue. When we found out about the first death, there was a realization that this could be a huge national concern. This was the worst-case scenario. A major fast food chain, not just a toy store, distributing these toys by the millions. How is it happening, though? It doesn't look like that'd be a really easy situation to find yourself in. And also, who's letting 13-month-old and 18-month-old babies eat Burger King alone? Also, what do they eat from Burger King? Aren't you still basically on mush? Maybe not at 18 months, but 13 months? When do you stop having, like, mush? When's the cutoff period? Why is every major fast food controversy about Burger King? Because Burger King it's actually a scourge. Burger King needs to just be shut down. They make the worst fucking food imaginable. Burger King have come around now, but we did have to push them. Oh, they have a recall commercial. It was such a different time back then. They had to make another advertisement in order to advertise the recall. Nowadays, they'll just make a tweet, be like, hey, we're sorry we killed some kids. Like, what more is there to say? We're sorry. Like every game dev that comes out right now when they release a pile of shit. January 25th, 2000, a month after the recall began, 4-month-old Zachary Jones was found dead in his crib in Indianapolis, Indiana. He too had been suffocated by a Pokeball. It's hard to believe that you go to get the kids something to eat, you bring home a lethal toy. How is a 4-month-old eating Burger King? And unmonitored by their parents? Now, of course, there clearly is something wrong with the design here, I think. Maybe the pictures aren't doing it justice for what the Pokeball actually looks like. But what the fuck? This is a 4-month-old with Burger King? And no supervision? Holy shit, that's a recipe for disaster even if it wasn't Burger King lethal Pokeballs. Are they just clipping it around their nose like a pin? So from the way it describes it, it seems like what was happening is the baby would be playing with the Pokeball and the half would get caught on its face, like a fighter pilot, basically, with their mask. And it created an airtight seal that suffocated them. Have you watched Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems, like, really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just, like, actually uninteresting. Assassin the First List. Oh, man. I gotta sign in with my age here. Wait just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. These games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt. Which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin the First List. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one though, the waifu shooter. This is the Hitman UI. Wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly. The target name was Osama bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh wait, you're right. It is Ozma. It's Osama bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. Two down. Alright. No! What? It's so dark, I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright, alright. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up, get up. Oh god, oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, okay, I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Understood, understood. I'm gonna be honest, this difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. Thought no one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh no, 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 oh no, 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 no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ. Like, no, Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. I'll sneak. That's worthless. That's I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick, misclick. Grenade, grenade. Nice.
What a crap.
What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Ah, more, huh? No! Okay. The super soldier. That's That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the Ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. Bad Light County and a bad attitude. Yep. Is there no options? Huh. Well, I guess when it comes to UFOs, you really don't have any options anyway. That's probably the message. Goddamn aliens stealing our frames. Man, she is chugging. These cutscenes are pretty cool. It's just driving on a straight road. And then turning left into this dirt road or turning right into a gas station so far. The aliens! No! Get off of our planet, scoundrels. They'll never see us here. Don't do it! If you get the tractor beam out, I swear to God! That's at least 3 stars, Bubba. Wow, one of those is so fucking far away. That is despicable. 950? On foot? Oh god. You dirty what the fuck? You dirty bastards. Reloading. That was the instant transmission sound effect from Dragon Ball. They're well trained in our culture. Damn, that poor guy actually did come in peace. He didn't shoot a single bullet at me. Or laser beam, rather, I guess. This is awesome. I like that they made the map as big as fucking possible. That way it takes extremely long to do even the most basic shit. So you can never refund it, because it'll take you 2 hours just to get to the first thing. But at least it's a non-stop thrill ride on the way there. I bet it's gonna make me run all the way back before going to get the next shit. Yep. Yep, it is. That's extraordinary. Well, I'm not doing that. That's probably enough of UFO Ranch. Wow. It probably isn't going to change our day-to-day life, but it really helps further our understanding of the universe because, again, that's huge.
Yeah, I saw they said they've been hunting these waves for over a decade now.
Yep, and they can finally confirm it with compelling evidence.
Which, can you imagine dedicating your life to something for over 10 years and then being right and finding it? That's good news. That's like the story of Moby Dick. That's their white whale, and they caught it.
We finally did. I think it's very interesting, and I'm excited to see what else we can learn about the space around us. Hopefully the next one is dark matter.
What do you want to find out about dark matter?
That we can use it in some way. If I remember correctly, now this could just be totally wrong, and I'm willing to admit that.
It could be.
If I remember correctly, a single, like, pencil tip of dark matter creates a big enough explosion, like 10x a nuclear bomb.
I feel like we don't want to learn to harness that.
But imagine if we did.
You don't have to imagine it. You know exactly what would happen. We would weaponize it and use it.
We'd use it for really fast internet speeds. Dark matter routers.
Gaming on 5 billion
Yeah.
gigs per second.
Then you could finally download Ark Survival Evolved in less than 3 days.
Oh my God, you're so right. Wow. The future is bright
Thanks to
and dark.
to the gravitational waves, baby. Important for our understanding of life
It is.
elsewhere.
It is very
I'm a
good.
little surprised they don't have like a personal chef to cook some yummies for them on this long.
Well, I don't think they
isolation.
would going to Mars either.
An astronaut chef, I think, would be integral.
That is true. You got the engineer. The
You're gonna need
medical
good
officer.
nutrients.
I mean, I guess if you really think about it, they get bags and they. Yeah, they
but
just have
imagine if you had a
food.
personal chef to take those ingredients and make something incredible out of it.
They really rehydrate those foods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's an untapped market.
I think you're right. We should train to be astronaut chefs.
We could open our own like space restaurant, and maybe then we'd finally get some extraterrestrial visitors. Like, I want
Yeah.
to try this cuisine.
Nobody visits here because they go, this food stinks.
They got Waffle House here? No, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll
I
go
don't want to get in a
elsewhere.
fight. I want food.
I keep thinking of gravitational waves now. So like the ripple effect that causes
Mhm.
the gravitational waves is absolutely nuts too, because it has to do a lot with like black holes and shit. Totally unrelated to the Mars
Yeah,
thing. We
I
can
mean,
move on.
not really. They're going to have to fly through it.
So the gravitational waves push and pull the space-time continuum itself, if you can believe that.
Oh,
Yeah, like,
all right, we're going real deep.
Yeah, I was reading about that, and I was like, this sounds like actually out of a movie, and I don't know how much of it I believe anymore.
Yeah, that level of science. Mars is great. We're moving on.
Mars
That-
has no gravitational waves.
Yeah, that level of science is where I get to where I'm like, you start blurring the lines of science fiction and reality, and it's like it makes no sense.
Did you read about how they read the waves?
It was a big antenna, right?
It's basically a big tuning fork. That
Really?
They stick out because they measure the distance, like when the waves hit one bar, and then the time it takes to hit the other bar.
Oh, wow.
So they basically, it's just a massive like series of antennas that travel.
That's
Well,
so cool.
and like that shit literally sounds like the plot of a Rick and Morty episode
It
where
really
Rick's
does.
like, I'm gonna send out the tuning fork into space and listen to
Morty,
space music.
I'm gonna have to sleep real quick.
Yep.
Cover me while I
and then
sleep.
it just tuning fork comes out and it like starts playing like fucking Green Day in the ship, and it's
Yeah.
just like, it's fucking
You
Rick and
glorbed in
Morty.
my trick hole again, Morty. Oh yeah, never mind. I'll do the sound for you.
Yeah, you're a mama dolphin and you see your little baby.
You want to go swim in the ocean? Oh, you go for a little swim. You go for a little swim. You should swim.
That was spot on.
Yeah.
If I was your baby dolphin, I'd be so hyped up.
Yeah,
right
you'd be
now.
really excited.
Yeah, that was really good, and you can hear. Oh,
Oh, there it is. Oh, I thought that was just me
I was like, oh
again.
my god, they're answering.
Yeah, that's what I sound like.
Legit, you translate that to English? It's just Charlie.
It's what I was saying, probably.
Wow.
You want to grab a little puffer fish? Get a little smoky puffer fish?
Do you think dolphins like pufferfish?
Oh, they do. They get high off of them.
Oh,
yeah,
I
no,
forgot about
that's right.
that.
They like bite on pufferfish because it's like
Mhm.
like a hit, like some kind of neurotoxin, and they just like get high.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. As a mother dolphin, you're encouraging your baby dolphin to go do drugs.
Yeah,
now,
but they don't have
ocean drugs.
they don't have like laws in the ocean.
That's true. You're in
survival of the fittest
maritime
down there.
Law at that point.
International water.
International waters. You can
smoke pufferfish all day and night.
We should try smoking a pufferfish.
I would
for
never.
everybody. No, it
Yeah.
legitimately would just kill us.
It would die.
I was gonna say I didn't think we were on that list. Yeah, it's they are also one of 3 in 2023 to get it. It's Azerbaijan and Tajikistan. So really, what the hell are we doing that we are not malaria free yet? That's baffling.
We've had so many cool experiments to try and kill mosquitoes off entirely. I remember
Yes.
a cool one was we were turning mosquitoes in celibate.
Oh.
Or, sorry, incel. Like we were turning them celibate. Like they wouldn't reproduce anymore, so that way in a few generations they'd die off. But I guess that we haven't seen the fruits of those labors yet.
I love once a year you'll see the signs up around here, well around everywhere with the little fish with the ninja mask on. They call them ninja fish, and you can go get one for free. I'm not making this up. This is not an Aaron story. You go get the fish and you put them in like water near your house, and they eat mosquitoes.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Dragonflies also.
A mosquito that has malaria.
There's only one type that has it.
It's the
That sick bastard.
Yeah.
Anopheles.
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 Wow.
And yeah, it was found in Sarasota County.
It was in Sarasota. That's where the dolphins were baby talking.
Oh, boy.
I'm not saying I'm positive, but I think there's a correlation.
We don't have enough data yet.
Yeah, we'll get on that. We'll send Aaron. But anyways, yeah, congrats to Belize. You're killing it. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll try to catch up. It's that happy time of year again, and no, it's not Christmas. It's time to tell you about moistglobal.com. Tell them what I've got here, Chuck.
You've got a great Moist Esports jersey right there, Matt. Comfortable fit, knows how to breathe, and knows how to look good.
Breathable, comfy, perfect. You go to moistglobal.com, you pick up this bad boy, you pick up a hoodie, you pick up sweatpants, slides, headbands, we've got it all. So
that is right.
Yeah, go to moistglobal.com.
That's great news.
55 discs, it would take me a day, like an entire day.
Yeah, but with a dog, you have to keep in mind, doesn't have two hands, only one mouth, has to go there and back, very inefficient. This probably took a couple months.
The story makes it sound like it was in like a short period of time in a day.
No, it seems like a mission. I think
like she brings the dog. Okay.
When she walks her dog, often Daisy will then go into the woods, get maybe 2 or 3 frisbee golf discs, and then.
I was much more thinking like the way it sounded was like Daisy went into the woods, and then came out with a fuck ton of discs, and her owner was like, "Holy shit! Like that's 155
She'd
frisbees."
need to rent a U-Haul for that.
True. Well, great job, Daisy,
Good
and
work,
I hope
Daisy.
all of those discs sell.
Amen.
Oh,
that's so sweet.
Oh my God, this might be the cutest one we've covered yet.
Yeah, this is
I can't
adorable.
handle that. I'm gonna cry.
And immediately getting into the shade because the sun hurts.
Yeah, it does. It does. So there's some bad there too. So yeah, well, somebody look real quick. I think you're right. I was like, why would it leave an LA?
Yeah, why would it leave a sanctuary?
But yeah, as you saw there, Vanilla and Shake got rehomed. They were 2 of the last 7 chimpanzees to get rehomed from this facility. Shake ran right outside. Shake was excited. Vanilla was apprehensive. She sat in the door and was like, I'm not really sure. And then as you saw, Dwight, the alpha male, was like, no, you're good, come out, jumped right out. Just adorable.
That was adorable.
But yeah, so it's from a New York, redact everything I said about the LA thing, made no sense. From a New York-based lab, rehomed. Yeah, that seems weird as shit. Why would you not? Maybe they just didn't even see the thing about Beckett.
Maybe they didn't.
I
know
just
about
can't
Beckett.
imagine you know about PSA but not Beckett.
Yeah, especially after like this kind of publicity around the card. But yeah, so it has been apparently authenticated, but I do want to at least put out a little wiggler here that there's a chance that it could be counterfeit. From what I recall, there was at least one instance where a card did get graded that was fake.
Throw it out there. It's counterfeit.
It could. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be. It's a 1 of 1, meaning that they had nothing to compare it to. But I imagine if they authenticated it, they had to go to Wizards, right?
If Wizards
didn't
but like
look at
what
it.
we were expecting, where Wizards would hold the card to sell more boxes.
Yeah.
Imagine they did, and this was found, but Wizards knows how much shit they'll get if they say that's not the real card, and they're just like, fuck.
Yeah, how do you know that's not the real card? Well,
Yeah, because like the real card's in my office right now.
It's
Like,
still in my office.
Oh
yeah.
man. They're in a pickle. I know this is all just us making things up, but man, are they in a pickle.
It's a speculative pickle on our head theory.
Yeah, as I like to say on the legal side, that card is as fake as I legally can say as a joke.
Good news though for the.
Yeah, I hope you cash in. I hope you get your
I hope
money.
you cash
Please
in.
sell the card.
You gotta sell it.
There's a lot of people who'll be like, I'm keeping this and hanging it on my wall. You may do that. Just sell the damn thing.
I don't think there's many people that would turn down $2 million for a Magic the
Would you
Gathering
sell it?
card. Well, we were gonna hold it ransom for more money.
It would have been.
Which you're welcome to do, by the way.
If you want to give
if
it
you're
to
watching.
us, what? We'll pay half price.
We'll take like a finder's fee. He's the opposite. We'll take a hostage fee to let us conduct the ransom negotiations.
All right. Now I want it.
Hey, it's that magical moment of the good news segment where we win you a lot of money through the lottery. Here's this week's Powerball winners coming right up.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm catching a big one.
You know, if If the guy would have just played our numbers, or girl, he wouldn't have needed that Lord of the Rings card to sell.
That's true, because your first Powerball number is what, Matt?
66.
All right. I'm going back into the money pool. Oh, that's a big duck.
It's crazy that we give out such good content for free. We actually make you money. 25.
Mm-hmm. Make sure to play these, sports fans.
What do you think the next one's going to be?
It's going to be an 8.
Really?
Yep.
That's an 8. Oh, it's a 50. You know what I'm feeling on this one?
Huh.
12.
12. That's like catching a giant tuna. Whoop. Here we go.
Why?
He's on the line. Why is it like catching a giant tuna?
Yeah.
I don't know.
44.
Man, these... Hey, far be it from me to question our scientific method, but these are some high numbers.
We are simply the vessel that God reaches through to pull out these numbers.
True. Ain't that the truth? All right.
Some would call us angels.
Yep, last one.
36.
And now your Powerball number. Where's those special ducks?
That was genocide.
I'm going into a different pond.
Nice. Fish on.
All right. Your Powerball number?
2.
All right.
All right, here, hold your mic. So we go smallest to biggest, right?
Yep.
I gotcha. All right, we've got, read them for them.
25, 36, 44, 50, 66,
and 2.
Man, that's going to be a crazy Powerball drawing this week when 10 million people win it.
Yeah, they're all going to get $1.
Yeah.
And it'll be great.
It'll be a big split, and you're
I
welcome.
really cannot wait for that to happen.
It's going to happen. I'm feeling
will.
good.
I agree.
All right. And here's Aaron with the Grimace Shake.
Hey Patriots, it's Grimace's birthday, so I'm back to review another special sandwich from a very special restaurant for a very special boy. This is the Grimace meal. I got the purple shirt on, just special for him. It's a Big Mac, some fries, and a big yucky purple shake, just like him. I don't really love that because it makes me feel like I'm eating the big guy, and I don't want that. No, I didn't come here to beat around the bush. Let's get right into what we were really looking for. Speedrunning this one, the Grimace milkshake. Got a good color, a little bit uneven in the dispersal of the syrup, but it looks good. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. Maybe an elderflower, elderberry, lavender sort of flavor, very herbal. Now, what are you doing in there, Flavor? Now, what's that? What are you doing in there, Flavor? You're acting up a little bit. What are you doing in there? It's supposed to be reminiscent of cereal milk or frosting. That's definitely true. Well, that's remarkable. That's actually a really fucking good milkshake. It's probably going to give you like 2,000 calories and like fart cancer, but not bad. Good job. I don't know if Grimace made that himself, but I like to think so. 2 thumbs up. Good birthday. Happy birthday, Grimace.
It takes a strong man to lift a car, but it takes an even stronger man to admit when he was wrong. I can do both, but I'll only be doing one today, and that's admitting I was wrong about a show that I thought had absolutely zero chance of being entertaining in even the slightest way. And the show that I'm talking about is Twisted Metal. It's based on a video game franchise that I cherish deeply from my childhood. All of the trailers and all of the clips they released were horrible, and I made a whole video complaining about it because I felt personally attacked. First, they make a Halo show and completely ruin it, wipe their dirty cheeks with a beloved property with a horrible show, and then all of a sudden, Twisted Metal, what's next? It's like they're going up here in my noodle and looking for all the things I used to love growing up in order to ruin them with a TV show. And I still do stand by that video. Every single piece of promotional material they released for Twisted Metal was turbo ass. But now that I've finished watching the show, since it just came out a couple days ago, I can confidently say that I subscribe to a conspiracy theory that there was some kind of internal sabotage run on this show from the inside. There was a spy looking to sink this before it even had a chance to swim. Because all of the trailers and clips are the worst moments from the show. The show itself is actually fun. Now, I know that's become a bit of a cliche when something isn't great, but you want to be nice to it, but I use that in the truest sense of the word. I don't think Twisted Metal is a great show by any means, but it is an actually enjoyable one, which I really didn't think there'd be a chance of, because, again, all of the trailers and clips made it seem like it was written by, the fucking Saints Row team from 2022. It had, like, Forspoken level dialogue and jokes. It was rough. And those jokes are in the show. Like, it is very much heavy on a lot of jokes per minute. The JPM is off the fucking charts. The jokes per minute is going to be blowing your hair back with cringe from time to time. But for every 100 stinkers, there's a couple of good ones scattered throughout there. And this was what I was most concerned of, because for some reason the trailers and clips only showed a couple of comedy routines. There is a lot of action in the show, which should be the focal point of a Twisted Metal show, since the games are all about fucking car combat with guns, missiles, and wacky, zany characters doing crazy shit like Sweet Tooth. And in the games, it gets very dark with, like, the narrative. The show, not so much. There's a couple of, like, darker moments, but very much so the show's emphasis is on comedy, but it does have a healthy dollop of action as well, which I just didn't even think it would have any at all based on everything they released prior to it coming out. So this is going to be a little pseudo moist meter. It's nice to be pleasantly surprised because I expected this to be horrible. I really did. And I totally forgot it was even coming out, but last night on stream, chat reminded me that it came out and they were shocked that it turned out to be somewhat decent. And they're right, it is decent. I had a fun time watching it. That being said, again, it's not a great show. A lot of the writing here, aside from, like, jokes when it actually is trying to tell a story, is laughable. Especially with the two main characters, John Doe and Quiet. Now, their chemistry is fine, but a lot of the things that happen between them makes it seem like it actually is an AI-generated script that has a couple of bullet points that it needs to hit, but didn't really know how to naturally weave it in there. So I shit you not, in one of the episodes, there's a scene where the two of them fuck in a ball pit, then they get into an argument, then they fuck in the ball pit again, and then they get into an argument, then one of them leaves, and then there's a lightning storm, so then they have to come back, and then they, like, reconcile, and they're all good again. Like, this back and forth keeps happening like this. It's this constant flip-flopping. Like a light switch being turned off and on like Nosferatu from SpongeBob in that episode with the hash-slinging slasher. Like, they very clearly had things they wanted to convey, but they weren't super effective at conveying it. And also, the vast majority of the conversation between the two main characters usually ends with them saying, fuck you. That's usually where the conversation will wrap up, and then they'll go on their way driving somewhere. It's pretty weak. Like, the writing isn't exactly what you'd consider fine-tuned, but what's crazy is, it didn't take away from the enjoyment of the show, because it feels right at home in a stupid world. The entire universe they built here is stupid, and every character in it is a fucking idiot. Like, the entire world got hit with, like, stupid radiation or something. There must have been, like, a fucking solar flare that blew up everyone's brain, and now everyone's got brain worms, and they're all just actual morons in this world. Which is kind of charming in its own way. The actual story of the Twisted Metal show is, 20 years ago, there was a bug that took out pretty much all electronics. The opening monologue had me rolling my eyes. It was mentioning, porn's gone, so the world collapsed. That people couldn't access the internet anymore, and the world went to shit. So now it's a post-apocalypse, it's a dystopia, and our main character, John Doe, is what's called a milkman who does deliveries for settlements back and forth. And every character you meet is dumb. Actually stupid. So when there's bad writing like this, it almost feels like it's on purpose to a certain extent, which I guess is a real blessing to the writers, because they could be as lazy as they want with, like, character relationships, and it doesn't feel awful to watch. Because you kind of expect it in this broken world filled with broken people. So, I know it sounds like I'm shitting on it, but I'm really not. Like, that's not even actually a complaint for me with the writing being bad. There's a lot of bad jokes, and that is a complaint, because there is a lot of jokes that just do not land and fall super flat. They also repeat a lot of the same jokes. Like, it's like they forgot that they told that joke an episode ago, and it's not even meant to be a callback. It's just they said the exact same thing in a different situation, and I don't believe it was on purpose. I think they just actually forgot. But there is a lot of jokes that don't work, but there are quite a few that do. And I think the real star of this show is Sweet Tooth, whom I was the most concerned about going into it, because Sweet Tooth is the face of Twisted Metal. He's not the main character here, but he does have a lot of screen time. In the video game franchise, he is a wacky character, of course, but he is fucked up. He has an extremely dark past. Like I mentioned in the last video, one of his main wish in the last Twisted Metal game is he wanted to kill his daughter. His daughter was the only person he was unable to actually kill, so his wish from Calypso was to be able to go and kill her. But it turns out she had already killed herself from the trauma that Sweet Tooth had inflicted upon her after he killed her family. So like it's very dark shit that Sweet Tooth deals with. And in all of the trailers and clips, they just make Sweet Tooth look to be like some kind of really embarrassing Joker clone. Like the classic "I'm the Joker, baby" meme, right? Like, it didn't seem like they really understood Sweet Tooth as a character and what would make him both fun to watch and also intimidating and scary. Again, all of the trailers and clips make it just seem like he's going to be a goofball, we live in a society Joker meme character. Like that shit on Facebook, you know, poop in a toilet, no one bats an eye, poop in the fridge and everyone loses their mind type energy, kind of Joker character. But in the actual show here, he shines. They do a good job with the character. He doesn't really share a whole ton in common with his video game counterpart, but it really does feel like they understood somewhat of the spirit of what Sweet Tooth should be in a live action format. So I did appreciate him. Like, I enjoyed him on screen here. Yeah, he wasn't the main character or anything, but they do have a large chunk of an episode dedicated to kind of laying out the foundation to what made Sweet Tooth crack, and what turned him into a psychopath maniac. And they also do bring in some other elements from his past that really lay the foundation for him as a character. And throughout the entire show, he's not only like extremely entertaining, like the best jokes in the show actually come from Sweet Tooth, but he also has like the best moments in general. Most of the action that's really good filters through Sweet Tooth's kills and Sweet Tooth's driving ability and his ice cream truck. All of the best moments about Twisted Metal actually do come from Sweet Tooth, which I'm really happy about, because I thought they were going to fuck him up in a big way, but they don't. Samoa Joe as Sweet Tooth here fucking crushed it. I just really didn't dislike the show, even though there is still a lot to not like about it, because there's so much downtime in this show. There is a lot of moments where there's really nothing happening. There's some very bad visuals too. For example, there's something called like a Watkins storm or something. I'm already forgetting exactly what they called it. But basically it's like this storm with colorful lightning that keeps striking all over the place. And there's a scene, like I mentioned, where the character runs out there and John Doe gets zapped by it. And it looks horrible. It looks like something out of CW, right? Like it's horrible effects. There is a lot of well, I won't say a lot. There's a few moments like that where the visuals fucking collapse and look terrible. But even still, I just didn't dislike it. It was a lot more entertaining than I would have ever expected it to be based on everything they released for its marketing materials. I do wish they had spent a little bit longer polishing that up, because again, that in particular, that lightning storm was terrible. That was horrible. That entire scene should have just been fucking cut. It looked like an Adobe's After Effects tutorial on YouTube. It was bad. And there's a couple other moments like that. That's definitely the most egregious of them, though. And I do also wish there was more car combat. A lot of the action in the show takes place outside of cars, because obviously it's easier to film that. But there is still a couple of chunks that have car combat, and that's when the show's at its best. I just wish there was more. I really wish they had leaned harder on that. I think the opening scene here is really good with the car combat. It kind of peters off a little bit there, and you don't see too much for a little while. And then towards the end, it once again gets its footing back, and they have more car combat. But there's a lot of in the middle where there's pretty much none, and I just wish there was more. I won't go on too much longer about this show. Overall, though, I'm just happy that it was entertaining. It does set itself up for Season 2 that really does feel like it's supposed to be going more true to Twisted Metal itself. I don't want to get into spoilers, but the way that the Season 1 here wraps up leads into what you would expect Twisted Metal to be about, a tournament. And that's very exciting. So I think they did a good job of laying out the world here with Season 1. I wish it wasn't so heavy on lame jokes that fell flat. Like, they did have some good ones, and I just hope that if it does get a Season 2, it puts the car combat more front and center and focuses more on refining good jokes as opposed to just an overwhelming flood of non-stop jokes. So overall though, I'm just surprised that it wasn't a complete disaster, because all of the marketing material, all the promotional material they released for this made it look irredeemably awful. So yeah, I just wanted to make a video saying that I was wrong and this turned out to be a pretty fun watch. That's really about it. See ya. How far would you go to be the best? The number one in your industry? You've got to be willing to put everything on the line. And today's story is about a man who did just that. A man with dreams to be the number one bouncy castle business. He wanted to be the jumping castle god. But unfortunately, he flew a little too close to the sun and his wings burned up. Well, not really his wings. He just burned up every business that also sold jumping castles. He committed a series of arson attacks on rival bouncy castle businesses. His name is James Balcom, and he looks like a silly character you'd make with the Dark Souls character creator. He's currently serving an 11-year sentence for all of this, and I just found the whole story so wild. I legitimately feel bad for all of the rival businesses because a few of them lost their entire business to his arson attacks. So there were very real victims and very real trauma from it, from having their literal place of work be lit on fire and fucking incinerated by this madman, this lunatic. So I wanted to go over this story here because it's a weird one. Did you see the video on Melbourne's bouncy castle king that was jailed over a string of fire attacks on his rival bouncy castle businesses? Oh my god, what? Anderson threw a Molotov cocktail through a smashed window at a business, causing a huge blaze that engulfed the factory and destroyed 110 jumping castles. And it looks like he's going to jail. And it looks like he's done quite a few of these. This is very interesting. This happened last month. You've been holding out on me? Why didn't you tell me about this? Jumping castle operator jailed over arson attacks on Melbourne rivals. James Balcom set on destroying rival businesses that if one fire caused minor damage, he commissioned another. Wow. He desired to be the number one in Melbourne's jumping castle game, and had seen him jailed for up to 11 years over a series of arson attacks. What a crazy thing to commit your life to, being the number one jumping castle guy. The whole bouncing castle cartel. It's so weird. It seems like most often the most unhinged business people are the ones in like the children's entertainment center or sphere. Like the bouncy castle guys running like an arson unit to take out competitors. Surprised this isn't from Florida. Fucking true. Amen. I am almost disappointed it's not from Florida, if I'm being honest. The County Court of Victoria heard that Balcom, whose company Awesome Party Hire was ranked number one on Google after he commissioned the attacks on rival businesses, was arrested after he ordered that his own shed be torched. Galaxy Brain covering his tracks. No, I'm not the one behind the arson attacks. Look, someone lit my empty shed on fire last night. We have to put a stop to fucking Firefly ASAP. Please, God, anyone, the Human Torch has gone loose. He's rogue. Only way to stay on top. I would argue the only way to stay on top is to legitimately be the best jumping castle business as opposed to the only one that's not lit on fire. For example, let's say I'm in the market for getting some bouncy castles and I really want high quality product. I'm checking Google and Awesome Party Hire's number one. But then I scroll down and it says like all of the ones underneath it are literally cremated. I'd be like, this is fishy. I'll just get a bigger birthday cake. Fuck the castle. I feel like there'd just be like a very big red flag if that is the only jumping castle business that's left standing. 3 days after a March 2017 fire, Anderson was arrested and subsequently named Balcom as the instigator of the blaze and the attacks on rival businesses. Oh, so this has been going on for a while. Balcom, 58, appeared on Thursday by video link from prison in the county court where he was jailed for up to 11 years. Balcom has already served 2 years and 5 months and will be eligible for parole after 7 years and 10 months. Damn. They got him. I really am imagining like a Godfather situation. Like, it really seems so fucking intense in the bouncy castle game. You come to me on the eve of my daughter's birthday party and light my bouncy castle business on fire. You got some nerve. It's a dirty game in a cruel world. Yeah. It's not easy to put a smile on the face of children. It comes at a cost. And that cost is fire and flames. They're bouncing on the backs of the corpses of other bouncy castle businesses that came before them. And they don't even know it. It impacted the lives, livelihood of others and caused significant loss, suffering, and emotional trauma. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Arsenal do that to you. One business was targeted 3 times. At that point, just hire full-time firefighters on standby. That is so interesting. What does he look like? I want to look him up. Oh, wow. This... I imagine you also got an image in your head of some, like, lunatic-looking guy. I'm just going to tell you right now, he looks exactly like the image you have in your head. This looks like an AI-generated arsonist. What the fuck? It's always the people you least expect, I suppose. Jesus. Why is his head so pointed? I don't know, man. I didn't create him in the Street Fighter 6 character creator. I have no idea. I didn't work on these sliders. He got done dirty, though, I'll tell you that much. God, this is so powerful. You became very successful in the jumping castle industry, but you also became completely fixated and obsessed with it. It consumed your every waking moment, Court Judge Stuart Bales told Balcom. You became the Dark Knight. You fell right into the Joker's palms. You're better than this, James. Gotham deserved more. Is that a mugshot? Yeah, he's already served 2 years of his sentence. So this must have been when they brought him in. They probably had to drag him kicking and screaming out of his bouncy castle. 110 jumping castles ignited and lost in an instant. Jesus, they lost their entire business from that. Halt! You've just reached a smile checkpoint. And it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's going to tug on your heartstrings and make you go, aww. A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy, howdy I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran, and he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming, by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where we can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, like, 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of like music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all of the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just like taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. And there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, you know, red-blooded, God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get like too deep into the weeds. But basically, they were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community, but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants, like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail. I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at $1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how this scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, hunting this content down and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. Artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes. So he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube, so it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail, and they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully, as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. The story of Overwatch is like a Shakespearean comedy, where it's not so much ha-ha, like laughing kind of comedy, more so just tragic. Just a completely horrific series of blunders that you can't help but point and at least giggle at. But overall, everything that's happening with Overwatch right now is entirely its own fault. I already made a whole video talking about the pathetic fumble of Overwatch 2, how they just completely slapped down the campaign and basically just annihilated it like the asteroid to the dinosaurs. It's extinct. The Overwatch 2 campaign, the single player, you know, the number one selling point of Overwatch 2, the thing that made Overwatch 2 a sequel, they just completely are getting rid of. And now you're being drip-fed little bits and pieces of what that content once was in the seasonal storyline PvE shit. So it's pathetic. A shell of what it was supposed to be, and it just keeps getting worse. Overwatch League, the esports scene for Overwatch, is imploding. Now, it's not completely dead yet, but it looks like it's on its deathbed. It looks like it's getting out its final ooh-rah here, and it's going out sad. It's actually pretty wacky. I haven't read this article on it. I wonder if this gives the full overview. Let me see. 6 years after the Overwatch League was formed, dark clouds loom on the horizon, but is OWL coming to an end? As the esports industry continues to navigate a dark period, commonly referred to as the esports winter. Jesus, that's embarrassing. Please don't call it that. This is just very natural for a highly inflated industry. Everyone knew this day was coming. They just kept kicking the can down the road. Oh, here we go. The 12 initial teams paid $20 million to enter the league in 2017, with the price of 8 expansion slots rising to as much as $35 million a year later. Actual, full-blown scam. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more and spend less. Rocket Money allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. I had actually just recently learned that I was still paying a subscription to a game that I haven't touched in probably about 6 years now. And thanks to Rocket Money, I was able to notice that and cancel it easily, with no headache and no hassle whatsoever. Rocket Money can also help lower your bills by uploading a photo, tapping a button, and it'll negotiate bills for you, from internet service bills to cable and phone bills. You can also set your own budgets to help keep everything in line, so that way you know if you're getting close to exceeding them, because you'll get a notification from Rocket Money, and it helps you visualize your spend-to-earn ratio by month, quarter, and year. Overall, Rocket Money is a fantastic all-in-one finance platform with tons of tools and features that can really help you out. So if you want to get started, you can get a free trial by going to the link in the description below, or by going to rocketmoney.com/moist to start trying it for free, or you can unlock even more features with premium. Thanks again to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. I brought this up multiple times after starting Moist Esports, because not a lot of people, like very few people, but a couple of people asked if we'd have any interest in Overwatch, and I said even if we did really like the competitive scene a lot, super passionate about it, there is no world where we could afford the buy-in. And I said it was like 20 million, and chat was like, "You're so wrong. No way. No, it's not. You're lying." Despite big ambitions and the extravagant sums of money involved, the Overwatch League has lost steam over the years, failing to ever eclipse the viewership it achieved at launch. Multiple factors have contributed to this, from the controversial YouTube exclusivity deal to the 2020 global health and travel crisis, to the allegations of abuse and harassment at Activision Blizzard. I don't know how much the YouTube exclusivity deal mattered. Even if it wasn't and they were still broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube, well, actually they wouldn't be able to under Twitch's new rules. That'd be illegal. That's forbidden. Okay, let's just assume they never had the exclusivity though. I don't think it would change. The interest in the game overall has been declining. And the esports sector of any game is always just a pocket. It's not the whole community. So it's kind of a niche within the community itself already. I don't think it would have mattered that much. Viewership in the Overwatch League has been in free fall. The recent 2020 spring stage qualifier had a peak of 118k and an average of 55k. a huge drop off from 437k and 140k from Season 1. Do they do drops? Because this is actually a lot higher than I would have expected it to be. That's actually higher than the LCS. I imagine they do drops in order to gamify it a little bit to cheese some viewers. They do? Okay, that makes sense. With no clear path to profitability and Activision Blizzard in the middle of acquisition by Microsoft, the Overwatch League could be on its last legs. It is. I hope they cover it. Yep, it's right here. As of July 20th, there's no confirmation that the Overwatch League is coming to an abrupt end. However, this possibility has become increasingly likely since Activision Blizzard released its second quarter earnings report, and the document revealed that OWL teams will vote on a new operating agreement at the end of the current season. A team that opts out of the league will be entitled to receive $6 million in termination fees. This means that if all 19 franchise teams decide to withdraw from the league, Activision Blizzard will pay a total of $114 million in termination fees. They're literally paying you to leave. They're like, please leave. We will even pay you to get the fuck out. Everyone will take it. I really think every single franchise team will. But imagine one that has so much money that they want to be petty. They could not take it and basically just hold the Overwatch League hostage, I think. Which would be fucking amazing. Just one team. The Bumblefuck Scoremasters, the last Overwatch League team holding out, refusing to take the buyout. It's like when a city's trying to buy like a dilapidated house in order to build around the area and the owner just won't sell. It's like that scene in Better Call Saul, actually. But with an esports squad. In the city case, I believe the government can forcibly take it. I don't think so. I'm not an expert, but this is very personal, actually. My university, the University of Tampa, they were doing some rapid expansion, and they were buying up a ton of houses and a ton of property around the area in order to keep building the university out over the last 10 years. There is still, to this day, last I checked, although it's been about a year now, so maybe it's different, one house in the middle of all of it. It's right before their lacrosse field, right next to their gym, and right in between their dance studio. There is one fucking house that they cannot buy because the owner will not sell. He refuses to sell. He's had it since like the fucking 30s. That shit's been there since the Stone Ages. He will not sell it. Apparently they keep offering and he just says no thank you. And he keeps his house planted in the middle of everything. In a sea of university students, there is one 2-story rough shape house that they cannot take from him, I guess, because he is not selling it. Unless he did over the last year. Like I said, it's been about a year. I hope he didn't, though. I really hope he didn't sell it. After spending between $20 to $35 million in franchise fees, plus millions more in operating costs over the years, many teams may simply opt out of the league and take the termination fee to stop the bleeding and recoup some of their losses. Independent reporter Jacob Wolf reported in May 2022, Activision was still owed approximately $400 million in unpaid franchise fees from OWL and CDL, as payments were deferred during lockdowns. This is another one you guys didn't believe me on. CDL was also a $20 million buy-in, roughly, for the esports side. You guys didn't believe me there either. It is. It is legitimately just a full-blown Activision Blizzard scam. The fucking franchising costs. In May 2023, the Sports Business Journal reported that Overwatch League had agreed to waive the outstanding franchise fees for all teams. At the time, the OWL teams still owed anywhere between $6 and $7.5 million to the league. According to Activision Blizzard's most recent financial report, the Overwatch League revenue represents less than 1% of the company's consolidated net revenue. This came only 2 months after the company stated that the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League continue to face headwinds which are negatively impacting the operations and potentially the longevity of the league under the current business model. There is no business model. The business model was hose these organizations for a massive franchise spot buy-in and nothing else. There is no business model. Esports is not a business. It's just net loss forever. Literally forever. No one's figured it out yet. No specific date has been announced as of yet. All we know is that the team owners will vote to either continue in the Overwatch League under a new operating agreement or walk away and receive a $6 million fee at the end of the current season. The 2023 Overwatch League season will come to an end with the LAN finals scheduled for September 28th through October 1st, and the event will take place in Toronto, co-hosted by the city's franchise Toronto Defiant, and feature the top 5 teams from the West, top 3 from the East. The winner will take home $1 million. I'm sure that this one might actually get viewership because it'll be the last one. And then they're paying people to get the fuck out. Closing down the house party, turning off the music, and then giving them a little goodie bag of $6 million on the way out and a pat on the ass. Even if Overwatch League does disappear at the end of the 2023 season, this doesn't necessarily mean that Overwatch esports will cease to exist. In a May 5th interview with Deserto, Sean Miller, the head of the Overwatch League, highlighted that the company remained committed to supporting the game's esports ecosystem. Overwatch esports are not going away anytime soon. Oh, is that right? Just like Overwatch 2's campaign's coming out any day now, the PvE is going to be amazing. We're going to have seasonal storylines when you couldn't deliver on that. All of those other amazing promises that have come true for Overwatch. Your word means a lot, Sean. The Overwatch track record has been stellar. Blemish-free. There's rumors about teams suing over false statements to investing, which is why they're offering the $6 million. They should still sue. They should still sue. This article hasn't mentioned it yet, but they apparently also laid off most of their staff, like their esports staff, for Overwatch. I read that earlier today, but maybe it comes in towards the end of the article. On July 19th, Miller underlined the same point, telling Verge that Activision Blizzard is building towards a revitalized global scene that prioritizes players and fans. As opposed to what? Prioritizes what? Like, this is esports. Players and fans. There's nothing else. Like, I mean, I guess you could prioritize money, but you've done a terrible job with that too. Like, this is a nothing statement. This is legitimately a nothing statement. This means nothing. He added that the company could be taking elements from other esports leagues when designing the future of Overwatch esports. One such league is Overwatch Apex, a tournament series in South Korea organized by cable TV channel On Game between 2016 and 2017. Apex came to an end in late 2017 when Blizzard announced that Overwatch Contenders would operate in 7 regions, and it was rebranded as Contenders. What does it mean for the Call of Duty League? It's unclear at this point how the cancellation of the Overwatch League will impact its sister, but what is clear is that the recent round of layoffs at Activision Blizzard has affected workers who were involved in the CDL operations. CDL senior producer Nicholas Henshoden was among the almost 50 people who were let go earlier this week. On Twitter, he said that he and his entire content team had been laid off, and he'd been with Blizzard since 2017, working with Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch before transitioning to Call of Duty. Yeah, they don't really have an esports staff. They're slapping them. On the July 14th episode of Nade Shot Knows, 100 Thieves president and COO John Robinson presented that all CDL teams will be in a relatively healthy position by 2025. That's a good thing for the league overall, for all businesses to go through that transition of getting to break even. If you say so. How are they getting to break even by firing all of their staff and paying people to leave the league? I understand this is for Call of Duty, but this is not showing me signs of any kind of health around the corner for the company in the esports sector. Which is not a good spectator game. I'd be inclined to agree with you. It's not the best spectator game, mainly because even though I do think Overwatch 2 changed it a bit, for the longest time it was literally just shoot at meat pile, wait for alts, coordinate alts, and not a whole lot else for a while. I think 2's definitely improved on that a bit, but for a long time that was basically the esports scene. Oh yeah, in other Overwatch news, it's coming to Steam. Yeah, I saw. Oh, actually, it's coming to Steam much sooner than I thought. August 10th. Overwatch 2's coming to Steam. To me, that sounds desperate. Very desperate. Those player count numbers must not be looking good. You're about to see a grown 28-year-old man have a conniption, just a full-blown freak-out meltdown over a chicken nugget story. I'm sure a lot of you have seen and maybe even been keeping up with this McDonald's lawsuit where McDonald's is being sued because their chicken nugget was so hot it gave a young child second-degree burns when it was stuck to their skin for over 2 minutes. Not that it welded to their skin or anything. It got lodged in between their leg and the seatbelt and was pressed against their skin for over 2 minutes while the mother was driving home. And McDonald's has now been found liable for this whole situation here, claiming that the nugget was cooked at over 200 degrees, it was dangerously hot, and there's a whole lot of nuance and moving parts of this. A lot of people are comparing this to the old McDonald's lawsuit where a woman sued over very hot coffee where she spilled it on herself and then sued for it, saying that it was way too hot, and she did win the case. These two are not related, and I am tired of coming in here like Ebenezer Scrooge to lay down the brass tacks. That woman with the hot coffee was a very different situation where there was a legitimate problem with the temperature the coffee was served at, where it was damn near fucking the temperature of the sun's surface. Like, they were serving liquid magma. So when she spilled it on herself, she legitimately disfigured herself. Like, it was a, like, debilitating burn. They were 3rd degree, served from the 3rd circle of hell. And she had to get, like, a skin grafting procedure in order to fix what happened. Like, it was a lot. Now, in this case with the chicken nugget, we're talking about 2nd degree burns. There is a wide range of difference between 2nd and 3rd degree burns. 2nd degree burns, in very severe cases, can of course be disfiguring to a certain extent, but mainly we're talking blisters. I mean, shit. When we did the Forged in Fire video and I was crafting the finest katana the East Coast has ever seen, I was like a well-oiled machine, a fucking samurai bladesmith. When I was hitting it with the hammer, one of the pieces of the molten, like, metal bounced up and landed on my hand and temporarily fucking fused with me and burnt it the entire time. We are talking forging temperatures. I forgot exactly what that temperature is, the exact number, but it's well north of a chicken nugget, and that was a 2nd degree burn. And it was only a blister, and after 2 weeks it went away, and now you'd have no idea that I was ever even the victim of such a masculine injury, a fucking blacksmithing injury. And I was 27 at the time, I was a 27-year-old man. I don't have the same superhuman healing capabilities as a child. Children are like fucking Wolverine with adamantium coursing through their veins. They can like instantly heal half of the injuries that would have an older person either dead or hospitalized in the ICU. So I have no doubt that the child will probably be fine here, and I do understand and recognize that it's still a very emotionally distressing situation, but the fact that they're trying to say it's entirely McDonald's fault I think is beyond laughable. And I feel like such a fucking cuck going to bat to defend McDonald's like a free PR loser here for them, but my disdain for multi-billion-dollar fast food corporations is outweighed by my disdain for bad parenting, and I really feel like this is an issue of parenting. I think this is the mom's fault. Now I want to summarize my feelings instantly here so there's no confusion. If this chicken nugget had burned this young child in a matter of seconds after being exposed to her skin, then I would agree that something was wrong on McDonald's end where they were serving dangerously hot food and they would deserve to be held liable. If this chicken nugget had fallen onto her lap and given her 2nd degree burns within like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, even 30 seconds, I'd be like, okay, something's real fucking weird with the way they're cooking up those nuggets. Why are they so hot? That's way too hot, and that's unreasonably hot. But that's not what happened here. That's not the reality of this case. She received 2nd degree burns after having that chicken nugget pressed against her skin for over 2 minutes. That is a long time. So I don't think there was any hocus pocus with this nugget going on here. I don't think it was a higher temperature than the rest. It was just the only one that got pressed against her skin for such a long period of time. So of course it would cause some damage because of that. I don't think that has anything to do with the temperature. So let's break down the facts of the situation. The mother got their child a Happy Meal in 2019. The child was 4 years old at the time, and she allowed the child to eat in the car unsupervised. Unsupervised might not be the right word here, because it's not like the child had like a, a fort in there, like a panic room where they were able to hide away from the mom. Like, she could still see the child, but she was able to eat all by herself without the mom being able to do a whole lot to, help in the situation. And I feel like a child that young is not going to know that chicken nuggets are going to be extremely hot. So they're more than willing to just be a little loosey-goosey with some fresh fucking nuggies. And one wild component about this case that I don't see enough people mentioning is the fact that they even got hot chicken nuggies from McDonald's in the first place, because half the time you get served those, they're fucking ice cubes. So they already found a shiny Pokemon here in the fact that their chicken nuggies were even lukewarm, let alone boiling hot, I suppose. So, the 4-year-old gets the chicken nuggets, the mother is driving, and she spills the nuggets on herself. I believe they said about 6 nuggets. And one of them gets lodged between the seatbelt and her leg. And it gets pressed against her leg and starts burning her for 2 minutes with the child screaming the whole time. I think all of this is a big red flag against the mother here. One, letting the child handle hot food like this at such a young age without the mom being able to, help. It just seems a little irresponsible. And two, taking over 2 minutes to remove a chicken nugget that's scalding your daughter, like that seems like a ridiculously long response time. She probably could have dialed 911 and the fire department would have showed up faster to get it off. Unless she was driving on the interstate, I guess that might be a reason or an excuse, but I don't understand how she wouldn't have been able to at least just like reach over and like brush the nugget off of her daughter's leg. Or pull over and analyze the situation a little bit sooner. It just seems like a really long time. Now let's really dive into the weeds of the situation here. I'm not exactly an expert when it comes to burn science. We'd have to ask fucking Harvey Dent for more specifics, but let's start at the basics. A second-degree burn is classified as a mild to moderate burn, and it's the most common type of burn. Features of a second-degree burn include skin discoloration, blisters, shiny moist skin, pain, discomfort, swelling, and layers of skin peeling away. And I wanted to find information on what temperature foods can start to cause second-degree burns, but unfortunately all the data I was able to collect and find was about liquids and the temperature at which second-degree burns can occur. With liquids, adults can suffer third-degree burns starting at 150-degree water when exposed for only 2 seconds. And burns will also start to occur within a 6-second exposure to 140-degree water or within 30 seconds at 130-degree. So second-degree burns, from all the data I can find, really start to take place at the 130-degree Fahrenheit mark when exposed for only seconds, like literally like 30 seconds. And then once you get above there, it's even more instantaneous and even more severe. That's when you start going from second to third degree when exposed for like 150-degree Fahrenheit for like 5 seconds, stuff like that. There's also this scald chart here, but keep in mind this is all liquid. So it doesn't exactly translate 1-to-1, but if you look here at 124 degrees Fahrenheit, when exposed for 2 minutes, you get second-degree burns. Now, there also is data on for like hot pavement, and hot pavement at 130 degrees Fahrenheit can also start to give you second-degree burns pretty quickly as well. But I couldn't find anything for food temperatures. But let's look at some basics here. They're claiming that this chicken nugget had to be fucking going nuclear at over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, which to me just sounds unlikely. That would basically be making a chicken nugget and having one of it saturated in pure fat frying oil that somehow gets locked in between the chicken and the breading. So it'd basically be like a gusher of chicken and oil. Because I feel like there's no way chicken itself wouldn't start to liquefy at that temperature. Most chicken is cooked at 165, so it's safe from salmonella. McDonald's is maintaining that it was served at the proper 160 Fahrenheit, which is still, of course, a safe temperature to serve chicken at. And from what I'm reading, no one ever really cooks chicken above 180. 180 is the highest temperature I've seen people cooking chicken, and they claim that it gets really juicy and kind of liquidy. So I imagine if you went into the 200 range, you'd basically get like a fucking chicken broth, like a fucking soup of chicken in the breading. So I just find it kind of unlikely that they'd somehow get a 200-degree nugget, because it already has to go through a long process as well, where it was probably sitting for a certain period of time. So it just feels like it probably would have cooled off anyway if they did cook it to 200 degrees, but I'm not going to write that off as impossible. It could just be extremely unlucky. But even then, if it really was 200 degrees, if that 200-degree nugget got pressed against her skin for over 2 minutes, I think she would have much more than second-degree burns. She probably would be looking at third-degree burns. Of course, that's extrapolating based off the liquid temperature chart for burns, so it's clearly not 1-to-1, but even still, I think that's valuable data to give us some kind of baseline in comparison here. 200 degrees pressed against your skin for over 2 minutes, I definitely think that'd be third-degree, not second-degree burns. So what I think happened here is the nuggets were served at the right temperature, 160, which is still very hot. It's hot food, obviously. And it doesn't need to be like some kind of freak rogue chicken nugget that's 200 degrees that burnt her daughter. A normal, properly served chicken tender at 160 could still cause second-degree burns because it got locked against her skin, pressed against her skin firmly for over 2 minutes. I could take a chicken nugget, not even like a 160-degree nugget, like one that's been sitting out for a while, and if I clench my fist around it for 2 minutes, I would probably get second-degree burns too. Like, it doesn't have to be a freakishly hot nugget to cause that, at least not from everything I'm reading here. The problem wasn't that the nugget was too hot, the problem was that it got pressed against her daughter's skin for so long, causing the damage. So I feel like this is just a little silly to say it's McDonald's fault. And one of the things they're coming after McDonald's for is not making it crystal clear that hot food can be dangerous. On Thursday, the jury found McDonald's and franchise owner Upchurch Foods liable for failing to properly warn or provide reasonable instructions on the possible harm from the hot McNuggets dispensed at the Tamarack, Florida drive-thru. That's so embarrassing that we've reached the point that now we need fucking dumbass McDonald's to teach us that hot food can be dangerous. That's sad. Obviously, hot food can burn you. That's like the #1 thing a human being learns extremely early in their life. Fucking cavemen knew that fire was hot. Fire equal burn, not good, don't like, ouchie. Like, I can't believe that now we're putting that onus on McDonald's to teach us that a hot food can be hurtful and cause pain when pressed against human skin for over 2 minutes. That is an unreasonably long period of time to experience continuous pain. I also didn't understand this portion of the case either. Miss Holmes purchased 32 chicken nuggets that day, and the evidence will show that 31 of them was no problem. What do you mean? How would you even have that evidence that 31 of them were no problem? They would have cooled off by the time you start gathering the data on their temperature. And then it goes on to say that she has one burn, and that's the one location where the McNugget was trapped by the seatbelt for 2 minutes. No shit! Of all of the nuggets that fell onto her lap, the only one that caused damage was the one that was pressed against her skin. Fucking obviously, this isn't like a eureka moment like a smoking gun. Ah, clearly it's that one. It's 200 degrees, it had to be. It's the only one that had any pressure applied to the skin for an extended period of time. All the other nuggets, I imagine, were brushed off or shaken off in pain, but this one got stuck between the seatbelt and her leg, and I'm guessing, while screaming and panicking, she wasn't able to free herself from the pressure being exerted on the nugget and her skin. So that's obviously the one that's going to cause the injury, not the ones that are no longer burning her. Or anything like that. Fucking clearly. It's not like it instantly touched their skin and burned it. If it did, then I would totally agree that there was something very awry with the process here. If it was only against their skin for a matter of seconds, then I'd be like, oh yeah, McDonald's really fucked up here, because clearly there's no world where a nugget should be so hot that if it touches your skin for like 5, 6, 7 seconds, it should second degree burn you. That's ridiculous. But when it's pressed against your skin for over 2 minutes, I would expect anything to burn you if it's even moderately hot food. So I think this whole case is just fucking ridiculous. I think it's silly. And honestly, some things are really weird about how long it took to respond to her child screaming in pain for over 2 minutes. Something about that rubs me the wrong way. There has to be a good excuse for it, like driving on the interstate or making it completely impossible for her to just reach over and, hit the nugget off her leg herself. I don't really know, but there's something about that component specifically that I find very odd. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this because it's got me tilted, seeing a lot of people talk about it, and it's kind of divisive. It's not like everyone agrees on one thing or the other, but it's just so weird that they were actually found liable here and having to explain that they cooked their food hot to avoid foodborne illness like salmonella. People are starting to question why their food is hot to begin with. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be to start questioning why food is hot when it's served? There's a reason we cook our food and have been cooking our food for thousands of years now. I don't know why all of a sudden that's being called into question. So, yeah, I just wanted to go over this whole case. That's about it. So, yeah. Why can't I get this timing even a little bit? Like, this one feels good, but it's too late. But then I go too early half the time. Where is the porridge that's just right? Let's try here. Yeah, there we go. You still doing Cork off Perfect Waifu? No, I'm retiring Cork entirely. Perfect Waifu, we still go Pirate Hat.
Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope.
Whoa, that's never happened. That was sad. That's probably never happened in the history of running this game. Let's see how the first waifu launch of the night goes. Man, I'm not even gonna reach it. Holy. Can I bail out anywhere? Not really. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Did this game get like a hotfix tonight? Why is he not grabbing that anymore? That's 2 times tonight, and that's never happened before until tonight. What is going on? He is straight up refusing to grab that. When I've never had that issue. What? What is going on? Wow. Actually, perfect. Do I need to wait for Dragon from here, though? I don't know. I will just to be safe. I don't know if I need to or not. I've actually never hit that. Because he goes around, and I'm not doing the speedrun route, so I think he hits me if I go for it. Yeah, he definitely would have. Because I'm just going to do normal route since I haven't practiced this, and I think I actually might still be able to sub hour. This was with like 3 catastrophic failures, too. And it's actually still in the cards, potentially. I full fell 3 times. Oh shit, I don't make that. Yes I do. Because I'm fucking clutch. This might be a little tough though. Nope. Damn.
We are in this world to get
No.
experience.
Fuck.
To move forward.
I got the last
So
little
the meaning of
dinky
life is in
hitbox
life
on that. Fuck.
Wow, that's cool.
God damn, this is gonna be like a 1 hour, 1 minute run. Fuck, what a shame. Even with all of these catastrophic failures, still very easily could have been sub-hour. Yeah, this was such a sloppy run. Like an absolutely ridiculously sloppy run, so... I think sub 45's in the cards, to be honest. Like I said, I had so many full falls in this one and still got just over an hour. We take that. First run was 2 hours, 54 minutes. Second run is an hour. That's substantial improvement.
We've come a long way.
This is on track for sub 40. Not really. Thanks to the resub cup. Well, if I hit everything perfectly, maybe, but that's just unlikely. He's got about, like, this angle. He goes back and forth a few times. And then hits it. That's... I'm not even gonna make it. I don't understand, man. Ugh. That's the second time that I don't even make it off that. I'm hitting the right spot on the bed, too. 1057. Just remember that. We'll add it to whatever this is. When I put my fingers back on the keyboard after stretching, I accidentally hit the timer pause key. Just add 11 minutes to whatever I finish this with. So legitimately this was a sub 13 Earth, which is actually, I think, my best time. I got every single trick first try. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, just climb it! You little asshole! Alright. God, this pace is actually so fucking good too. It is a shame that it's sullied a bit by me accidentally restarting timer. Just add 11 minutes to what are you doing? Climb it! Just add 11 minutes. This is by far my cleanest run here, though. That is a 1530 Jesus hand. Perfect waifu. This run is so nasty. This is a sub 20. I prefer my setup for waifu, it just feels better. What just happened? What hitbox did I land on there? Huh? I jumped and then hit something on the way down. What? Oh. What a throw. What a fucking throw. What? That's new. Well, I get to practice waifu, I guess. Perfect waifu. Man, my waifu setup is so good. Like, actually so good. I've first tried everything here except for the easiest fucking trick in the run. And I hit 2 perfect back-to-back waifus to keep this pace, which is crazy.
Many things were terrifying at night and became a
God, we're on
laughing
such
matter
good
when
fucking
daylight
pace.
came.
I'm not going cheese. There is no reason to even risk it. I can do cheese, I've done cheese, but I'm not gonna fucking risk it here, not for this. Oh, tragic. Clipped by the wing. Right when he gets to the corner and makes the sound. Right now. Yep, I think that's gonna be the strat. Then I get over his wing hitbox. Sub 4. Whoa! What? Wait, that's never happened! Wait, what? Huh? I've never even seen that happen. Wait, how? How did he wiggle me off? I didn't even do anything. That hitbox has never once kicked me off. My hands were off the keyboard. All I had was a hand on a mouse. What the fuck, man? Well, I get to practice my new dragon setup, I guess. That was crazy. Whoa! What is going on? Something had to have just happened to the game during all that. I've never been kicked off Dragon once I'm on top of his hitbox. And then I just fall through solid floor walking. The game had some kind of crazy fucking hiccup there. Was this one of those moments where like a solar flare just changed the value in the hex code? Voice crack. Like with the tick-tock clock from Mario 64. Veritasium has a whole video on it, and I think I was just a victim of another one. I wonder if it's gonna kick me off again. Oh, it's really fucking trying. Okay. What is going on? Holy shit. There's nothing I can do to save this. If I try and move, I fall off. If I do anything, I fall off here. So, all I can do is just put it in the Lord's hands now. There's nothing I can do here. If I fall off, I fall off. I'm completely powerless here. A single movement throws me off. So, we'll see. Oh my god, that was clean. Holy shit, that was so clean. I still think I have to wait for Dragon to go around or I'm gonna get clipped. I still think I have to. Or I can try the speedrun route. Which is this, which I know I won't get hit in. Oh my god, I'm not doing that ever again. I almost fell. If I still sub-hour after all, like, this cacophony of disaster and sadness, I will be elated. And a little disappointed that this is my sub-hour, if it is. Horse tried to kick me off. Not on my watch. Not today. No, sir. No, sir. The jockey is in.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain experience, we need to move forward. So the meaning of life is in life itself. Well... Yeah, I'm smelling something real stinky.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Woo! Alright, alright. No, timer's wrong, timer's wrong. Right now we're at 51:52. Well, a little less than that, like... Because it was 10:57 when I accidentally slapped my pause button. So, add 10:57 to whatever I've got right here. Timer's off. It's still sub-hour and it's still better than Lud. Let's fucking go. That was with... Actually, 52 minutes. Wow. That was actually with 3 different fucking dragon failures. No, 4. Because I missed the first rotation, I think, right? 4 dragon failures, plus the fall through solid floor, still sub-hour. So icy. This actually could have been a sub-35 run. If I had hit dragon on the first one, it would have been a sub-35 fucking run. This was so crazy. Everything was perfect except dragon. Shit, man, that was a crazy run. Things are insane. Oof. Wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. Nope, can't make it. Wires. I didn't get far enough up. That's alright. It's still faster than my PB. I have been lights out with this. I haven't missed that once tonight. Woo! Alright, nice. Actually ahead of PB time. I was at 10:57 at elevator here. Or leaving elevator here, so we're making up ground on what was an incredible run. Yep. This is my magnum opus Earth run. Actually, everything perfect except windmill. Windmill went wires instead of to, roof. 12-minute Earth. Now, we just gotta perform admirably on everything else. I am very good at everything up till Dragon, though. I'm very consistent on everything up till Dragon. Dragon is just the hardest trick in the run. For everybody.
And it will be given to you. Seek.
But I like my new Dragon setup.
Knock, and it will be open to you.
Okay. My waifu setup was absolutely lights out on my PB. I had to hit it perfectly twice and still got it. So let's see if I'm still locked into the mainframe. Nope. Damn! Shit. I wasn't sharp enough on the angle. Okay, We're still saving time on PB. I was 23 shipped last time, I think. And that was with 2 perfect waifus, so we're still saving time. Stop climbing! You're wasting my time. No! No, 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 no. Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Okay. Oh, I didn't get the jump off, but we still made it. Okay. That would have been like an actual big time loss that I'd be upset about. Oh my god, just let me up. Oh my god, please. This isn't where I wanted to be. But I swear I have to settle for right now. Oh my god, this pace, this pace, this pace! This fucking pace, I'm not going cheese. I just don't want to risk it. I am very confident in my cheese, but I'm not risking it. It's not worth risking. Not with this pace. I really like my cheese, but it's not worth it. Sub 25. Leaving Bifrost Bridge. Out of Asgard. Holy shit, this pace. What the fuck? I'm on a different playing field. I'm in a new dimension. I've tapped into the Speed Force. We're going for it. We're going 1 rotation dragon. Let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Time to get stinky.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your
Nope,
own
I'm already too
savior
slow.
while you can.
Why did he start so early? Going for it anyway, we're full sending. Not even close. Fuck, man! Was I slow or did he start early? Come on now. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. This is a really good position. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. Okay, I think we're set. I think that's the only spot it can kick you off if you have a bad spot. Alright. Now we just have to execute at a high level. Does he full send after Dragon? Or does he wait for Dragon to go by? Tell me now. I need to know now. He full sends. Okay, then I'll do the same. No! Oh, what a... You can't teach that clutch factor. I'm born with it. Go, 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 go. Full send. No! No, no! Time loss. Stop climbing everything! What are you doing with the pig? Get off its ass! Perfect yoga balls. Oh no, I can't make it. I can't beat Moon Moon. But that's alright, that's alright. We can still have a great run here. No, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played it safe. Okay, I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. I had stars in my eyes. I am so fucking clutch, it's unreal. What? Oh my god, what am I made out of? Is there even human DNA left in me, or is it all just gamer?
We are in this world to gain experience.
Woo, baby!
To move forward.
What a run!
Life is in life itself. Well, that's cool.
Just barely missed Moon here. But what a fucking run regardless. Holy shit. I am a weapon. I am an actual speedrunning weapon. MK Ultra was designed to try and find a specimen as powerful as me, and they failed. You had to wait for millions of years of fine-tuned evolution to reach something like this. Wow! Wow! Thanks to the Prime Skizzy and the resub Gauge. Yes! Fucking huge run! And there is still so much room for improvement. I fucked up waifu. I fucked up waifu skip and I didn't get dragon in first rotation. I can absolutely sub 30 this shit. God damn it. Why I oughta. So nasty. The sauce is too tasty with me. Just slow roll a victory lap here. Oh. 37, well, 36 minutes according to the game. Holy shit. And to think, just yesterday I was celebrating a 2-hour 54-minute completion. How cringe. What a little homunculus I was yesterday, to think that that was worthy of a celebration. Everything about that run was perfect except my waifu and missing first dragon. And my waifu setup is usually deadly consistent. I always go to her elbow, I always give that shit a little tickle. It's just that time I got very dreadfully unlucky. Oh, yoga balls too. I don't really count the yoga balls though. Fucking up there is not a huge time loss, I don't care that much. But yeah, I did miss yoga balls first as well. I'm number 141 on the leaderboard. You love to hear that. Top 150 already? Destined for greatness. Woo! And you just knocked Lud off the leaderboard. Hey, skill issue. Gotta work on it. Gotta clean it up. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. I got my first completion yesterday, and I'm already chipping it down to 37-minute runs. Was your name in the credits for Hunger Games? I actually never checked. Wait. Was it? It should be, actually. I should be in, like, I should be credited as District 8 Hospital Helper. Because initially I did have lines, which means I should be... Well, maybe I'm not here because I didn't make Final Cut. I'd be somewhere here, right? D8, that's District 8. Another patient. Female patient, that wouldn't be me. Male patient, could have been me. Old woman, probably not me. Well, we've got a bit of a controversy on our hands here. Not only am I not here, but the kid that actually did make the final cut I don't think is here. The kid who said, are you here to fight? Are you here to fight with us, Katniss? And then he does the thing. His name's not here, I don't think. Unless he's listed as something else. Keep looking. Well, no, this is where we'd be. Because this is District 8. Before we get blown up. What's the criteria for being listed here, then? I guess I can't be shocked that I'm not here, since none of my shit's in the final cut except for my arm. But, I mean, that kid had a couple lines. So what's the criteria? You're not going to be 10 names down from Stanley. Why? They are. Fucking District 8, another patient? I would be here too. I'd be District 8 hospital helper or something. But you appear on the IMDb. That's fucking worthless. I'm not in the goddamn end credits here. There's probably more District 8 spots. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, Jesus, they have District 13 Systems Operator 2 here. Come on. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm listed as something more than just District 8 Hospital Helper. Maybe they're listing me as, like, District 8 Hero. So I'll be down here somewhere. After stunts, perhaps. That's so fucked up. Yeah, actually, I never checked. At least I don't remember. According to the IMDb page, it's District 8 medic, but uncredited. Son of a bitch, those assholes. And they didn't even ask me to come back for the other Hunger Games movie that's coming out soon. The industry's so fucked up, man. I wasn't an extra, I was an integral piece of the Mockingjay Part 1 narrative. Did you check to see if you were credited ahead of the director? Oh, true, yeah, that must have been it. That's probably where it was. You should review your IMDb page on how accurate it is. I already did that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or something. It's highly inaccurate. It lists me as 2 centimeters. Like, my height is listed as, like, actually 2 centimeters. It's a farce. It's an outrage. They fixed the height. Alright, you know what? Here, it's been a couple years. I'll check out the IMDb. This is still so fucked up. They did fix the height, but it lists me as 5'5" and 3/4. This is some wacky shit. Okay, let's see. What credits does it put me at? It has deep dive on here. A 2-episode things we did like 3 years ago. Writer. Oh, Godslap, nice. As a TV series, nice. Optimistic. Skynet has its own IMDb page? It's so hype. Where's my acting credits? Alright, upcoming. Neither of these ever happened to my knowledge. Officer Greg, though? What the fuck is the Garden of Wonder? Oh! Wait. What? Wait, what is this? When did I co-star with George Takei? I can't even find anything on this. This seems like it's all just made up. Someone must have just shown up to set and they're like, hey, I'm Charlie. And they're like, okay, cool. We got moistcritikal on set. Hive Mind. Why am I credited in Jacksepticeye as just appearing in 2 videos? Nice. Yeah, they got everything in here. Anytime I ever appeared on like anything, even for a second. Some voice acting stuff from Lucius, yep. Helsing, yep. Star Control, yep. Anima, Team 6, yep. This is thorough. Butter Lover. Uncle Gareth, what a throwback. Hunger Games, District 8 medic, baby. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty thorough. It even has something that not even I knew I was in. Is an acclaimed chess player taught by Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. At the peak of his chess career and later became the winner of the 2020 Chess PogChamps tournament. Cool. Awesome trivia. His favorite actor is Brendan Fraser, and when White was 18 years old, he was involved in a car accident and got sued by one of the passengers. That's the kind of trivia that's fun for the whole family. Awesome. Expand on that, please. Hey, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. I was 18, I got in a little fender bender, and one of the ladies involved faked an injury and then sued me for it. Because I was very honest. I was like, hey, this accident, you know, I'll take responsibility. I wasn't paying enough attention, and I was just like making sure everyone was okay. I was like, I'm sorry, you know, I should have been paying more attention. And the lady was like, she was like my age, maybe a little older, maybe like 20 or something. She's like, oh no, it's totally fine. Like, it was a really like slow collision crash. You know, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Paramedics came just to check on everything. They're like, yeah, everyone's all good here. And then when my dad got to the scene, he was like, Charlie, please don't tell me that you said that you're sorry. And I was like, no, I did. I mean, it really was kind of my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, oh my God. He knew it was coming. And then that lady sued me. She had the dollar signs in her eyes the second I said I'm sorry. Who won the case? Well, she did. All in all, I think it was like $10,000 settlement. So she spent significantly more money just getting a lawyer to sue, going to a doctor to pretend that she was injured. She went to a very corrupt doctor who's well known in the area for doing ambulance chaser garbage. So she spent much more than she made. So, kind of an L for her too. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's about raising my insurance premiums. Yeah, fucking awesome. Even my insurance was like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do. We know she's not actually injured, but we're just going to do the minimum settlement. So I was like, whatever. Then they raised my insurance rates. Why can't you apologize? Yeah, so apparently you are never supposed to admit fault. Ever. I hit someone and apologized, but he checked his car, there was no damage, so he said don't worry about it and left. Yeah, since then, I've been in 2 little fender benders, neither of which was my fault. One of them I got rear-ended leaving the parking garage of my apartment. Dude just came up and blasted me, and he was like, oh, I'm so fucking sorry, man. Shit. He's like, we need to exchange insurance, and I just checked the back of my car, and I was like, brother, it's not that big of a deal, don't worry about it. Like, it's just not that big of an issue. It was barely even a dent, it was easy, this shit'll buff out. And then the other one was a lady rear-ended me leaving a parking lot. And then she got mad at me. Well, actually, better yet, what happened is, I was about to leave the parking lot, and this lady was about to turn on to the road. And for some reason, she fucking cranks that bitch into reverse, and just, like, shoves her whole ass in my face. So, like, I see it coming too, so I start reversing to get away from her. I'm like, oh my god, no. No. But she was a little faster than me, and then, yeah, little bumper tap. That was another one where it was just like, she got upset, and I was like, no, look, this is not a big deal. You did this, but I'm not mad, so just go about your day. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the Flash movie. I just got back from basketball. The air conditioning in my house broke. It's over 80 degrees in this room right now. I can't catch a break. So I'm out here having a fucking heat flash. But I saw the Flash before basketball. Now, let's get the obvious out of the way. I'm not a big Ezra Miller fan. I think it is despicable that all of the crimes committed by Ezra Miller resulted in no real consequences. I think that is ridiculous. But I can't factor that into the review for this movie. So, setting all of that aside, how is The Flash? Because people were going full-blown gushing grannies for this film with all of the early screenings and everything. You had, like, actual huge celebrities come out and be like, this is what superhero movies are about. This just changed everything. This is the perfect superhero film. I left the theater crying. I'd never seen something so powerful. Wild reviews. So I went into this movie expecting a goddamn masterpiece. So does it live up to the hype? In my opinion, no, but it is a pretty good movie. Like, I enjoyed it. It's a good film. So let's dive in. I want to start with by far the most glaringly obvious thing wrong with the film. This is by far my biggest complaint, and I just want to come out of the gate with it so that way we're all on the same page. There is a lot of moments in this film where the CGI is laughably bad, so much so that the audience laughed at some scenes for how terrible they looked. Scenes where there were no joke other than how bad the CGI looked. Now, I've already seen the cope from some of the staff on the film, as well as a lot of very passionate, enthusiastic fans saying that the reason there's a lot of scenes that look shitty is because Barry moves so fast that it distorts lights and it makes things look cartoonish. And I think that's a really silly explanation, because it's not just when Barry's moving fast that the CGI falls apart at times. It's pretty often, like, even without him doing his back to the past shit. So it's not exactly a great excuse. Plus, I feel like you still wouldn't want your blockbuster film to look like it's straight out of a fucking video game cutscene. And that's a disservice to video game cutscenes. Like, there are times in this film where I thought Injustice 2 had better looking cinematics than what I was watching on screen. I don't understand how it shipped in that state for some of those scenes. I don't know why DC struggles so much in the CGI department when that is such an integral part of these superhero films. So, it flounders a bit in quite a few cases with the visuals. But now let's move on to the things I liked. I like the narrative here. I am a sucker for multiverse stuff when it's done well, and I think they do a good job with this. I think it was a smart play having Barry interact with a younger alternate Barry. So you have an obnoxious character versus an even more obnoxious character, and they both become self-aware of it. And it actually works really well having Barry bounce off Barry. I thought that dynamic actually hit. But I really feel like the best part of the film was Batman. Both Batmen, really. Ben Affleck's Batman in Barry's, original timeline, and then Michael Keaton in the alternate timeline that Barry creates. They both work so well. There's a lot of cheesy, goofy dialogue moments with Michael Keaton's Batman, but it's charmingly silly. Like when he says, "I'm Batman," to Barry, who of course already knows he's Batman, or when he says, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." It's like that line didn't fit anywhere in the scene that it was happening in, but I still had a smile on my face when he said it. So I think they did a great job with Batman. However, I don't think the same can really be said for Supergirl. She doesn't have a lot to do here, and she doesn't really go through any real development of her own or have any arcs or really even that much screen time. They don't even showcase just how powerful she is. She only has like 2 real scenes, and they're both fights. She's kind of just used as a tool to really highlight some of the powerful, immutable facts about the multiverse that need to be conveyed to the audience. So she unfortunately just really didn't have much to do here. The very core of this film focuses on an emotional weight of Barry's decisions in trying to change the past and how it affects everything, not just the future, but the entire multiverse and every other world. And I do think they do a good job with the emotional impact of that and what he's gone through and how desperate he is to make these changes in order to save people he cares about. I do think they capture that very well. However, towards the end of the film, it really gets into some very cringe kind of moments. I'm trying to talk about it without spoiling things, but it shows you many different multiverses. And in what's supposed to be a serious moment towards the end comes across as just really embarrassing with some of the shit they show you and try and get across. It's hard to explain because it would be a very big spoiler, so I won't touch on it, but I do think they kind of dropped the ball towards the very end of this story. But everything up until then, I thought they did a great job with, and I do think they stick the landing at the end. It's just right towards the end. Right before the landing, they stumble and fucking faceplant for a moment before picking themselves up and getting back on track. I also thought there was a pretty decent balance between seriousness and jokes, especially for a character like Barry Allen. There were a lot of jokes between the 2 Barry Allens, but it wasn't overbearing and they weren't super bad or anything. I actually thought there was a pretty decent balancing act done with, here's this Barry that's a lot more serious because he's been through a lot more shit. He's now in a different reality than he's used to. It's all his fault. He's dealing with the emotional weight of that. He's trying to figure out how to fix it. He's also gone through a lot of shit that's left him in a very different state than he came there in. And then here's this Barry Allen who's just kind of a douchebag and not taking anything seriously, being over the top and silly, them meshing and spitting some jokes back and forth. And then, I don't know, I just actually thought the humor was done pretty decently in this film, whereas that's usually a major complaint of mine from fucking superhero films, is just the formulaic, non-stop fucking jokes that never end, and they're always so generic and formulaic. This time around, I thought that there was a decent balance struck. So overall, there's just not a whole lot of things that I disliked about the film, aside from a lot of the CGI that happens here. I just really wish they would polish that up, because the films would be elevated substantially, because that is just, it is noticeably bad in a lot of places. Like, there are just times where it is noticeably just bad. So that's just the major problem with it. And I do think there are a couple of moments narratively that didn't land, like I said. But overall, it's a pretty good film, and definitely better than I was expecting it to be. Plugging the flash in the moist meter, I'm going to give it a comfortable like 70%. It's a good movie. I think all of the pre-release hype around it was a little absurd after seeing it now. Like, I do agree that it is a good movie, especially for DC, which makes a lot of stinkers in their cinematic universe. This is definitely not one of those cases. It is fun. Above all else, it is a fun film that I do think does justice overall to the Flash as a character, as well as just the entire universe. And I'm very curious to see how they pick this up going forward. They leave a lot of questions that the answers will be very interesting to see going forward now. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Did you hear about the microchips in the cheese? I'm gonna have to check that out right now. Goddamn government cheese. This company is implanting microchips in its cheese. Oh wait, this is a real thing. Oh my god, wait. This isn't a conspiracy. There's a company that's actually microchipping their Parmesan. I thought this was gonna be like one of those 15-minute city agendas. Bill Gates is controlling my mind via microchips through COVID. They're actually microchipping their cheese. One of the world's most famous cheese is also one of the most counterfeited dairy products on the planet. Competing manufacturers have for years produced cheaper imitations of Italy's Parmigiano Reggiano, a favored topping for pasta and salad. Now the producers of Parmigiano Reggiano say they have innovated a way to prevent any pretenders from ripping off their product. Is there only one company in the world that makes Parmesan? Who do they have like a patent on it? Like who owns it? There's an entire page dedicated to it called The History of Parmesan. Italy issued a decree that placed exclusive control over the production and sale of this cheese in the hands of Parmigiano Reggiano Cheese Consorzio. Oh, what in the world? I had no idea the Parmesan lore went so deep. It's even crowned the undisputed King of Cheese. This is an incredible story. This is like the Game of Thrones, but for cheese. I'm gonna have to go through that entire history breakdown of Parmesan. There's probably wars fought over it, like Helen of Troy. They weren't actually battling for Helen. She just happened to have Parmesan. They were going to war for that shit. Good God. Alright, let's read about these microchips, though. Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium, the PRC, association that oversees production of the cheese, says it has been putting microchips in its product as a part of a technological trial which would allow consumers to trace Parmesan cheese back to its place of origin. Who's doing that? What sane, normal human being is gonna try and trace back their Parmesan? Like, I'm not gonna go to a, Italian restaurant, with my buddies, and they get, spaghetti. They start sprinkling the Parmesan. I'm not gonna, slap the waiter's hand down and be like, wait a minute, let me see the microchip. I need to trace this back to make sure it's coming from the PRC. Otherwise, I'm having this establishment shut down. I'll have the Parmesan police force come after you. I could maybe see it being on a company side, if a restaurant's ordering Parmesan, giving them the option to see if it's, authentic coming from the approved place of origin. But just a normal consumer, I don't think anyone's gonna get suspicious and want to double check. Let me ensure my Parmesan came from the right spot. Under special protections designated by the European Union, Parmigiano Reggiano is the only kind of cheese which can be called Parmesan within Europe, and it must be made in a small part of northern Italy, including in the provinces of Parma and Reggio Emilia. I saw that. In my massive dissertation that I pulled up for a moment there on the history of Parmesan, I did see about, it needing to come from a certain space and nowhere else. but I didn't realize it was a title that could only be bestowed upon like this cheese from this particular region. I thought it was just a type of cheese that anyone can make. PRC are hopeful that their new technology will help to enforce that protected status. Their microchips are about the size of a grain of salt and have been inserted into the labels found on the rind of about 120,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano. The chips work as a scannable food tag with a QR code label. I'm going to start tracing my Parmesan. I'm going to go to my local grocers and I'm just going to trace all of their Parmesan. I'm going to be a hall monitor for this shit now. I'm going to be like a secret agent working for them. This feels so weird. Like, I just can't imagine there's a ton of cheese snobs that are going to double check to make sure they're getting authentic Parmesan. Produced in the right places of Parma and Reggio. In an email statement sent on Friday, Nicola Bertinelli, president of Consorzio Parmigiano Reggiano, told CBS News that by being the first to incorporate these secure digital labels onto our cheese wheels, we can continue to ensure customer safety. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, we have worked to convey the value of our product globally and distinguish it from similar-sounding products on the market that did not meet our strict requirements for production and area of origin. They speak about this like it's the goddamn Citadel in Mass Effect. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, Nicola, it's cheese. I really just don't think there's a ton of people that give a fuck. Now, I guess I didn't realize how serious business cheese was. I'm curious. Let me see what my local grocer has for Parmesan, because there's definitely different brands, right? Like, there's not just one Parmesan brand. Oh, this is big news, too. If you just type in Parmesan, there's news stories out the wazoo about the microchips. The headlines are a little misleading. Classic fear-mongering, I guess. The microchips aren't actually in the cheese. Apparently it's in the label. So you're not going to consume the microchip unless it somehow bleeds into the cheese from the label. And if that's the case, then Parma, whatever, the PRC have got some big problems on their hand. Yeah, there's so many different brands here. There's no way they all come from the same place. And they all call themselves Parmesan. A secret cheese invasion. I don't know, man. This is very odd. In the United States, Parmigiano Reggiano does not have protected status, and American manufacturers in states like Wisconsin make different forms of Parmesan. Okay. I see. Man, they must be pissed about that. They have got to be so upset. And this is the worst time in the world to be using the word microchip. Parmigiano Reggiano, like the official PRC producers, they have chosen the worst possible marketing strategy by saying they're microchipping their cheese. People are freaking out about microchips existing in their goddamn water supply. Toilet bowls with government surveillance. Saying that we microchip our cheese for your safety, that you're scaring people. You're fucking scaring people. They need a new head of their marketing department, because that is a big L. They're struggling with that one. Big Parma. Yeah, I mean, this is serious business. This is Big Parma. Outside of the United States, the Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium successfully blocked the U.S. food giant Kraft Heinz from registering the name Kraft Parmesan cheese as a trademark in Ecuador in 2022. Parmesan is different than Parmigiano Reggiano. They age differently and made in different places and taste different. There's a name for a cheese sommelier, right? They have their own name, and it's a really cool one. Hold on. Because maybe it's time that I try and get into the high cheese society. So that way I wouldn't even need the microchip. I'd be able to taste where it was aged. In a fine oak barrel while listening to Mozart. Cheese has its own cutthroat version of the Court of Masters sommelier. In hopes of gaining cheese certification, he sits for the American Cheese Society, ACS, Technical Aesthetic Sensory Tasting Evaluation Test. Taste. This is codename Kids Next Door type shit. I like that. In 2018, only 30 applicants passed the taste test. If that weren't daunting enough, the American Cheese Society also offers the title Certified Cheese Professional, CCP, which means that an individual has acquired thorough knowledge and level of expertise that is demanded within the cheese industry. Those who pass both earn a lengthy array of letters after their names. The ACS, the CCP, the ACS, CCSE. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm writing this down. I want me and the team to try and pass the Cheese Society taste test. Where a person's individual palate is subjective, the process of evaluating cheese is not so much. It's not personal preference, but knowing if that cheese is within the parameters of the style it is and what the cheesemaker intended, says Shari Allen, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE, and cheese educator. A cheese educator? Oh my god. We're in the future. Is that a major you can take in college, you think? That'd be hype. The test is rigorous. One part of the exam entails identifying 10 vials of milk on scent alone. It's all about aroma, explains Evan Brown, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE. Do you think they write this down? Like when they're just signing papers or something, when you put your name and title? Do you think they have the chutzpah to write down all of these? Knowing that no one's going to check? What could be so difficult about a cheese test? For one, a grading sheet might have 60 possible descriptors and a cheese might only seem to need 1 or 2 to describe flaws or attributes. Others might register on over a dozen descriptor scales. And to top it all off, it was like a multiple choice test with 60 choices for each question and each choice needing an intensity score between 1 and 5 and no guidance about how many right answers there could be. This picture goes hard. A mere 20 minutes ago, I was ignorant to how deep and serious the world of cheese was. It's like the John Wick universe, but for cheese. You all know me. I'm not a big believer in the paranormal. Ghosts, ghouls, goblins, gnomes, Wi-Fi. All just a bunch of horseradish, if you ask me. And you know what else I didn't believe in until recently? One Piece being good. But now everything I thought I knew is crumbling around me because I am actually, finally, enjoying One Piece after 2 years of committing time to watching this to see if I'll ever enjoy it. I just finished Water 7 and Innie's Lobby, and I actually really liked those arcs. Now, typically, this is a video I would post on my second channel, Moist Charlie Clips, because that's where I've been updating people on my One Piece progress, and it's also just a channel where I've been posting a bunch of other weird shit, so go subscribe to that channel, it'll make you more attractive. But the reason I decided not to put it on that channel this time is because this is such a pivotal moment in my anime viewing career. This is the biggest anime ever made, and biggest manga by extension, and I've never liked it. I've always shouted bah humbug about all the people going crazy about how good One Piece is. But now, after 300-something episodes, I'm finally enjoying it. I'd given One Piece so many chances over the years to really grip me, and it never has, so I always thought that everyone that was preaching the gospel of One Piece being the best fiction ever produced, I thought they were all just a bunch of lunatics, like solar panel scammers just making up lies. You know, I thought that whole concept that One Piece was anything more than dog shit was more made up than the boogeyman. But I decided about 2 years ago now to really buckle down, grit my teeth, and just catch up on One Piece to see if it ever actually gets good. I was willing to subject myself to some torture with early One Piece seasons in order to see if the grass was ever greener on the other side when we finally reach, like, episode 250. There's a very popular meme about, like, no, bro, you have to give it, like, 9 seasons before the show gets good. You have to watch, 400 episodes before you start to like it. You just have to invest the time in it to really get the payoff. And my god, that couldn't be more true for One Piece. It took me 300 episodes to finally get to this point. That's not exactly, that's not nothing. That's a long time spent of not enjoying something before you start liking it. Eating vegetables before you finally get to the main course that you wanted to eat. So I understand why people don't usually subscribe to that belief, like it's not worth investing that much time into a show you don't even like until like 300 episodes in where you get like hypnotized into liking it maybe. I get it. But for One Piece, you know what? I'll just say it's been worth it. I'm not conceding on any of the points I ever made about the previous seasons prior to Water 7 because I still think the pacing was glacial and bad. The outright refusal to actually kill any characters outside of flashbacks was cowardly and takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of stakes when it comes to the show, as well as a couple of other arguments I've made a lot in the past that I don't need to just regurgitate here. Up until this point, there wasn't a whole lot I liked about it other than a couple of characters like Zoro and Chopper, and I did like the Alabasta arc overall, but on the whole, wasn't really feeling One Piece. I wasn't exactly pumping my fist getting excited for it. It was a show that literally was a sleep aid. Like, this was the cure for insomnia for the first 240 episodes. Like, it was so goddamn boring and generic. I wasn't enjoying it. But then, once I got to Water 7, things really started to turn up. Like a lot of people said. Most people actually, when I was talking about this on stream across my journey, always said that you have to at least get to Water 7 before it gets really good. And I can't fucking believe it, but they were right. It actually is good. So, I'm not just going to repeat all of the things I've said on my second channel about One Piece so far with my updates, so I'll just give you the brief cliff notes. I like some of the characters like Zoro and Chopper. I cannot stand Luffy. He's my least favorite character, and now after finishing Enies Lobby, he is still my least favorite character. This fucking goober only has 2 modes. It's stupid, and then stupid and hungry. And then I guess a third mode when he's fighting. And then he's, at least he's not being annoying. Like, he's just a fucking grating character, and as I understand it, you either love or hate him. And unfortunately, I'm on the hate him side. I do not like him. He is very, very annoying, and I get that that's his whole character trait, but so far he has not evolved past that or developed past it at all. And I can never forgive this show for what it did during Skypiea, where it just put Luffy in the belly of a giant snake, and he stayed there for like 30 fucking episodes straight, and just was like left in stupid juice and like in this trance of idiot moron mode, where he just kept like punching walls, and he's like, oh, this is such a weird cave. Man, am I ever gonna leave this weird cave? Such a weird cave. Like, he himself made Skypiea almost unwatchable, because he is just a perpetual stupid character. And that's just not that fun to watch, especially when it holds everything back. A lot of the problems are caused because Luffy is stupid, and I think that's just a weak plot point that drives things forward, or at least leading up to Water 7 and Enies Lobby. There was a lot of moments where Luffy was literally the reason things went bad, because he is dumb. Like, he is just legitimately dumb, and that's it. Like, he's just stupid. Being stuck in the belly of a snake for so long is beyond frustrating to watch, because it just keeps repeating itself. Ah, this is a weird cave. God, this cave is so weird. Gum Gum Gatling. Ah, these cave walls are so big. Cave is weird. And then he's finally freed from the snake at the very fucking end. He's like, oh, you guys came into the weird cave to save me? You're like, Luffy, it's a snake. What do you mean it's a snake? It's a cave. It's just so fucking, it's so lame. It's so lame. I cannot stand Luffy as a character. There's only like maybe 3 or 4 moments where he's been serious, and even then, he's still a bit of a goofball. And that's, I don't know, I just don't really like that kind of character trait hammered in nonstop. But all the other characters so far, for the most part, I do like, with Zoro and Chopper being my favorite. Zoro, because he's just a perpetual badass, and he is usually always serious, and when he's not, it's actually kind of rewarding to see him lighten up. And Chopper, because I actually really like Chopper's backstory. So far, he's one of the few characters that got a lot of attention given to them prior to Water 7, of course. And I liked that. I liked everything about his motivation, his drive, where he's come from, and how he grows. Now, we get to Water 7, and every character is getting a lot more to them, especially Nico Robin, the most mysterious of the crew. And there's a lot of drama that happens with Usopp leaving the crew after the Going Merry is deemed insalvageable. They can't, revive her. They couldn't get the paddles out and fucking shock it back. It was kaput. It's dead. And Usopp he's not having it. He thinks Luffy and the crew gave up on the Going Merry too early. So Usopp leaves the crew after challenging Luffy to a duel, and it's very emotional. It's very emotional. I didn't like Usopp that much until Water 7. Now I really like Usopp. And by extension, his alter ego, Sniper King. Like, everything I complained about up until Water 7, they are directly addressing and making better, except Luffy. So I'm getting excited here. The fights are better. I did like the Eniru fight from the Skypiea arc, even though Skypiea as a whole absolutely blew filthy fucking ass. But the Eniru fight at the end I thought was fantastic. And now we're seeing a lot more great fights in these 2 arcs. So I don't know, I've just been really liking it a lot more. Though most of my complaints are still here. I still fucking hate how nobody dies. Nobody dies in this show outside of a flashback. Only when they're doing flashbacks do they have deaths so far. There's no real integral character deaths or really emotional moments so far. The biggest culprit, the biggest crime, and this was an affront to God when it comes to bad writing, is in the Alabasta arc when Pell takes like the nuclear bomb that's about to blow up Alabasta, flies it up into the sunset in order to sacrifice himself, a noble sacrifice, completing his character arc perfectly, and he does that, bomb blows up, everyone's expecting Pell to be dead because he just ate a goddamn nuclear bomb for breakfast, but then he's not dead. He's still alive. He still lives because they don't kill anyone off in this fucking show. And I think that's such a misstep. All of the big bad villains are still alive. Luffy just knocks them unconscious like it's a Pokemon fight. That is underwhelming. I think that's very underwhelming, especially for the Pirate King. You know, the kid who wants to be the Pirate King, the crew, the Pirate Hunter, Zoro. Like, it's just underwhelming. So that complaint is still here even after Enies Lobby. But I know there are character deaths coming up. I've been spoiled, obviously, on where the show goes because Tiana watched all of it in a short period of time, so I saw a lot of it. And I know there are character deaths that come up, but even still, as of right now, it's just lackluster. Because I always know, no matter what, they're not going to kill off even minor characters, even characters that don't have a whole lot to contribute. Nothing really happens to them. So that always grinds my ass grease. Like, I really do still have an issue with that, pulling all of these punches when it would be a lot more impactful to the story if they would just commit to killing some characters that obviously were being set up for something like that. But anyway, that's probably still my biggest complaint. But overall, Water 7 and Enies Lobby have done wonders for making this show enjoyable. The villains are much more interesting here. It's introducing a ton of new, deeper underlying issues that are going on in the world around them, even outside of the immediate problems. The overarching plot continues to get bigger in the scale and scope of it. So it's just finally being fucking interesting and not just a slog or a tedious chore to get through. The reason it's taken me 2 years to even get this far into the show is because I would constantly fall asleep throughout these episodes. So it would take me like a month, 2 months, or even sometimes 3 months to finish a single episode because every time I'd put it on, it would put me to sleep. It was more effective than NyQuil. Like, some of these episodes in the other arcs were just so meaningless and so boring. Like, I wasn't invested in it. And there is still some of those sins committed even in this arc, in these two arcs. Like, for example, in the middle of very high-stakes stuff, when they're working to get Nico Robin back on the crew after learning the truth about why she betrayed them, in the middle of that, there is, I think it's 4 episodes of just flashback filler. In the middle of, like, this extremely important moment with Nico Robin opening up about her past, you know, wanting to come back to the Straw Hats but can't because of the Buster order. And during this, like, as they're squaring off with all the bad guys and with Nico there as well, they just, like, fucking shoehorn in, like, 4 filler episodes. Why? What, like in the middle of very important stuff. At least I think it was at that part. I'm already getting a little foggy on exactly when those flashback fillers come in, but I'm pretty sure it's there. And it's just, you know, it's unnecessary. It doesn't add anything. All it does is ruin, once again, the pacing and detract from the enjoyment. So there are still those moments here, even in what I consider to be the best arcs of the show so far, but they're much lesser and a lot less egregious. So overall, I just like the direction Water 7 and Enies Lobby is taking the show. I'm finally starting to see how this opens up into something very special for the first time. So yeah, I'm finally liking One Piece. I know this isn't the most like detailed Moist Meter review breakdown of Water 7 and Enies Lobby, but I don't really think that's necessary. All of you watching this have probably already formed your opinions about One Piece, and there's not a whole lot I can do to like change your mind. All I can speak to is what I've found not enjoyable versus enjoyable. And right now, Water 7 and Enies Lobby is exactly what I'm looking for from a show like One Piece. So I'm hoping the coming arcs continue that energy and keep that momentum pumping. So yeah, finally liking One Piece. That's about it. See ya. Just when you thought you'd finally seen all of the degeneracy disgusting YouTubers could ever cook up in their cursed kitchen, you get jump scared by a new outrageous, heinous act committed by a YouTuber. In the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish, and in this case, that fish is evil. There is a new evil action that a YouTuber just proudly engaged in that I just learned about today. This comes from the true crime community. This comes from a YouTuber named Zavgirl, who charged people on Patreon for access to autopsy photos of a murdered 11-year-old boy. That is some morally demented shit right there that would have a demon cringing. Now, Zavgirl is refuting some of these claims and even released her own apology video explaining her side of the situation. Just a quick side note, apology videos have become 2023's Harlem Shake. This is a massive flood of apology videos that we've gotten in just like the last month. If YouTuber apologies were a stock option and you invested back in January of this year, you'd be a millionaire by now. It is crazy just how often this is happening. Now, her apology video might not feature a ukulele, but it's still just as shitty. But before really diving into that, I want to give a general overview of the situation. Zavgirl is a true crime YouTuber, and she had just recently dove into the case of an 11-year-old boy named Gannon who was brutally murdered by his stepmother, Letitia Stouch. And it is just unbelievably disturbing. The mother is on trial now, which I imagine is why Zavgirl wanted to start talking about it since it's now unfolding in court. I don't really want to get into the specifics of the case. Basically, the stepmother tortured the son, stabbed him a ton of times, shot him in the head, and then stuffed his corpse into a suitcase and started to pretend like he was missing. So she told the authorities all kinds of different stories, like he didn't come home after going to a friend's house. Then she even came up with some kind of fucking wild narrative about how someone that was fixing her carpet ended up raping her and then abducting the child. So she got caught lying a ton of times. Eventually, investigators found blood on her shoes and in her car as well as in Gannon's room, and then her DNA on a gun that was linked to Gannon's death. So they caught her and realized that she was responsible for Gannon's murder. So Zavgirl followed the Letitia Stouch case and said that she had recently made an official records request, which is something I didn't even know you could do as just like an average Joe Schmo. I had no fucking clue that any goofball goober could just ask and get sensitive files like she received. I guess I'm just very naive to what you're able to ask for, but I feel like those kind of things should only be made accessible to the victim's family as well as like official sources, not just YouTubers. But that's just me, I guess, speaking as a goddamn Neanderthal who I guess doesn't understand how things work here. That was surprising, but she said that she had made an official records request and then received all of these documents, which she posted on her Patreon. I'll go ahead and play this clip from her apology video where she tries to explain that this is a little misleading. She wasn't just charging for autopsy photos, she was actually charging for everything, which included autopsy photos.
I have followed the Letitia Stout case closely, and it was actually during the trial that I made the official records request. And it was in El Paso County, Colorado. I requested all the video, audio, and written records. I made no request for autopsy photos. I wanted all trial records, but my main interests were interviews with Letitia. The autopsy photos just happened to be in the files.
Not exactly the slam dunk you think it is here. You still did charge for all of this sensitive information, which does include the autopsy photographs, as you mentioned. I'll be extremely charitable here. I'll really throw you a bone and assume you're telling the truth that you didn't specifically seek out autopsy photos. You still got them, and you still published them, and you still charged for them on your Patreon. They were a component of what you were charging your audience for. You legitimately set up basically a booth in your Patreon where you could go in and look at photos of a dead child and learn everything that happened to him with the murder. How do you not recognize how incredibly fucked up that is? That is bafflingly evil. I understand desensitization is a real thing, right? Doctors get desensitized to gore and blood. Gamers get desensitized to being insulted in video games over Xbox Live. I get it, but I just don't understand how someone could ever reach the point where they're desensitized to the brutal murder of a child, and so desensitized, in fact, that you're going to charge people access to it. Other depraved fucking people that for some reason want to pay money to see photos of a dead child. So again, even if your primary goal wasn't to get autopsy photographs, you did receive them, you did publish them, and you charged an admission fee for people to look at them. You were making money off of showing people someone's dead child. How can you not recognize the complete absence of humanity and complete lack of empathy? She was also just giddy with excitement that she got her hands on all of this in the first place. Here's a community post that she hasn't deleted. Well, and I think she has deleted other ones, but I'll get to that in a moment. But she said, Hey you all, so I got a bunch of Letitia Stouch case files I'm going to be releasing. So there's some new videos and info, and also some videos they played in court, but the quality wasn't the best, so I have the originals where it's not a recording of a crooked TV screen. LOL! So if you're interested, keep your eyes out for my videos. I'm gonna get them out as fast as I can. There's some that might take me longer because, for instance, all the text messages, I like to read them for you, so those will take me some time, but I'm gonna try to get them out as soon as I can. Just a quick side note, she sucks fuck at writing. I guess she just doesn't believe in grammar. There wasn't a single comma to be had in this entire statement. It made it very difficult to read. It was just one long, random, vomited, evil thought that she put on the community tab here, with random capitalization of random words. I guess, you know, her pinky gets really excited and just slaps the shift key down mid-sentence sometimes to capitalize a random fucking word. But anyway, you can see the excitement here in this post. She is elated, celebrating like it's Christmas now that she has these records, because she's going to get a lot of content out of the records for her Patreon and for her YouTube audience as well. She was fucking roaring to go. And then she did. And she faced backlash even from her own community. So in the article I read about this situation, they referenced some of her community posts that I can no longer find. I don't know if they were deleted. So I just wanted to put that out there that these are no longer on her channel. But according to this article, she addressed the criticism in a lengthy statement saying, "The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people genuinely think making a video including the autopsy photos is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people, like myself, think of autopsy photos and the coroner explaining them as interesting and informative, and are able to view it all in a more scientific, detached way. It's just one of those things where it depends on the person." Hey Zav girl, let me hit you with some cold water real quick. If you're the kind of person that looks at photos of a dead child and goes over the details on how they were brutally tortured and murdered and think to yourself, this is good content. This content's a fucking banger. This is going on Patreon right now. I'm gonna get fucking paid for this shit. Let's go. Then you're a bad person. That's the kind of person you are. You are an evil piece of shit person is what you are. This isn't like some kind of debatable position. This isn't a hot take for me. I don't know how she even thinks that there is a large number of people that think like her where, oh, we actually just look at photos of dead, murdered children in a scientific, analytical way. As we could learn from this, like, oh, look at that. Stabbed 1,000 times. This is very interesting. I'm giving that an updoot, and here's $5. Thanks for showing me this. That's not common. She literally dropped a, I'm sorry you feel that way, over this whole situation in her community tab, I guess. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. And this is something I've always wondered about from the true crimes community, if there's ever any actual empathy for victims from channels like hers. I know that there are some true crime productions that actually aim to do good by trying to solve cold cases, and I think there is like a legitimate effort to do something there that's more than just exploitative, whereas what Zavgirl does here is legitimately just exploitative. She is trying to capitalize off the trauma of this family and make money from it for her true crime channel. I actually don't know how she sleeps at night. According to the article, the community post continued and it went into her denying that the autopsy footage that she distributed showed genitalia. She said, "I understand some of you have issues with me charging money on my Patreon for the video. If I was charging money for the autopsy files alone or something like that, I think I'd see your point. But in this case, I spent a lot of time and worked hard putting together a video lining up the coroner's audio and descriptions along with the appropriate part of the photos she is describing and editing it together to try and make it as informative as possible for the viewer. That's what I'm charging for, which I would hope you can agree is understandable." Zavgirl, I don't agree. It's not understandable. I completely disagree. Basically, what you're describing here is you made an autopsy photo montage where you synced up the photos of a murdered child's body with the coroner's explanation on how they were murdered and died. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know why you think that that's effort worthy of compensation, or why you think that what you did is a good thing. This isn't informative by any means. You're not like a documentary filmmaker that's paying respect to the victims' families or anything like that. This is the most disrespectful shit ever. Like this is beyond reprehensible. If you were aiming to create an informative video about the situation, why do you need the photos to accompany it? You could just have the coroner's explanation of it. You don't need the photos there. Clearly, the reason you had them there is because you knew people would maybe pay for morbid curiosity to see a murdered child, because there are some sick fucks in the world. That was clearly the intention behind having the photos there. Like, there's no other argument you can make for it, because again, if you wanted to just make a piece of content that was supposed to outline the horrors of this case, you could do that without showcasing the child's body. That's basic common sense. But I want to make it clear, even if you never published the autopsy photos, I still think what you did was exploitative and disrespectful to the victim and the victim's family. What you did here is not just provide details to a case to try and educate people on something horrible that happened or anything. You turned this case into a spectacle for your community to, give you impressions and engagement on. The goal of what you did here does not seem to be information or anything like that. The goal from you seems to have tried to be like a piece of entertainment about it, which is so fucked up.
I didn't think any of the images were new. These photos were already public, although the video I put together with the coroner's voice was my own creation. I chose to put the video on Patreon because of the sensitive nature of the evidence. Putting the evidence behind a paywall meant added security, and I naively thought they wouldn't be made public.
Well, that was certainly a dumb thing to listen to. Putting it on Patreon is still making the information public. You took private information and you published it on Patreon. A paywall does not mean that it's still private. It is easily accessible to anyone that wants to fork over a few doubloons to access it. Thus, the information is no longer private.
The video I created with a voice from the coroner wasn't meant to be shared outside of Patreon, and I chose not to put the photos on YouTube, a public forum, where the views would have allowed me to make more money, and the photos would be seen by more people.
Wow, you're such a saint. What an angel. She took a pay cut by only posting the murdered child autopsy photos on Patreon behind a paywall there, instead of posting it on YouTube, which I don't think you could even do on YouTube to begin with. What the fuck? What are you talking about here?
Because the video was placed behind a paywall, rumors about the images not being blurred or being different than what was shown in trial started to surface. No photos shows genitalia. I have made no jokes about the photos. I don't even cuss on my channel, and I would never allow derogatory remarks about a victim. I realized my intentions were not communicated well.
This is deflecting. It's not your intentions that people were questioning. The entire act of what you did here is a problem. It is disgusting what you did. It has nothing to do with your motivation behind doing it. The fact you did it at all is the problem. There's no intention that justifies it. There just isn't. There isn't an argument you can make that will, in any way, shape, or form, make it seem reasonable to have published the autopsy photos in any capacity, or made all of those private documents accessible through anyone that pays directly to you for the information. And again, even if you did make all of this publicly accessible without a paywall, releasing all of this kind of shit, the autopsy photos, coroner stuff, all of that, I still think it is exploitative because you are capitalizing off of it. I still think there wasn't really a good explanation for anything you did in this whole situation. So it has nothing to do with your fucking intentions. There is nothing you could have done that would have made this understandable in any capacity. So, yeah. She then goes on to say that her Patreon did get shut down for it, which sounds about right. That makes a lot of sense considering what she posted on there. And yeah, that's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. That's about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Transformers film. When it comes to live-action Transformers movies, you never know what to expect here. You could get a super stinker, or you could get a good film. There's no telling. It's been really up and down with the quality of the live-action films, and I didn't know where this one would rank on the tier list here, but I was somewhat hopeful because I loved Beast Wars growing up. I not only religiously watched the Beast Wars show, but I even played the games, the old PlayStation 1 games where it was like a battle arena. I loved it. I collected the action figures. I in fact still have them in my garage somewhere, and still remember the shame of having to ask my parents how to make the owl transform into the robot itself, because for some reason the fucking owl Maximal had this I don't know if it was just me being a stupid, smooth-brained, milk-drinking toddler idiot who couldn't figure it out, or if there was a legitimate malfunction with the product, but for some reason the owl's chest would never alter, and that's where the robot's head was, so I could never actually turn it into anything more than like some kind of disgruntled owl. And it always made me mad, and I still have that somewhere in the garage. But point is, I love the Beast Wars. So I wanted this movie to be good, and I'm pleased to say that it's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's great, but it's certainly not bad. I enjoyed it far more than many other Transformers live-action films. And of course, I'm only talking live-action. I still think the animated Transformers films bang a bit harder than most of the live-action, but I do think this movie was good. So let's talk about it. Let's dive in here. As is expected with a Transformers film, there's going to be a huge emphasis on humans. And historically, that could go wrong, and has gone wrong many times for the franchise, but I will say I think they did a great job with the human storyline here. It wasn't boring, and they actually did give the humans more to do than just tedious chores, where a lot of other Transformers movies, the only thing humans were capable of were just like really low-level things to help contribute barely. Since they can't fucking fight the robots there, they're not going to get up there and start slapping a robot around. But in this film, they actually do give the humans more to do in terms of fighting. So I'm trying not to get into spoilers, but they do have moments where the humans actually do fight, which I thought was very fun. And I think the main character, Noah, stands out and did a really great job. I think they did a great job with that character. I will say, though, that I would have liked if... It's hard to talk about it without getting into spoilers. I would have liked if at the end they didn't just throw so many plot conveniences all at once just for the sake of giving humans a little more to do. Because at the very end, they just start pulling shit out of their ass, and it's like, this really horrible thing's about to happen, but luckily there's a code that a human being can type in, so one of the humans can go type in that code and save the day, basically, if you're ready, and, you know, if you're brave enough to do so. So, I thought it got a little silly at the end with giving them these very convenient problems to solve that really only humans can, because they're small things like typing on a space keyboard, but, you know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose. I am, however, a little disappointed that the Maximals don't have more screen time, because the film is called Rise of the Beasts. You would think that they were kind of the main draw here, but they're kind of sidelined in this movie. You spend most of the time with the humans and with the Autobots, and a little bit with Optimus Primal, who's the best Maximal, admittedly. But you don't see pretty much any of the other Maximals except Airraiser, who has quite a bit to offer to the plot in the film. But you don't ever see Cheetor do anything until the very end. He also only has like maybe 2 lines in the movie. Rhinox, I'm pretty sure, doesn't say a single word. He has less lines than I did in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I don't know what happened with Rhinox. Maybe they just didn't feel like hiring someone to do voice acting, or they didn't feel like writing words for him. I have no fucking clue, but I'm pretty sure Rhinox doesn't say shit. He's just there for the final fight with the other Maximals. Like, it's just a little sad that since the film is called Rise of the Beasts, you would expect them to play a big role here, but they legitimately don't even do anything or even come into play until the very end of the film, which kind of sucks. But I will say they did a good job with the Autobots. I enjoyed watching a different kind of Optimus Prime, one who's kind of a douchebag. Like, that was interesting. I don't think they've ever made Optimus Prime just a straight-up asshole in any of the films that I can recall. Well, that's not true. He kind of, like, murdered a guy in cold blood once. But other than that, this guy... Optimus Prime in this film was going through, like, an edgy phase, right? You know, he's out there listening to some post-hardcore music, and he's like, you know, it's all my fault. I've done everything wrong. And fuck the humans. They're puny and weak, and they make me sick. Like, that was kind of cool. I haven't seen that side of Optimus Prime before, and he has a whole arc that, you know, ends up pretty cool at the very end, you know, bonding with humans eventually. I also think Pete Davidson as Mirage was a really good fit. Like, he did a good job with that character. The character of Mirage walks a fine line between being charming and being extremely annoying, and Pete Davidson fucking tap danced on that line right there, and it worked. I really think that I have no complaints about anything the Autobots did or any of the Autobots in the film. They were just all around solid. And the action was great. The action was very fun. It's always fun to watch giant robots fighting. But in this film, I think they really nailed the action. A lot of times it looks like fucking 3 soda cans colliding against each other during a Transformers fight. Here I think they did a good job of making all of the action clear. Especially in the final climactic fight, there's a lot of really cool moments that had the audience clapping. Now, let's get into some complaints here, because besides just the lack of Maximals in the film, I've got some gripes with it. It's hard to get into without spoilers. There are so many narrative ass pulls at the end that it is laughable. I know I briefly mentioned them, but it gets absurd. Fucking random coded kill switch for humans to use in the most important moment. Empty pipes for humans to crawl through in giant robot technology that serve no purpose other than to be a tunnel for humans to sneak through. I'm trying, I know these are kind of minor spoilers. I'm trying to keep it as minor as possible, but there are so many fucking conveniences at the end of this film. I shit you not, there's even just a full-blown revival thanks to super rocks, super special rocks of Energon. Like, nothing matters because everything at the end, it's just like they have the answer to every single thing ever, including death itself. And that's another complaint. There's so many, fake out death moments for some fucking reason. So many I might be exaggerating. There's a few fake out deaths, and I think there should never really be more than one. It just takes all of the stakes away from everything. You have these turbo bad guys, super evil villains, they're fucking powered by dark matter and a bad attitude. But for some reason, they don't ever finish anyone off. Or when you think they finish someone off, they do it in a way where it's kind of ambiguous. They don't cut someone's fucking head off. They don't chop them into pieces or anything. They just blast them with an energy ray and they're like, oh, it took the spark. And it's like, okay, but I mean, what's that really mean? Because you can just get the spark back if you have a powerful enough rock. And I'm not using rock as a way of trying to hide a special item in the film. I mean it's just a normal rock, a normal human rock that just happens to be kind of powerful when it comes to Energon. Death doesn't really even exist in the film. It's just kind of silly. And I also really hate the bad guy they introduce here. Not the super bad guy, but the super bad guy's bad guy, the right hand, Scourge. He's very hands-off in his hunting. He's very powerful. They make it clear right away that he's very powerful. But when it comes to the humans, he's fucking worthless. He's like a Scooby-Doo villain. He keeps catching them and then letting them go over and over again. And he has these tiny little spiders that he sends their way, but the spiders fucking suck. They die to a stick. The spiders, the robot spiders from the big evil bad guy, die to a stick. What the fuck? Why does he keep using the spiders? Not once were they helpful. The humans were easily able to defeat them with just household objects. They got hit by a goddamn pole once, a tiny little bar once. Jesus Christ, stop using them. Just do it yourself. There are moments where the bad guy Scourge literally has one of the humans in his hands and just starts monologuing instead of just killing him. Even though he has shown that he has absolutely no mercy whatsoever. So why the fuck are you just talking at this guy monologuing? It just gets a little, overdone when it happens a couple of times here. So, just definitely wanted to mention that. I do understand it's Transformers, so it's going to have some of that cheesy, tropey kind of shit in there, and that's fine. But I think they just use that too much. Again, the main bad guy, the right hand, just keeps sending spiders after the humans, even though he himself could have easily just taken care of it almost instantly. I also think there's a massive plot hole here that I can't really get into, because it's clearly a big spoiler. But I think that the motivation for something the Maximals did, or rather didn't do, is nonsensical, and it would have completely thwarted the entire plot of the film. It would have stopped everything bad from happening before it was ever even a problem. And I've been really racking my brain on it, trying to figure out why they did or didn't do something, and I just can't come up with an answer. I don't know if maybe I missed something, but there was a very crucial MacGuffin in the film that I feel could have been handled in a very different way by the Maximals. And I'll just leave it at that. I think if you've seen the film, you're probably knowing what I'm getting at here. But yeah, I'm getting real deep into it. Overall, I liked the movie. I thought it was fun and enjoyable. Yes, I was disappointed there weren't more Maximals because I like Beast Wars and I really thought they were going to be front and center. We've seen so much from the Autobots already. I would have thought they were trying to shift the focus to the Maximals here because that's very different from the normal Transformers, but they don't really, and I wouldn't even say that they share the spotlight. The Maximals are kind of just supporting characters to the Autobots, and it works in the climactic fight well. I think they complement each other really well. I just really would have liked to see more, especially from characters like Cheetor and Rhinox. I mean, those are classic characters. Like, you know, show some fucking respect here. Let them do more than just have one line and 2 fight scenes, right? But overall, I thought the movie was enjoyable. Plugging Transformers Rise of the Beast into the Moist Meter, I'm just going to give it like a nice 65%. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. This is probably the easiest Moist Meter I've ever made. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Absolutely amazing. Just a genuinely incredible film. Mission Impossible is probably the best action franchise ever. Like, it's gotta be in the conversation, if not the #1 spot. This franchise has been cooking for 30 years, and they never miss on the recipes. They're delivering exquisite meals. The cuisine is a delicacy every time a new Mission Impossible rolls around. Fucking Tom Cruise is 61 years old, and he's, like, not geriatric at all. He's still doing all of his own stunts, risking life and limb, putting it all on the line in order to deliver an unforgettable experience, and it shows. The passion here is unlike anything else in the industry. 30 years, and they keep finding ways to get better. That is so rare, especially in Hollywood, where half the time it's just formulaic garbage that's just driveled out for the sake of trying to capitalize off a beloved franchise while putting no effort into it, just absolutely phoning it in. But Mission Impossible, it just wants to just keep going, fucking full throttle and never let off the gas. And man, it is such a breath of fresh air. And another thing, like I mentioned, Tom Cruise is 61 years old. Usually when someone's reaching this age, they're no spring chicken anymore. But somehow, it never comes across as like weird or lame. It doesn't ever feel like he has to slow down in the film. Like, he is still doing the same kind of stunts that he used to do when he was 40 years younger. Like, he is still at an extremely high level of athleticism and an extremely high level of, like, executing good choreography and making things look amazing, which is crazy at his age. Even someone that I think is comparable, like Keanu Reeves with John Wick. In John Wick 4, there are moments where you can see he's kind of slowing down a little bit. It doesn't really take away from the experience. I still fucking love John Wick 4. But you can see that it's getting a little more difficult for him to do some of, like, the moves that he was doing in John Wick 1, for example. Tom Cruise, though, this man's got fucking adamantium bones with goddamn, like, plutonium running through his veins that's powering him. It makes no sense how he's able to do what he does in this film at his age. So, anyway, I haven't even really begun talking about the movie. Dead Reckoning is a 2-part movie, and this was part 1 that dropped, and it is so good. It is just so good. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get into the debate of which is better, Dead Reckoning or Fallout, which was the previous Mission Impossible movie. A lot of people consider that to be like one of the best action films in general ever made. And I understand, because it really is extraordinary. But I honestly do think Dead Reckoning here, assuming Part 2 is as good as Part 1, will be better. Now, of course, since it is just Part 1, it didn't wrap itself up, but it didn't fall into the same trap that a lot of other two-part movies have, where it feels unsatisfying by the time the credits roll around. Dead Reckoning Part 1 has a really nice conclusion that feels like you got like an entire experience worth, you got a good natural stopping point, it doesn't feel abrupt, it keeps you salivating at the mouth for more, but still your tummy is full from the meal that the chef prepared with love. I can't stop talking about how hard this shit cooks. I want to go back into the kitchen and kiss the chef on the mouth. It is incredible. So I didn't feel like walking away from the film, you know, that it came out of nowhere, the ending, because it felt natural. So I have no problems at all with Part 1 here ending where it does. I think it did a great job, and I'm super excited for Part 2 now to see how they wrap it up. Now, one thing I actually like more in Dead Reckoning than I did in Fallout is the story. I really like all of the new characters they introduce here, but even more than that, the narrative itself I actually think just feels much better in like the current landscape of the world. Fallout, while I still agree is an extraordinary film, it did have the cliche nuclear threat. The fingers on the trigger, the nuclear bomb's gonna bust ass at any moment now. How are they gonna stop him? How's Ethan gonna put the kibosh on this bad guy? The concept of the plot wasn't anything super new or innovative, it just did the concept better than anything else that has ever really come before it. However, in Dead Reckoning, they don't go that direction. There is a nuclear bomb moment because you fucking gotta have a nuclear bomb moment when it's high stakes like Mission Impossible, but the core is around AI and the threat that it poses both with the information that it's able to disseminate or the misinformation that it's able to disseminate, as well as even being able to take control of warheads. So the main threat is about who's going to take control of this extremely powerful and extremely deadly AI that's becoming sentient. Now, that itself isn't exactly, you know, a novel concept that's going to have you fucking flying back into your chair or anything. That's been done a lot, like most notably Terminator with Skynet. But it doesn't go in that direction. It doesn't feel cheesy and it doesn't feel goofy because AI is such a big talking point in reality right now. With how quickly AI is advancing, nothing in this film feels far-fetched or silly. It's very interesting at the capabilities, the dangers AI could pose in the wrong hands. And Ethan Hunt's rationalization of how best to handle a situation like this with a threat this large. I really like the narrative a lot here. I think it's nice and refreshing to go in a bit of a different direction as opposed to just standard bad guys got big bomb. Even though that's not exactly a bad thing if that is the plot, because Mission Impossible has proven that it can do anything and do it well. Dead Reckoning, I think, has the best set pieces in the entire franchise. I'm just going to say it. The action set pieces in this film are unbelievable. They are so good. I don't want to spoil anything here, so I'm trying very loosely to talk about things, because I think this is a must-watch movie. This is one of those films that absolutely is worth going to a theater to see. It is an experience more than a movie. Yeah, I'm getting real pretentious sounding, like sniffing my own fucking farts here, but seeing this movie in theaters is definitely the optimal way of experiencing it. Mission Impossible deserves it. It's so fucking good. I just don't really have any complaints about this movie, aside from like two very minor ones that I can't really get into because it's kind of spoilery, but I'll just say they involve plot convenience moments where I feel like they were so focused on delivering a really cool action moment, but then ended up kind of backing themselves into a bit of a corner, and in order to kind of salvage the situation, they needed to pull from their ass a little deep to get out of that situation, even though it doesn't really make a ton of sense how it happened. That's about the most I can say without getting into spoilers, but it's not a big deal. Like, that's a nitpick. Like, if I was really going to look for something negative, it's just there were a couple instances of where I felt like they didn't really write something super cohesive on how they get out of this situation. They just kind of do because they needed to. They're the fucking heroes. And even though I do like the villain, I think he wasn't super fleshed out here. and it really feels like they reached a bit in order to connect him to Ethan's past in a way that felt kind of like an afterthought almost, but it's not a big deal because I do think Gabriel, the main villain, like the main villain outside of like the evil AI potential, like I do still think he was cool. Like I think he was like a good villain to have. Every time he was on screen, I felt like this is a big threat moment. This is going to turn into some shit. It's about to go tits up real quick. And Gabriel has a subordinate named Paris who's just a badass. She like fights with a sword. Like it feels like she was a character out of John Wick. It's like it actually is really just cool. There's nothing in this movie that isn't just really cool. So yeah, anyway, I think this is a must-watch movie. Plugging Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 95%. I really hope Part 2 sticks the landing. I do hope they give a little bit more to Gabriel in particular. I would like to see that, but I imagine that is the plan considering this is only half of the story they want to tell. And I think they've already done a great job with it. So yeah, I think it's fantastic, and that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. I imagine you all can guess why I'm so sweaty right now. I just got home from watching the new Fast and Furious movie, and the testosterone that was pumping through my veins watching that bad boy had me perspiring like a Redditor on OnlyFans. What a journey. I felt like the movie turned the NOS canister in my soul at full blast. Had me, fucking firing into the theater seats there. I saw it in an empty theater. I went to a little matinee today at 2:30 p.m. and no one else was there. I felt insulted on behalf of the whole family behind the movie. You know, how could you show such disrespect and not show up to Fast and Furious at every single showing throughout opening day? But regardless, I think that is just despicable behavior. There's just some swine out there that can't appreciate high-quality art like Fast X. I can. But honestly, the serene masculinity that washed over me in this completely barren, empty theater was actually wonderful. I feel like it was the optimal experience. It felt so personal, as if I was able to connect better with all of these very well-rounded, beloved, deep characters. It felt as though Dominic Toretto lunged out from the screen, opened up his arms, and invited me, Charles, to suckle on his bosom, and then pulled out a chair at the barbecue and handed me a Miller Lite to join the family. And it felt good. The film is exactly what you're expecting. Fast and Furious is a franchise that just keeps trying to ramp up the ridiculousness. It started with Fast 5, and it's never let off the gas pedal since. So they've had, of course, like the nuclear submarine shooting into space, all of that shit. This one, once again, tries to go fucking hog wild, and it does. But I will say, this doesn't have any of those moments. Like Fast 5 has the vault, the space launch, the submarine, all of that, iconic moments. This one doesn't have anything like that. Instead, the whole film has moments similar to those moments, but nothing like one particular instance. The biggest scene by far is kind of an homage to the vault scene from Fast 5, where instead of a vault going through the city and like blasting through cars and people and shit, it's a giant bomb that's rolling around Rome and about to blow up the Vatican. And it's hype, like it's cool. And that's all these movies are about. It's very self-aware. It knows it's cheesy. It knows it's ridiculous, and it embraces that with a smile on its face. And I appreciate it. I definitely did have fun and giggled to myself at the, like, absolute outrageousness of a lot of the scenes. But even with that being said, there are some things that are just downright shit in the film. Like, there's just some, like, awful moments that had me rolling my eyes. But before getting into that, let's talk about some things that I enjoyed. I liked Jason Momoa's character. He plays Dante. This isn't a spoiler. It's in the trailer for the movie. He's the son of the big bad from Fast 5, and he's out for revenge. The very cookie-cutter, formulaic, Fast and Furious plotline. Every single person in the world is out for revenge on Dom in some way. The entire criminal underworld wants to fuck Dom in the face and his whole family because they don't like him. Or he's done something to someone that is somehow connected to them, because everyone in the Fast and Furious universe is connected to Dom. He's like Genghis Khan, where Genghis Khan, like, populated half of the planet or something during his heyday. That's Dominic, but with, like, criminals. Every criminal in the world somehow ties back to Dom in some way. For example, in this film, Dominic goes across the fucking world and somehow runs into someone that is related to someone that Dominic used to fuck. So, like, the Toretto DNA is spread very far across the globe. Like, he is this singularity that pulls everyone in that universe towards him. Which is, of course, goofy and fun, but regardless, let's get back on track. The main villain, Jason Momoa, son of the big bad, wants revenge. He was a cool character. This is a Jason Momoa I've never seen before. He really tried to, like, channel some kind of Joker character for it, and it was so silly that I loved it. Like, he just goes really outrageous with the whole performance. You know, he'll be like, Dom, you ever heard of Mozart? Well, you best start believing in ballet, Dom, 'cause you're in one. And then he starts, like, busting out ballet moves and then directs a sniper to start shooting at him. Like, there's even, like, a Joker moment where Dominic's beating the shit out of him, pops one of his teeth out, and he's like, ha 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 ha, Dom, you're punching me just the way I wanted you to punch me. Have you ever heard of birds, Dom? Do you know birds? Like, he just, like, comes up like the stupidest shit. And he's always talking to, like, he talks to corpses. He's very quirky. He's the quirk master. And it's so stupid, like, in the best way. It's very clear Jason Momoa is just having as much fun as possible. Like, he stabs someone and then starts, like, sucking on the blood like a popsicle. It's so dumb. But I really liked it. There's even moments where he reminds me of Maximilian Pegasus from the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because for some reason, Dante, that's Jason Momoa's character, calls him Dommy Boy constantly. Just like Pegasus, where he calls Yugi Yugi Boy. Like, I was half expecting him to trap his family soul in a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card in this movie. It was so fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I thought he was cool. Well, cool is probably not the right word. I thought he was fun. But yeah, of course, the bread and butter of Fast and Furious is its action. This is filled to the brim with action. But man, I've got to tell you, even suspending disbelief, it is really frustrating how every single enemy is this, like, armored to the gills tactical monster, like the fucking Juggernaut from Modern Warfare 2. And yet, they're still just punching them in the face, like, with their helmet on. Like, Dominic and his friends just punch their helmet over and over, and somehow that's incapacitating them. What the fuck is the point of the helmet if it can't even block a punch, or stop you from getting hurt from a punch? It's crazy how often that happens. Like, they're not even getting shot most of the time, they're just getting, like, punched and kicked in the legs, and like, oh shit, my leg! And they're dead. Like, every single henchman here is just one sneeze away from being defeated. Like, there was never any stakes in this film. Obviously, it's Fast and Furious. Everyone's got plot armor. Everyone's got God mode turned on. They're all fucking invincible, surviving the most ridiculous shit. And they never miss a shot, and their punches can shatter diamonds. Which is fine, but just stop putting them in armor. It's so fucking dumb. Like, that actually kind of grinded my ass a little bit. And then another thing I really didn't like is its reliance on flashbacks. So they'll take you to, like, Fast and Furious 5, and they'll show you a scene that we've all seen and enjoyed, and then they'll be like, but did you know Dante was right here? And it's the same scene, but then Dante's in the background, like, fucking smoldering. And then they'll do that 20 times throughout the film. And then when they took the vault, Dante was in the bathroom in this stall. And he opens the stall door. Like, they just keep doing these flashbacks to these moments as if, like, Dante was there the whole time, and it's really goofy. And then they'll do that for other characters. And then someone you thought was not there was actually there in the stall next to Dante. And then Dante opens the stall door, and then the stall door next to him opens, and it's like the other guy. So it's like, we got you. Like, it's supposed to be this eureka moment that catches everyone off guard, and it's just an ass pull. Like, I have no doubt this whole film's production was all of the action. Let's write all of the action. Ah, shit, now we have to have some kind of story. All right, we'll just make it up as we go. Because that's what it feels like half of the time this film's running. It gets a bunch of different plot lines going in different directions that introduce all sorts of problems that don't get solved and don't have any real reason to even exist in the first place. And then they'll just come out of nowhere with some kind of half-baked explanation or like some kind of goofy motivation that ties back into a flashback. It's pretty fucking dumb. Like, even for Fast and Furious standards, the story's pretty fucking stupid. But that's fine, because who cares, right? Again, no one's going to Fast and Furious for a profound, thought-provoking story or character piece. But yeah, I do want to point that out. And I also do appreciate that they tried to bring street racing back in. There is a whole street racing scene, but it doesn't work super well. It's kind of cringy a little bit. But I do like that they tried to bring in some street racing. They've done that before as well, but here they really gave a spirited attempt, but I don't think they really landed it all that well. Because the street race doesn't last very long, and I don't think it was very interesting. But I like that they gave it a whirl. Because I still think the street racing component of Fast and Furious was really special and really fun. But I do still like the over-the-top nature of what it's become. Anyway, there's not a whole lot to really digest and dive into. You get exactly what you're expecting. A whole cast of fucking Avengers, superhuman superheroes with cars, fucking blowing up helicopters with cars, using cars like there's some kind of like aircraft almost. All kinds of high-tech weaponry that looks like Jimmy Neutron designed it in a shed. So you have like this makeshift plane out of 5 pieces of wood that John Cena flies around on. It's craziness. And that's what you want with Fast X. But if you're someone that really doesn't care for the direction Fast and Furious has been going with trying to one-up itself with over-the-top action jumping the shark, you're going to hate this movie. Plugging it into the moist meter, I'm just going to give it a nice 70%. I had fun. I think most people have fun if you go in there with the right expectations and the right mindset. They're just going to shove popcorn in your face and have a good laugh and a good time. Like, that's what it's all about with Fast and Furious, and I think it delivers. Man, some of the dialogue, though, is awful. Let me point that out real quick. There are some horrible stinkers of lines in this film. Like, I really feel like some chat GPT generated lines at moments in here. But anyway, yeah, overall, fun film. That's really about it. See ya. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick, Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. I'm becoming more and more convinced that TikTok is actually a weapon used to weed out stupid people. Because this story is not the first of its kind. This is not an isolated incident where a TikTok trend or challenge leads to a lot of fatalities. It's honestly getting to the point where these headlines feel like they're AI generated. Like the one we're talking about today feels like a fake story put into Grand Theft Auto as a joke. Just something they slid in there as something silly. But it's apparently legitimate. There's a TikTok trend called the boat jumping challenge, which is responsible for at least 4 people's deaths recently. And the challenge, as the name would imply, is jumping off of a boat going extremely fast. You don't need a master's degree in physics to figure out why this is dangerous, but Just in case, I'll lay down the brass tacks, so I'm gonna sit you down in the classroom here for the lecture, so spit out your gum. Since the boat is moving so fast, when you jump off of it, you hit the water hard as shit. You generate a lot of force behind that impact. It's a goddamn wallop. So, what's happening is, when people are jumping off of the boats, they're hitting the water and then snapping their necks and drowning. It's an easily preventable and probably the most embarrassing death imaginable because you killed yourself for a goofy-ass TikTok challenge. And I also hate that everything in the world is called a challenge these days. That word has lost all meaning. There's nothing challenging about this. Jumping off a boat doesn't have any level of difficulty or skill to it. The only challenge, I guess, is surviving it. Like, avoiding being banished to the fucking Shadow Realm for it. But I'm so fucking tired of everything getting called a challenge, you know? Here's the poop without wiping challenge. You take a shit and you don't use any toilet paper or a bidet to clean your anus. Expert difficulty, ultra nightmare mode, impossible challenge. You won't last 5 seconds. It's so dumb. I'm so tired of everything getting labeled a challenge. But anyway, this trend of boat jumping is responsible for at least 4 deaths, and like I mentioned, that is just the saddest way of going out. Not only is it like an agonizingly slow, painful death, but that is just, you're probably getting made fun of in the afterlife for that. Dying for a stupid TikTok trend, you know the angels are shooting spitballs at you. Like, that is, like, it's just a shameful way of exiting this corporeal realm and shedding the mortal coil. That is so fucking sad. Like, I feel horrible that, you know, people have, you know, perished from it, but I honestly am stunned by just how quickly the human brain is devolving. This is like human instincts 101 shit. Like, this is common sense. This is an instinct you're born with. Not to, like, jump off of something going fast because it'll create bad ouchie boo-boo moment. Fucking cavemen probably would know not to jump off of, like, a speeding vehicle like this. I just don't understand how anyone would see this challenge and think that it was somehow safe or wasn't dangerous. Like, you'd have to know. You would have to know. And another thing is, it's so traumatizing, like, dying this way, not only because it was extremely avoidable, but because it's most likely done in front of your family and friends. Like, if you're on a boat, you're probably not on a boat with strangers. That's not exactly like you can call up an Uber to do this with. You can't just call up, like, a boat service, right, to pick you up and do this TikTok trend. So you had friends and family around you filming you, and then you did the TikTok suicide challenge right in front of them, and they watched you die and fucking filmed it. That is scarring. That is incomprehensibly nightmarish. So, like, this whole thing is, it's shocking that anyone would actually even do this. Like, 4 deaths from it is surprisingly low, actually. I imagine that's only the reported ones so far, assuming this is a popular trend. And I decided to look it up myself on TikTok to see how big the trend was. And it seems like it was pretty big, and there are still quite a few surviving videos of people doing the challenge, but all of them seem to at least had the foresight to recognize that, you know, pushing that bitch wide open on the boat going like 60 would have been a complete disaster and led to a Mortal Kombat fatality. So the ones that are on there right now are slow boats. They're going slow, so that way they don't hurt themselves doing it or, like, get seriously injured from it. Whereas most people, I guess, didn't recognize that and amplified the danger, fucking Evel Knievel, and actually just warp-drived their boat and jumped off, which led to these 4 deaths in Alabama. This whole situation proves to me, with my fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, that there has to be some kind of shadow organization, the puppet masters pulling the strings of TikTok, that are in this think tank coming up with the most dangerous trends and challenges, knowing that stupid people will die doing it as a way of, like, population control or something. Like, not only is TikTok legitimately rotting the brains of so many people, but they're not satisfied with that. They're gluttonous for more punishment of the human species. So they're coming up with challenges like this, knowing that people will die doing it. Because like I said, this is far from the only one. There's also, of course, like the blackout challenge, which was literally suffocating yourself, and some people died doing that. Which, obviously, but that was the whole fucking challenge, basically. You just strangle yourself until you're about to pass out, and some people died from it. But point is, there's so many of these challenges now. This is just the most recent one. And what's even crazier is I think back to the Tide Pod challenge, how everyone all at once recognized the stupidity and the danger of it, and yet that didn't have nearly as many deaths or injuries as any TikTok trend that comes out. Like every big TikTok trend has like at least a handful of deaths associated with it at this point. And even extending further beyond Tide Pod challenge, many people forget this one, but it's one I look back on with a big fucking smile on my face that someone even tried it. There was something called the Hot Coil Challenge, which was only ever done by one person. It was a dude who just turned his fucking stovetop on and then put his bare forearm on it and let it incinerate his flesh. So he just slams his arm onto the stovetop and lets that motherfucker simmer. He is in there just letting it cook. So he holds it there for a little bit, obviously just melting the flesh off, fucking cremating his forearm, and called it the Hot Coil Challenge. And that would have been less detrimental to human health than fucking TikTok trends like the boat jumping challenge. There would have been less deaths in the Hot Coil Challenge than there are in things like the boat jumping challenge and blackout challenge and all of that. That's so crazy. Now, this isn't exactly related to the boat jumping challenge, but I want to illustrate just how dangerous water speed is. There is a record for the fastest water speed ever achieved, and it was set back in the 70s. And you'd think upon hearing that, like, oh, we've advanced well beyond that with technology. How have we not been able to beat a record from the 70s when it comes to water speed? And that's because it's considered the most hazardous thing to ever engage in. It's the most dangerous record to ever try and break. There's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Of the last 13 attempts to break the water speed world record, there have been 7 deaths. And the 2 most recent attempts both ended in catastrophe and death. It is a record that most people don't really want to challenge because it is so fucking dangerous. I feel like a lot of people just don't recognize how dangerous water can be, which is a silly thing to say, because I feel like most people should be able to, but we're living in clown times right now where people are just, they're not thinking anymore. They see internet engagement and all rational thought goes right out the window. So it's fucking dangerous. Obviously, this boat jumping challenge was going to lead to serious injury and death. And yet, people were blinded in the pursuit of clout. A story as old as time now. Well, not really. A story as old as 3 or 4 years now, with how desperate people are for clout, that they are actually killing themselves for it. So yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. I'm sure a lot of you have seen all of the FaZe drama that's been going on Twitter over the last couple days, and FaZe is something I've talked about quite a bit over the last year because it's been an absolute circus. From their stock absolutely flatlining to the point now where it's basically just a sad joke. Just look at this graph, it puts a tear in your eyes. It's more tragic than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just been crazy to see them circle the drain like this and have this wild fall from grace, because they're one of the very few gaming-focused brands that branched out into the mainstream. Like, most people have probably heard of FaZe at some point in their life, even people that aren't associated with gaming. So they really did blow up in a big way, and now there's like a war going on between like the founders of FaZe versus the corporate suits that now control FaZe, and it's all just been bubbling over and becoming this massive shitstorm, and everyone's getting covered in the filth. It's getting stinky. Now, the first domino that fell in this FaZe soap opera is the OGs came forward, like FaZe Rain and Banks, and started criticizing the brand overall, talking about how it's become soulless and lame and just generally horrible. The main talking point is how the founders have lost control of the company to these zombies in suits that just don't understand the space. And they also show no respect to the founders that brought it there in the first place. They overrule them, they have no real decision-making power. Thus, the direction FaZe has been going over the last few years has been a negative one. And most people can probably agree with that. FaZe hasn't exactly been hitting home runs recently over the last couple years. So the founders have been talking about how disappointed they are with FaZe in its current state. And then FaZe Rain recently has just been leaking tons of information, like internal stuff, financials. He's been leaking more than the faucet at my college dorm room. He has been going hog wild with tons of information. And most recently, he was focusing on their numbers, like their actual numbers with their spend as well as what they're making. He made a video going over their financials, talking about how much they spend on certain games in the esports space, as well as the lack of return they see from it, even disclosing Nick Merck's salary for being on FaZe, which is like $1 million a year, and he just goes over how much they're spending and how they're not seeing any of that money. It's just fucking vanishing into thin air and just like literally bleeding them dry on finances. According to a lot of his numbers here, they're spending over $700,000 a month on like esports stuff. That's crazy, and they're not seeing any money come back into the company, which isn't exactly an eyebrow raiser. This is something everyone speculated for a long time because it's become very clear to actually every single person with eyes that the entire esports scene just doesn't make any money. What's wrong, Io? I don't know why the esports scene is so shit for generating profit. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. What's wrong? I've upset Io mentioning this. Because it is heartbreaking. Like, esports is a scene that you get in for passion, and you see a lot of orgs start to close their doors because they just can't stay afloat. It's very expensive, and you don't make anything. So Rain was going over their numbers, which I do believe because like the information he's been leaking has so far been confirmed accurate, and he's just talking about like how much money they're losing, and it's a lot. Over 700,000 clams, over 700,000 pristine doubloons is a ton of cash. That's nuts. To convert that to Robux, I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd need like fucking 50 zeros at the end of that number. It's a lot of money that they are pissing away and not getting anything back from. So he started revealing these numbers. More OGs came forward to talk about how upsetting it is to see the direction that the brand has gone and that it's completely lost its identity. The people at the top of the food chain don't understand the culture, so it's trash. All of these statements from the OGs then led to this like Marvel civil war within FaZe, where you had the OGs versus the people at the top and also new generation FaZe members. So a lot of the audience was on the OG side and a lot of the audience on the new side. And it's just been this constant clashing. And yesterday, it really festered into something pretty foul. So just to give context here, it started with this tweet from FaZe Clan where they said, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain replied saying, "Spoiler alert, it's Grace, and the only reason I heard was because she was on one episode of Stranger Things." He's referring to Grace Van Dien, who is a streamer named Bluefy and also was in Stranger Things. So it turns out he was 100% right, because yesterday FaZe announced that Grace Van Dien is joining the FaZe family. Now, this all led to a lot of hubbub, a lot of discussion, and a lot of controversy. And with a very public fallout between the OG FaZe founders and current FaZe, people were already on edge. It also really didn't help with the FaZe tweet about wanting more women in the organization, because that got the community excited, thinking that FaZe was about to make a big signing from someone who's been grinding in the scene for a long time, working hard for an opportunity like joining FaZe, and then turns out they had already made their decision when they had made that tweet. So that was kind of a bad look, and it didn't do anything good for Grace because it put her in an uncomfortable position where the community was upset that she got the opportunity being a relatively new streamer. They thought that they had signed her just because she's a celebrity. So some members of the community got upset at Grace directly, which I think is super misguided. There's plenty to critique about FaZe signings and business decisions, but Grace didn't do anything wrong here. She does stream often and then had this opportunity to join a huge org. Yes, being an actress did obviously help her get this opportunity for sure, but at the very least, she seems excited about it and does actively stream, which is already more than you can say for half of their celebrity signings. Like Snoop Dogg, for example. They paid him a fat load of money, as well as stock, in FaZe in order for him to be on board the FaZe family. And all he ever did was take a single photo with them, and then the word FaZe never left his lips again. He must have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer that erased his memory of FaZe Clan entirely, because he never did anything with them, in spite of getting all of this money and this stock. And it wasn't just him. They've done this for multiple other celebrities too. Like Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure all of you watching didn't even know was part of FaZe Clan at any point. I didn't until I watched Ludwig's Mogul Mail on it. I had no idea Kyler Murray signed with FaZe, but he did. Kyler Murray never even mentioned FaZe Clan a single time. Not once. After joining. But in this case, Grace is an active streamer, thus will be presenting the FaZe brand to her audience, and she seems extremely excited about doing things in collaboration with FaZe, which is infinitely more than any celebrity that FaZe has signed recently. So I really feel that the anger directed towards Grace is just a little weird. The focus should instead be placed on how out of touch FaZe has become with the decisions they make. For example, this was also mentioned in Ludwig's Mogul Mail, but it's something I've talked about as well, where FaZe had that whole super expensive reality show where, you know, who wants to be the next FaZe member? So you want to be a FaZe superstar, do ya? Well, hop on board the Polar Express here for this FaZe show. And they put so much money into it, and only like 6 people ever watched it. Like, they dumped money into this completely geriatric, dumb ideas like that reality show that no one cares about, no one gets excited for. And all of their YouTube content is beyond dead. And no matter how much mouth-to-mouth they give it, they can't revive it. They can't get that heartbeat back, no matter how much they try, because they just don't know what they're doing or what direction to take FaZe. It's become very corporate, and most people don't vibe with it anymore. And it's also led to new FaZe members fighting with the old FaZe members, so they're like actually butting heads and, you know, throwing down in the Twitter replies against each other. So it's just been so much fighting and drama with FaZe because the founders lost control of the company, and the direction it's gone has only further decayed the brand to the point where it's at, 55-cent stock price and kind of just like a joke in the industry outside of some of their esports teams. Like, they are still doing really well in the games they're in for the most part. Not entirely all of them, but a large chunk of them, their esports teams are still top of the line. So it's just a shame to see how bad things are behind closed doors at FaZe. And now those doors aren't even fucking closed anymore. Those doors have been kicked open. The entire public is being exposed to all of the dirty laundry of FaZe, and all of it's happening publicly. I am still shocked FaZe Rain was even able to release all of the information he has without getting sued. I would have thought they would have had so many NDAs out the wazoo on FaZe Rain, but he's just been revealing everything. So I'm starting to believe they probably just forgot about him and all of the founders, so they never even bothered to NDA them. So he'll probably just continue to share shit without repercussion. So I'm pretty excited to see what else he starts bringing to the public eye with FaZe. But anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about all of this because I just find it so fascinating and generally sad to see the state of FaZe. Like I said, it was one of the few gaming brands that broke into the mainstream and had like a very wide appeal to people even outside of the space, which is nothing shy of impressive. So to see what it's become is just wild, and to see how it continues to unfold is shocking. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how it recovers, I really don't. Like, even if it does get back into the hands of the OGs, I still don't exactly know how they right the ship right now. I don't know how they fix all the damage that's been done to the brand. They'd probably have to start over, like, at the very bare bones level and build it all again. Because it's just been so tarnished, and they've lost so much money as well. I just don't know exactly how you fix it. But anyway, I just wanted to go over it all. That's about it. See ya. Right now, there's a pretty ridiculous trend going on where if something flops, be it movie, game, or show, the immediate response from those behind the production is to get mad at the audience and blame them for it, saying that either they were too stupid to appreciate it, or they weren't real fans willing to support it, or they just told a story that was too hot to handle and people weren't ready for it. Thus, once again, we didn't fail. Our product's not bad. You guys are just turbo idiots that prevented us from the success that we deserved. And I'm just getting so tired of reading this. Every time something flops, this seems to be the go-to dialogue tree on the NPC quest line here. And it's just really, really starting to grind my ass. It just happened with The Witcher because Season 3 was a disaster. Full disclosure, I haven't watched Season 3. I just couldn't even pretend to be interested, so I haven't bothered with Season 3. But there was recently a statement made that the reason Season 3 hasn't done well is because they had to simplify everything because American audiences are too dumb, basically. And something very similar just happened with Marvel's Secret Invasion like a week ago, where the finale aired, and pretty much everyone said, "Oh brother, this stinks." They were just saying, "Boo! Boo!" and throwing tomatoes. It wasn't well received. Most people hated it. On a show that already didn't have many eyes on it to begin with, so it was just kind of a catastrophe. And the director behind it came out and once again just kind of blamed the audience and started pointing his finger, even having the gall to say that it's not his job to fulfill any expectations, and he doesn't read any of the reviews, so he doesn't really care if people didn't like it. Which I guess is fine. It's not exactly like the, puffed out chest alpha male thing that he thinks it is. It just kind of reads like you definitely did see the negative reviews and you're in defense mode. No one's forcing you to read any criticism of your show if you don't want to see what the fans are saying about it. No one's gonna peel open your eyes and sit you down strapped to a chair to watch all of the reviews come in. So it's fine if you don't read them, but why then just say that it's not your job to fulfill expectations and you don't care? I think you're pretending that you don't care. I think you definitely do, and if you don't, you should to some extent, at the very least. I don't expect any director to come forward and be totally honest, hey guys, look, this shit sucks. I really blew it, huh? Yikes. Yucko. This was no good, huh? I don't expect that. You should still have pride in your work, but you can at least take some level of responsibility and be like, hey guys, look, there was a story I really wanted to tell here, and I see that it's not resonating with a lot of the audience, and I'm sorry if I let some fans down with this, but this is my vision for the project, and this is where I wanted to take it. I think that's far more respectful than saying, you guys are all dumb and I didn't listen to you, don't care. I'm just really tired of seeing this attitude where the director or the team behind a production gets mad at the audience for not liking it, or not going out there to support it if it didn't capture their interest beforehand. This isn't just, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion. This has been happening quite a bit. You see the director's Secret Invasion said about the negative reception. He actually said, is it our job to fulfill their expectations? No, I didn't see that. I'll look it up real quick, but directors are just getting really bold with how they handle bad reception. I can't remember who it was recently, but another flop had their director come out and say, yeah, we wanted this. In fact, this is what we were hoping for. I was what do you mean? You wanted it to fail? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Secret Invasion director doesn't care if you like the show or not. That headline goes so hard. You see, when it comes to Marvel shows, it's not about liking it. It's about just watching it because you're too deep already. Just consume for the sake of consume. You don't need to like it. Despite the resoundingly negative response to the scroll-based series, Marvel Secret Invasion director Ali Salim has admitted that he does not feel bad about the show's poor reception, particularly as he believes the devoted, even rabid nature of the franchise's fanbase does not lend itself to productive discussion around its various entries. So because they're devoted, they can't have a real discussion around it? I think there's merit to saying that a fan base can be way too brainwashed and hive mind for a real discussion to take place. But that's not even what this is about. It's just people, everybody unanimously did not like the finale. Oh, I don't read reviews. With all due respect, for me, I view all the storytelling work I do as a dialogue with an audience. When the show is finished and put up on screen, that's my half of the dialogue, and the audience then starts their half of their response to it. I think that's valuable, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. What the fuck? This is a direct contradiction. So if you don't read the reviews, then you're not even listening to their part of their response of the dialogue. So you give half the dialogue and then plug your ears to their half? What the fuck are you talking about, man? How is that productive discussion? That's the exact opposite of a conversation at that point. All you want to do is give your half and walk away. And then, I guess, get upset. I don't feel bad about mixed reviews. If you had unanimously good reviews, every movie would gross $10 billion trillion, right? Projects resonate with different people at different times for different reasons, and Marvel has a very devoted, even rabid fan base who have expectations. When their expectations aren't fulfilled, they move in the other direction. They give it a thumbs down. I don't know. Is it our job to fulfill their expectations, or to tell the story that we're telling? So it's a tricky thing. I would love if everyone loved it, but I also don't have that expectation of myself, so I feel great about the response to it. What are you saying? What are you saying? The expectation would be to make something good. Yeah, you don't have to, follow the most predictable shit ever, but at least make good on the expectation that you'll try. And then at least listen to feedback, instead of say, I don't read the reviews, and then say they can't have a productive discussion. I think the best thing you could have done is just been you guys didn't like it? Whatever. It's the story I wanted to tell. I'd be like, okay, that's totally fair. If this is the story you wanted to tell, by all means. I just don't understand the point of getting, like, combative and condescending about it. Like, yeah, you guys, it's not my job to fulfill your expectations. So what? I don't read your reviews. I gave you my half of the dialogue, you gave me a response, and I didn't listen. That was the transaction. I just don't find this response from the director to be sensible at all. Like, it just doesn't compute in my little noodle up here. You gain nothing from being this combative and aggressive with the audience. And there's certainly nothing to be proud of with not listening to them or reading any feedback or anything like that. Why do you want to exist in like an echo chamber or some kind of sensory deprivation unit where you don't get any outside stimulation or input on the thing that you would supposedly be very proud of making? I just really don't get it. There's nothing to be patted on the back for. Fuck all of you, I don't listen to anyone. Woo! Wow! Yahoo! Wee! That's so strong! He doesn't listen to anybody! Whoa! Like, it's just, again, I don't get it. That's not something to be proud of, that you only, like, take in shit from yes men and yourself alone. But anyway, I won't linger on this for too much longer. Let's talk about The Witcher now, because like I said, a very similar situation just happened. A producer on The Witcher came forward and explained why the plot was simplified, and their explanation is once again just kind of the blame game. So they said, a series is made for a huge mass of viewers with different experiences from different parts of the world, and a large part of them are Americans. In fact, he said they are necessary. When referring to plot simplifications, that was the whole thing. He's trying to give insight on why the narrative of The Witcher is significantly more watered down and less complex than it is in the books. And his argument is basically, you have to boil it down to the bare necessities, only the essentials, pure emotions, because Americans are probably watching, and those are some absolute fucking idiots, I suppose. He mainly points to things like TikTok and short-form content as kind of deteriorating the attention span of viewers, so he needs to make it more simple for them and more digestible, baby the audience, because the Americans are so used to just jumping from video to video. And to a certain extent, I understand what he's saying. I do agree that the attention span of the average person has deteriorated to a level I don't think the Lord could have ever predicted. We have the shortest attention span ever right now, shorter than it's ever been because of things like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that, I imagine. But I completely disagree that this means you need to dumb everything down. In fact, I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more complex you make something, the more successful it can become. The best example I can think of is Game of Thrones, because this actually did both. It had very complex narrative, very complex characters, and then it dumbed itself down, and the dumb part, seasons 8 and 7, were horribly received. So bad, in fact, that it ruined the entire legacy of the show. Seasons 1 through 6, where it focused on a complex story, world, and characters, people loved and cherished, and it was the biggest show at the time, and still one of the biggest shows ever made, because of that foundation it built. But in seasons 7 and 8, the entire team got hit by the orb of confusion and just went, fuck it. We'll make everything super dumb and super simple so we can wash our hands with this and move on. And the rest is history. Everybody hated it. Point is, I disagree that you have to boil everything down to appeal to the dummies in the world, and that's like the only way for success. I think the opposite is true. The more nuanced and complex you make a show, the better chance it has of succeeding, because I think that's what the majority of people want to watch. They're not here looking for someone to just collide action figures together and make loud noises. I don't think those are the most popular productions. So to me, this feels like cope from the Witcher producer here, like saying that you find it painful to have to simplify the plot and that showrunners have to make these decisions and accept them because the higher level of nuance and complexity will have a smaller range and it won't reach people, is just wrong. Like, I don't think you're correct in that assumption there. I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more nuanced and more complex you make a show, the more successful and more appreciated it is. Some of the best shows of all time and most successful shows of all time are the ones that are complex and nuanced with really interesting, deep characters and a narrative that is very intriguing and complex. So I don't understand exactly why he thought that this was a necessary and painful decision that they had to make for the success of the show, when clearly it didn't work, and wasn't working anyway. Like, you could have still just stuck with the complex narrative of the book, and I think you would have stood a much better chance. I don't understand why we've reached this point where all of it's everyone else's fault. You ultimately were the ones that made the decision to say, let's simplify this and make it silly. That's on you. You made a gamble that people would prefer something really simple. Good guy, good. Bad guy, bad. Nothing else? Okay, I clap now. You made that decision expecting that possible response, and you didn't get it. It's not anyone else's fault but your own. I don't know why you're putting the blame on Americans and their attention span not being conducive to a significant narrative full of nuance and complexity. It's just a matter of just taking responsibility, just be like, hey guys, look, honestly, we thought by simplifying this we'd reach a broader audience, and it didn't work. It seems like we simplified it too much, and it didn't convey the artistic vision that we were hoping for. Like, I just don't think you need to then say things like, it's those damn Americans and their lack of ability to comprehend complexity, which is why we were forced to make the painful decision, the necessary evil, to dumb everything down. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly to once again start pointing the finger at the audience, like, you guys are dumb, you made us do this. And now we failed because you guys are so dumb. Again, not anyone's fault but your own. If you had just stuck with the complex narrative of the books that it's all based on, even if it didn't succeed in the biggest way that you'd imagine, you could at least hold your head up high knowing that you delivered the artistic vision that you set out to do, because the way you talk about it now makes it feel like even you dislike the final product by calling it painful that you had to simplify it and that it was necessary to make such a difficult decision. So it seems like you are also not happy with the state of The Witcher, so why not just deliver the creative vision that was set out in the books that it's based on, instead of try to play the numbers game and appeal to dumb people or whatever the thought process was with the oversimplification of everything. Again, stop pointing the finger. Just take responsibility. You made a bad call, and the product is subpar for it. It is what it is. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is only increasing in frequency. Again, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion are not the only two that have done this recently. This is becoming pretty common for the teams behind productions to get angry at audience reception or any kind of like criticism around their products. And it's just getting kind of tiresome how aggressive that landscape has become. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Gollum, I will go back to if there's ever a speedrun route for it. But I don't think anyone's actually going to bother looking for any kind of glitches or speed tech for that game. Not doing this skip. It doesn't save like any time at all to be worthwhile. So no, I don't bother with that one. It's like actually just 1 second. Whereas Cork Skip, at the very least, saves like 3. So I can justify Cork Skip in my head, but not that one. That one is truly just a complete waste of time and effort. Oh my god, I might not make it. Wow, that was clutch. What is going on? I'm sloppy. Okay, this should work. Ooh. Once I'm nice and warm, this will be super clean. Oh, first try on that though. You love to see it. Alright. Here's... oh my god. That was a little close. Here's hoping I can actually move off the bed this time. Okay. Now it's working. I don't know what happened last time. That was so weird.
The more I know, the less I know.
Oh! I've never missed book. I've never missed book in my life. Oh my god. No. Okay. We'll have to just run the whole way then. I just hit the oh my god, that cucumber almost really ruined me. I would have been so upset. Oh my god. Oh, Jiminy Christmas! What is happening? He does not want to stand on anything today. Holy shit. Stand on it! You bastard. You sick fuck. Just stand on it. What is happening? Oh, okay. Alright, that was actually full. That was full panic. That was actually just full. Okay. Collect myself. He's got a mind of his own today. Lesser men would say no to Cork at this point. But I'm not a lesser man. Shake it out. Shake it out. Okay. I'm 1 for 4 on this. And I'm feeling real confident. You hate to see that. That's always a real dagger. I'm not gonna go Cork. It is actually just not fucking worth it. It really isn't. Unless I hit the perfect waifu launch, I'm not going for it. I will only ever do Cork off perfect waifu launch. Alright. Perfect waifu launch, we go Cork. Anything but perfect, we just do it normally. Which I've never done before, so even doing it normally, there's a chance I just fuck it up. I've only ever done Cork. I just don't want to keep going for Cork and having to keep fucking running all the way back. I think I'm just gonna start... I think I'll just do Pirate Hat. I think I'll just start doing Pirate Hat. I don't believe in the Cork dream anymore. I've only hit it 1 time. I think it's a resub trial. The hat just seems easier. Looks like I can just do like a little jump here. I probably don't even need a sprint jump. Like if I go for a hat here and I overshoot it, that would be so embarrassing. Because I can't really gauge the distance super well. Maybe I'll do like a long range sprint jump. Okay, you know what? I'm overthinking it. Yeah, that was that was underwhelming. I've been given actual trauma from Cork. Alright, time for one of the scariest tricks in the run. Nice. No! Oh my god, I'm lost. I'm lost, I can't see. I can't see, I'm scared. I just really don't like the idea of missing Dragon and going all the way back. Let's just try it normally. Let's just get a completed run under our belt and then we can try Dragon next time, because I'll be faster coming out of the tunnel since I'll have seen it before. Oh! Oh, the dragon! No! Okay. Unlucky. Why? Why did it do that? Why did it climb up? Why did it climb up? But you didn't cork this time. I did not cork this time. We did corkless. We did Pirate Hat instead. Oh, I saw its shadow. Here it comes. God damn, alright. I think like right now. Wow. Dragon, first try. I really don't know how I'm gonna get off of this dragon. Sports fans, I gotta tell ya, this is looking like a real dicey fourth quarter finish here. There's a hitbox on that wing, clearly. There's the flag platform, so I gotta get ready here. Coach is about to put me in. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But it's coming up. Whoa! It threw. Okay, it fucking threw me off like a bucking bronco. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Okay. How far up this can I go? Okay, so probably about right here, and then here's the flag platforms I need. So now I can just do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Just send it. I did do dragon. So you know what? We're committed. We're committed. I did dragon. We'll go for it. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. Carried a little too much momentum there. Yikes. That's the one thing I didn't want to happen there. Yucko. Shit. What? Okay, that's sad. That's very sad. That hurts my feelings. Let me out. I want to go back to dragon, please. Jesus Christ. Now I'm stuck. Oh, wow! He just fucking headbutt me. Damn. Wow! What a shame. Unlucky hitbox, I guess. Jesus Christ. Nope. I hit dragon skip once, that's good enough for me. Just enough to let myself know that I'm good enough to do it if I was only a bit braver. Oh my god, this hitbox is so weird. Oh my god, it's all so weird. I'm panicking. I'm starting to panic. It's a fucking video game, Charles. Jesus. Calm down. Alright. So now we just take this to the... Oh my god, where's the dragon? Oh, he's below me. We're fine. Okay. Now I know this goes to the airplane. Oh, wow, that was a lot closer than it appeared. Okay, some cassette tapes. That's kind of far. The dragon! No, you bastard! You sick motherfucker! Why? Okay, we're just gonna do dragon skip from now on. That is so tedious. Even if I fail dragon skip, I don't care. I do not feel like going through all of that. Nice. Come on. Nice. Oh, okay. Let's not get greedy. I'm fine here. I wanted to change my position a little bit. I'm fine here. I don't need to get greedy. Now we wait. Approaching final pass. Hip. Too much momentum, huh? What a shame. There's a resub overflow. Man, I am actually still so fucking tilted about that. That was the perfect dragon jump, man. That was exactly where I needed to land and everything. No, wait. Is he making another strafing run? Wait, he's not supposed to do that. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't do it. Oh god. Oh, please tell me he turns. Oh, thank god, okay. We're good. No! What do you mean? That's alright, more practice. I think I'm just gonna... We're just gonna get experimental. I'm gonna theory craft my own little skips here. Man, I'm so sad. That dragon just, he will not let me live my fucking life. Just like legitimately just upset. I can't believe that, man. Again. I'm about to get hit off my fucking hoverboard. You sick fuck. You absolute degenerate. Why? Man? I'm doing dragon skip. I'm not allowed to do anything but dragon skip. Right now, that's being controlled by one of the devs. Legitimately, the safest way to do this is the dragon skip. It is actually the safest way to fucking do this, I guess. Which is baffling. Like, I'm trying to just do it the right way, and the game is not letting me. The dragon just keeps blasting me off every time, and I've legitimately waited for him to. But then he'll do, like, these fucking strafing runs out of nowhere and clip me with his wings. Alright. Fuckle your seatbelt. Here we go. I'm going for flag. I want to be the best. Whoa, what I'm climbing! Oh! What am I climbing? Beanstalk, beanstalk. Just what I was aiming for. I climbed like 15 invisible hitboxes there. Made that very scary. I'm going to wait for him to go home. But the thing is, I don't like either one of these. Speedrun route goes up this beanstalk, onto that hitbox, and then up the staircase. I cannot decide if I do normal route or... I'm just gonna do that. I'll feel better if I just do the speedrun route. I can hold my head high. That's normal. This is speedrun. I'm doing it. Oh, almost fell. I mean, I didn't almost fall, but I didn't make it on my first try. Wait, let me see the angle. I'm not doing it. I'm bailing out. I'm bailing out. I'm bailing out. I'm panicking. Panicking. Okay. What's next? I don't feel good about myself. I didn't. There's supposed to be a thing you climb up there, and I missed it twice. I freaked out. I panicked. I lost composure. Okay. What's next? Oh, we're right at the fucking end. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay, slow it down. So now it's that to Statue of Liberty. In the speedrun, he makes it all the way to the YouTube play button over there. Okay. And then he makes a full jump all the way to that, but I'm just gonna climb the horse and do that. Okay. What's next? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain
Wow. 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 That was something special. That was fate stepping in right there that I was able to grab onto the yoga ball. I'm here. Now we go up, fist bump the Lord and say, thanks for this one, pal. Good looking out. And then tell him good game before we pat him on the ass. Stay strong. This is why we flopped out of the ocean fucking 10 billion years, or 10 million, what, many millions of years ago and started to evolve to reach this moment. This is what it was all for. Tiny hole there. Avoided. The last jump. We did it. Make sure there's no more traps. Hold on. And I'm just gonna let this congratulations really sink in and fill every goddamn pore on my body. Okay, it's just a straight shot. We did it. Holy shit, we did it. Oh my god, finally. And I used every single speedrun strat except for, beanstalk, backdoor, reach around, loop-de-loop and pull. Every other speedrun strat I used. We did it. We fucking did it. It's over. The speedrunning god! I was made in a fucking test tube in a lab! This is what I was made for. A 3-hour speedrun.
You get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot of your life. You still have a lot to learn, but now you can do what you want and fly wherever you want. Open up new worlds and new heights.
Alright. I feel like I really got acclimated to those strats, I'm not gonna lie. All of that pain was just a lesson. After lesson. After lesson. Like when a teacher spanks your bottom with a ruler. I've been disciplined. I think I can get a sub-hour pretty comfortably. Anything is possible! Yeah! That's how we do it! This is why humanity is at the top of the food chain. Man, my list of video game achievements and accolades are ridiculous. Sub 3 hour only up speedrun. I am one of only 3 people in the world who finished Lord of the Rings Gollum. Wow, that's pretty good, yeah. Oh, I checkmated XQC in 6 moves in a chess tournament. Yep, no, that's about it. That's pretty fucking good though, what a resume. Oh, maxed out on RuneScape too. True. RuneScape max. Man, that feels good to finally be done with. I really think I can get a sub-hour. Here I come. That's the beauty of this game. You never stop playing. There's always another goal. Now I can do everything with a lot more confidence. I'm a new man. Do I even look the same right now? Do you even recognize me in the webcam? I bet I'll stand up and be 5 inches taller. Didn't you hate this game 4 days ago? Brother, I hate this game right now. Yeah. I think the game's a pile of shit. It's just every free asset pack they could find shoved into one game for rage bait. And god damn it, I'm deep in it now. Is he finished already? I love when you say already. I know, it was super quick. If you blinked, you might have missed my last run. Yeah, it was sub 3 hours. Tell your friends. You know what this proved to myself, though, is that I can do those, like, long 2-hour speedruns. Maybe I'll start speedrunning games that are longer than 20 minutes. Or speedrun routes longer than 20 minutes. Usually I just do very short ones.
He drank a lot and often beat my mother.
This, like, actually upped my confidence in long speedrun games.
Oh, I'm still scared.
Time loss. Biological time loss, unlucky. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Why? Okay. A little sloppy here. It's been a while since we've been down here in fucking Normieville. So I'm blowing it at the moment. Still on sub 3 hour pace. True, I could still PB at least. You doing Cork at waifu? Nah. I think we just have to retire Cork. I think we always just do Pirate Hat from now on. Fuck Cork. It's just not worth it. I don't like it. It doesn't like me. I think we just always do Pirate Hat from now on. Man, I'm getting so fucking clean. Jeez. Jiminy Christmas, who is this man? Is he a man or a machine? Lord. Where does the human stop and the technology start? Fucking android of speedrunning. Even with a complete fuck up on Windmill multiple times, that was still a pretty good Earth. Not bad. How many hours do you have in this? More than the developer spent making it. I have like 8 hours in this game, which is fucking embarrassing. Only real men do cork. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not just gonna keep throwing away runs forever for cork. It's just not worth it. I will only do cork off perfect waifu. That is the only time I'll ever do cork is off perfect waifu. Sub 40. If I did everything perfectly, I could sub 40 here, but I don't think I will. Perfect waifu. Alright, we're going cork. God, sometimes I'm just too good. I didn't want to cork. I didn't want to do it to him. I didn't want to fucking do it to him, but it's making me. Ah! Why? Why must my gamer genes be so strong? Feel the flow, I'm just going for it. Damn. That's the danger of cork. She's a cruel mistress. But I was a man of my word. Like I said. Perfect waifu, I go cork. I'm gonna be honest, I think I cracked the code on how to do perfect waifu. That one I knew was good the second I landed on bed. So I think I've got the right angles now. Alright, let's see if I go back-to-back perfect waifu into back-to-back cork failures. I've got a sneaking suspicion that I will miss cork again should I get another perfect waifu. There's just something telling me. There's something tickling me saying, Charles, you won't make that again. You really shouldn't. But then the devil on my shoulder says you gotta do it. Woo! That's perfect waifu again. We're going cork. Alright, I've got waifu down. Yet I cannot master cork until right now. Calculating. Calculating. Game time. Woo! They say Charles never misses cork twice. That's how we fucking do it, baby! Those 9 minutes wasted were worth it for the 3 seconds saved. You got that right. This run right now, I've used only the most optimized strats. I haven't pussied out on any strat except Jesus Fingers. So this is actually pretty good. I don't know. I feel like Cheese Path is such a recipe for disaster if I actually do... Assuming I don't fuck up the trick right before it. I just haven't seen enough Cheese Path to know exactly how to do it. So, no, I don't think so. If I'm going to lose the good run, I'd rather lose it to Dragon. Man, I'm so fucking clean at everything here, pretty much. There's just a few stinky shit that I need to clean up. But I am actually such a fucking machine at most of it. Dragon one-shot incoming. That would be great. I'd be very happy about that. But we'll see. Dragon is widely considered to be the hardest trick in the run. I'm pretty good at the start of Dragon, though. Well, wow, that would have been the most embarrassing moment. Like, I'm pretty good at landing on Dragon. My problem is getting off Dragon onto flag platforms.
Stop drifting.
If you were gonna stream a movie, what movie would you stream? I still really want Konami's permission to stream all of the, pretty much all of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'd love to do a full watch party for Yu-Gi-Oh! As a series. That is probably one of the most fucking wild cartoons, or, excuse me, anime, that ever got made. It's fucking crazy. I would love that. As for movie, I don't know. When Redline was still free on YouTube when they were doing the Redline promo, we watched that here. But that was a Redline, like, endorsed thing. Like, they allowed people to just freely access the movie. Moonfall would be good, yeah. Where's the dragon at, man? Why is it taking so long? It's supposed to be 3 minutes. There it is. They get stuck or something? GX is good too. GX has some fucking wild moments, like when Kaiba sends a set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards to space because he wants to teach aliens how to duel. Come on, come on. There we go. So yeah, that also has some fucking wacky moments. I'd love to do the whole series as a watch party. The line, no, it's a fucking cool line too. Kaiba goes, "If there's intelligent life out there, I'm gonna teach it how to duel." And then fucking shoots a rocket into space like Elon Musk in a car. It's crazy. Let's see if we actually hit Dragon first try. We could actually sub-hour this. If I land this, we legitimately can sub-hour here. Which would be crazy improvement already. From my last run at 254 to less than an hour would be substantial improvement. Hang on to your hats, sailors. I'm climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings. I'm still... Please let me off the wings. Holy shit, what a disaster. Why does it do that? Man, I'm so nasty at this fucking game now. It's just Dragon. Dragon's like the last Gordian knot I have to cut. But, I mean, that makes sense. It is the hardest trick in the run. Even for the best runners. I'm not super confident on cheese, though. But we'll try it. And if we fuck it up, whatever. Clean. That wasn't too bad. Oh my god, that's so sad. It forced me to fucking climb up the wing. Ugh. I'm not gonna go for tail anymore. I'm just gonna go for body. Oh no! It was too far. No. Alright. Well, we finished one of the runs.